Block 1 Audiobook title, The Night King Who Returned with a God, 01-165, by author Save People. Chapter 1, You're Stuck With Me. The first thing I saw after I was reincarnated in a fantasy world is a serene ceiling and candles illuminating the room instead of LED bulbs. The clothes were woven from silk and brocade, and judging by the dull wooden utensils, it's clear that they're far removed from Earth's civilization. But hey, it's a fantasy world, so I guess I'm rich, right? It's a nice reincarnation for an overworked poor orphan. There was one thing that convinced me I was noble. It was my mother's beauty. My baby, my biological mother's dazzling smile as she looked at me. How could that face not be aristocratic? My future love life would be trouble-free. Year 3. I'm out of the cradle and out of the room. The world outside was so big and huge, for a toddler. Young master, Mona, my nanny, gasped and picked me up. And that was how my first adventure ended. I shouldn't have dreamed of an adventure at this point. If I had known that real adventures are 100% real and 100% muddy, I wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. Year 6. Apparently, the house I was reincarnated into is one of the most famous in the kingdom, the Grand Duke of Dragonia. The family was founded by a legendary knight who slayed an evil dragon and bathed in its blood. The family has produced 4 kings since the kingdom had an elected monarchy. Year 8. I was expected to learn to wield a sword as the next knight of the kingdom. I was excited. A fantasy knight. Would I be able to draw a sword and put aura on it? The man who would teach me was Sir Gordic, a holy knight sent from the royal palace. But who was he? Holy knight? Year 10. It hurts. My whole body feels like it's going to break. I chose the knight's path, and now I'm getting beaten up by Gordic the macho every day. It was nice to be a squire in the Grand Duke's favor, but every day was spent learning to wield a sword and ride a horse. Holy knights. Yeah, they're like sword masters in fantasy. While the knights of this world are a bit different from my fantasy knights, the Holy Grail knights are truly monsters that are far from human. However, in order to become a holy knight, you must complete quests through training, become a knight of the kingdom, earn prestige and honor, and drink holy water by being chosen by the Holy Grail. You had to be strong, honorable, and faithful to become a holy knight, an otherworldly sword master. Damn it, I'm not religious. Year 14. Every day is a pain. Aside from the bone-crushing training, there's a sense of accomplishment, though, because I can feel myself growing stronger with each passing day. It was bearable. The problem was discipline and study. I was a strong contender to be the next Grand Duke. Naturally, I had to learn everything there was to know about being a duke. How to rule the people, how to carry out the law, the philosophical debates between justice and law, how to treat a lady, and even how to study the Bible. In this world, there are many gods, and you pay tribute to them at their temples and do as they say. Gods. How fantastical. But me, I'm supposed to be recognized by the goddess of justice or something to be chosen for the Holy Grail. Year 16. I was wandering the world now. What? Isn't a 16-year-old a middle schooler? Coincidentally, I'm considered an adult in this world. The first requirement to become a Holy Grail knight is to leave your training, protect the people of the kingdom, and complete an honorable quest. To fulfill that quest, I must find the goddess's alter ego. How do I find it? Just go around the kingdom and do my best to honor her, and she'll find you. I'll be damned. Year 17. Today I slaughtered some orcs, sons of bitches, warlike brutes. They invade the kingdom's borders on a random day and kill our people. If it weren't for them, the kingdom would be a peaceful place. Along the way, you cut down the orcs with Sir Gilgius, Sir Antoine, and Gunnar the animated woodman, the guardian of the forest. Thank you, knights. Thank you. Tend to the wounded and set the wood straight. The sword of the kingdom and the favor of the goddess be with you. I'm worried. The farmers have had a good year, and their taxes have kept the kingdom afloat, but the country has too many enemies. There are too many non-humans around. Year 20. I met a goddess. I'm not kidding. It was real. God was real. Wasn't religion supposed to be a way to enlighten and organize the ignorant? Heaven? Hall of Fame? Dinner with the gods? Weren't they all myths? The current king has been alive and ruling the kingdom for 110 years, but I thought he was a holy knight who did some kind of transmogrification trick. My current master, Sir Gordic, was a 90-year-old holy knight, Leon Dragonia, son of Archduke Wulfric Dragonia, I grant you a quest to prove your honor and faithfulness. Yes, by the command of the goddess. During my 4th year as an apprentice knight I have finally met the goddess's alter ego. Ariana is real. I've slain orcs, torn goblins apart, slayed hordes of evil wizards and defended the realm's territory. It wasn't all bad. Rather, it was good. The ringing of my name, the accolades, the admiration and respect that came with each honor made me shrug. Sir Gilgeous, son of Galbat the War Knight, Lord Antoine, guardian of the mines, and Gunnar the Tree Man, who was only 2 meters tall when I first saw him, but has since grown to be a 5-meter tree giant. I have been recognized by the Holy Grail and made a holy knight. Year 27 I am the youngest war knight. I've decapitated an orc warlord and wiped out a savage barbaric tribe. The orcs would come in hordes of 100,000 or 200,000 whenever they attacked. The first thing I did when I became a war knight, with the freedom to wage war and call my own knights, was to attack the orcs. I buried 700,000 of the damned green-skinned bastards, men, women, and children. It made my blood boil. Year 35 The Honorable 14th Lionheart King, living saint and demigod Argent Majesty Lionheart has died. He died in battle against a great demon summoned on the fringes of the Empire. Orcs are a pain in the ass, but now demons were running amok. Those damned Imperial mages and their inquisitive minds leading them astray in their study of the dark arts. This is why people must believe in God and live a faithful life. It is because of their inherent curiosity and their futile pursuit of truth that the great devil has sliced 100,000 people into pieces. Apart from that, we needed to elect a holy knight to succeed King Lionheart, who died honorably while helping the nearly destroyed empire. Holy Knight Leon Dragonia. Ariana, the goddess herself descends and nominates me. Apparently, this is the first time in the kingdom's history that the goddess has directly chosen a holy knight. Beheading the great demon must have been a great honor. It is an honorable path and a demanding position, but I cannot let my knights and people down. I am now Archduke of Dragonia and King of the Lionheart Kingdom. I was implanted with the heart of a lion, a holy relic bestowed by the goddess, swore to protect the Grail, and took up the holy sword and lance to slay the enemies of my kingdom. Year 80 Much has happened in the meantime. There have been 3 great battles against the orcs, and a strange curly goblin who became a great demon. I could have ripped its guts out, but I was unlucky and it escaped through the demon gate. Your Majesty, the Imperial School of Black Magic is said to be conducting experiments again. Are they insane? Imperial bastards, what is wrong with them these days? The Empire's self-indulgence and distrust have reached a peak lately. The annual pilgrimage to the Great Hall of Gods has been cancelled, and a bunch of stupid theocratic independents have taken up residence. It's all the fault of the pagan bastards from the north. We didn't have enough soldiers, so we took in barbarians and their beliefs. In the Lionheart Kingdom, they live their entire lives as lowly serfs and die like pigs, but they're treated like people. I feel like I'm watching a group of trolls in a group task. Year 98 The Imperials have gotten their act together. The Emperor's bastard son, performing the secret sacrificial rituals of the evil cult because he didn't want to die, has summoned a Chaos Lord to the Imperial capital. The young cub, barely 70 years old, wanted to live forever. So he killed 3 million people in the capital. I summoned the knights, holding the holy sword that was still oiled by last year's killed orcs' blood. Year 121 The world is ending. I have done my best. I slayed demons on behalf of Ariana, the goddess of justice, and sent priests of Demira, the goddess of fertility, to rebuild the farmlands. Hito, the god of iron and blacksmithing, provided armor and swords for the holy knights, and Pitos, the god of war and flame, descended upon me to burn the ashes of the battlefield. In the 23rd year of the Divine War, a war that began because of the Imperials, and slowly led to the destruction of the world, Lord Leon, Lord Antoine, the appearance of my arch-rival remained youthful. As I spoke, by the grace of the goddess, I looked no different than I had a century ago. Be proud, Antoine. Your father has died an honorable death and gone to the feast of the gods. Yes, I see the soldiers and knights looking at me, comforting the son of a dead father. The final battle. No. The final resistance was starting as I heard the thudding of the earth as the enemy marches on, and the mixed emotions in my people's eyes. horror, fear, helplessness, despair. Alas, goddess, master of the Grail, who has given this lackluster creature a lion's heart, and whose holy sword is lit with a brilliant fire, here are thy lambs trembling with fear. Women soothe their weeping children and swallow their tears. Young men clutch the dying embers of war in their hands, and knights try to leave seeds of hope in the blood-soaked wilderness. But not me, Lord of the holy sword, lance, and chalice. I know that I will not be able to stop the evil that stretches beyond the horizon. Goddess. My goddess. What shall this foolish knight do? Do as thou wilt. My knight, my dear, honorable knight, your goddess will be with you to the end. The goddess is with me. I will indeed meet my end, and it will be an honorable one. For the goddess, for honor and for Lionheart. That winter in my 121st year we fought against the 10 million demons that infested the earth. Barbarian serfs were expended as meat shields, and soldiers armed with spears and shields and knights of glory fell with honor. Holy knights ascended one by one, slaying demons until their last breath. Only I, the agent of the pantheon, chosen by all the gods, slaughtered demons alone to the end. I tore apart countless demon lords and archdemons and shone the divinity of the holy knights upon them. Year 217. Winter is not yet over. Year 256. The last remaining demon gate was destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of demons looked at me with desperation in their eyes as they lost their escape route. Lowly demons, you are now trapped in this world with me, and I will annihilate every last one of you. I am not trapped, you're trapped with me, you fucking things. Year 300. Holy shit, I've never seen a gate like this before. Where the hell am I? Relax, Hari, it's been 13 years since we've seen an unmeasurable gate. We don't know what we'll find. I know. But what is there in this world that can't be measured? I don't know. Isn't there some kind of high-level demon? Don't say such horrible things. I was only 300 years old when I encountered earthlings. TL note, I'll just add this here so that readers won't get confused. Demon ranks: lesser demons / low-level demons, mid-level demons, greater demons / high-level demons. Archdemons. Demon Lord. Lord of Chaos is the title of a lord. Chapter 2. The Black Gate. Chapter 2. The Black Gate. A gate opened in the middle of Seoul, but this in itself is not a rare occurrence. Since Jamsil Gate, Name Yanggu Gate, Songdo Gate, and others opened across the district 30 years ago, gates in the middle of the city have become commonplace. The problem is the grade of the gate, black, an out-of-specification rating that is not even considered by the World Hunter Association's official measurement scale. Since it is measured by the amount of energy inside the gate, it boasts a 99.9% hit rate. The Korean Hunter Association was prepared for this. They asked the World Hunter Association for support and asked the country's leading hunter guilds to enter the gate. Fucking assholes. This is the only time they're busy. It's not the first time the hunter guilds have done this. Hunter Han Hari, a member of the Hunter Association, made an expression of disbelief at the words of Kim Jin-soo. A black gate had appeared after 13 years, but the big domestic guilds refused to enter and took a wait-and-see approach. No wonder. The scarlet color of the A-ranked gate alone would cause countless casualties, but a black, non-standard gate that was beyond S-grade. None of the major guilds wanted to consume their precious power on a gate with an unmeasurable risk. In the end, the government-affiliated Hunters Association was forced to take matters into their own hands. The vanguard would enter first, assess the danger, and return with as much information as possible to distribute to the larger guilds. This was the standard method, as it gave players a huge advantage if they had the right information. The problem is the vanguard, which must enter without any prior information. Hari. Are you okay? Chief Kim looked worriedly at Hari, who had followed him as the Hunter Association's vanguard. It was a dangerous reconnaissance mission, and the association was so determined that they would only select applicants and leave them with a suicide note. It was a shame that a promising new member of the association, barely 20 years old, would be sent to such a place. It's okay, I'm the only A-class hunter among the applicants. We should have at least one decent fighter. Even so, Class A hunters are definitely a big deal. On top of that, the Hunter Association didn't even have any Class A hunters, since hunters that talented would have joined the sinful guilds. For the safety of the citizens and the well-being of the country. Isn't that the motto of our association? Silly girl. She's one of the association's few up-and-comers on modern Earth, where the big guilds have siphoned off talent. Hunters who want to become state employees are usually D or C class. She was barely a B class. An A-class hunter prospect who applied to join such an association as soon as he graduated from the academy. If she was trained well, she could become the only S-class hunter outside of the association's president. Part of him wanted to tell her to go back for the sake of her future, but the strength of the vanguard is too low to send her back as it is. This is the first Black Gate in 13 years. It was a selection mission that required S-class hunters, not A-class hunters, and yet there was only one A-class hunter. Hurry, let's hope we make it back alive. We're going in, everyone, get ready. A field gate. The inside of the gate was a mess. Some of the gates were ravaged, as if they had been destroyed, but the Black Gate the association vanguard entered was beyond their imagination. First, the sky turned crimson, but the crimson color of the sky was not the color of the setting sun. It was an eerie red, as if the sky had been turned upside down. There wasn't a blade of grass on the ground. The ground is so barren and desolate that you wonder if this place ever really had life. My God, I've never seen a gate like this before. Where the hell are we? Relax, hurry. An unmeasurable gate hasn't been opened in 13 years, so we don't know what we'll find. I know. But what is there in this world that can't be measured? I don't know. Isn't there some kind of high-level demon? Don't be so negative. It was then that a message flew to Hari and the other hunters from the association. Gate mission. A mission system window that was created after gates appeared in the world and hunters awakened their magic. It is a valuable system that informs hunters who enter a gate of the minimum information about the gate and the goal of clearing it. Chief. Fuck. However, the hunters who checked the system window had pale complexions and shivered. Hunt all demons. Demons remaining, 117/demons. A race that occasionally appeared in high-grade gates among the countless gates. 6 years ago, a high-level demon, Kanbala, appeared at the Vermilion Grade Gate and killed a Korean S-class hunter, Ko Jin Hyuk. The appearance of the great demon Skizakari, or a monarch-level demon in China 22 years ago, always caused a terrible disaster. Fuck. We have to get out now, Chief. At the worst possible moment, even the stalwart Chief Kim was thrown into a panic. This gate was a demon gate among many gates. Those bastards won't die even if we kill them. Even if demons are killed, they resurrect. The great demon Skizakari, which emerged from the Shanghai Demon Gate in China 22 years ago, has been slain more than 5 times, but demon gates don't disappear, and every 4 years they resurface to cause a dungeon break. Calm down, Chief. It's only 117 demons, and we might be able to finish it off surprisingly easily. That's the problem. It's only 117 demons, and they're rated black. That means there are at least some major demons. The rating of a dungeon is determined by the amount of energy in it. With only 117 demons, a black rating meant that every single one of them was terrifyingly powerful. Worst of all, if it was a great demon gate, the dungeon would never close, like the Shanghai Demon Gate. That would be terrible. Right now, Shanghai alone has become a ghost town because of that demon gate. Let's retreat. We have to let the association know that it's a demon gate. There's nothing they can do with a vanguard of less than 20 people, so the party leader, Chief Kim, decided to retreat. Chief, look over there. A hunter pointed in the direction. There, a large, masked demon stared down at the hunters. Holy shit. Great sword. Great sword. A lesser demon and a minor ace demon of about 1.5 meters with a sword larger than my own body. However, just because it's a low-level demon doesn't mean you should let your guard down. Even among demons, the Great Sword has a particularly powerful attack. As its name suggests, the human body would bleed uncontrollably if it was struck by the Great Sword. Ugh. And there wasn't just one Great Sword. One Great Sword after another, plus the other demons, their number already exceeding 100 appeared. Damn. They're already causing dungeon breaks. Every gate has a grace period until the mission is completed. But as soon as this gate opened, this happens. Gate. It's a gate. We can live. Run, run, run. The demons let out a grotesque cheer. The hunters gasped and gripped their weapons as the demons rushed toward them. Hey, everybody, stay with me. We can't let the demons get through the gate. They can hide as soon as they get to Earth. Demons can disguise themselves as humans or hide in their shadows. All it took was one demon to slip through and something terrible would happen, which is why the demon gate must be closed at all costs. Form up, I'll take the lead. Hari. Despite Chief Kim's urging, Hari drew her sword at the front of the line. She wasn't a tank, and it would be suicidal for her to take the lead. But she was needed now to encourage the panicked hunters. Run, run. I want to live. I don't want to be annihilated. The demons screamed in an unintelligible language as they charged. The first to come to the forefront were the hellhounds, a quadrupedal beast, the lowest of demons, but faster than an automobile. They rushed toward Hari, gasping for breath. Kawa. The hellhounds leapt. Hari imbued her sword with magic and slashed at the hellhounds. The enchanted sword sliced through their hides with ease, and the hellhounds writhed in agony. Good start. She had killed 4 in one fell swoop, and just as she was hoping her efforts would boost their morale, the gutted hellhounds began to act strangely. What? Hellhounds that were mortally wounded ran upright, dripping with blood, as if they were trying to enter the gate somehow. Stop them. But they were blocked by the hunters. The hellhounds weren't the only ones. The great swords bumped into the hunters in front of them and crawled toward the gate, barely responding. Coming. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming. No. Run. Over the gate. What? Have these guys been drugged? The demons were defeated with ease, but Hari and the other hunters couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Even though they know they'll be resurrected after a while, why are they so reckless? As if they were running away. Hari, dodge. That's when something hit the ground with a bang. Something overwhelming that swept across the terrain with only the aftermath of a shockwave, sweeping everyone away, including Hari. What? Hari scrambles to the ground, her mind racing as she realizes what has happened. What the hell? Something had fallen, and Hari recognized it instantly. Something huge came into view as a torn wing, an axe far beyond human size with rotten skin and a gaze that she didn't want to see, even in her dreams appeared. An archdemon, the nightmare of the demon gate that tore even S-class hunters alive. Move aside, lesser ones, before I kill you all. The demon overwhelmed the hunters with a creepy sonic boom, and the hunters dared not move, stifled by the aura he emitted. It's over. Unmoving legs and rushing breaths, despair and fear overwhelmed them all. Oh, no. If he crosses over to Earth, it has to be stopped. If a monster like that causes a dungeon break in the middle of Seoul, 10 million citizens will be in danger. No. Hari raised her sword. She dragged her unmoving legs forcibly and stood in the face of irresistible despair. A lowly human being, the archdemon clicked his tongue at the sight of Hari before him, but strangely enough, the only emotion she felt was urgency. Move, bug. He throws a light blow, literally shooing the bug away, but Hari focused all of her magic to block the blow and, with a single blow, she bounced all the way to the gate. Black. The ground, which had become a weapon in itself, slashed at Hari's body, and she realized with a single blow that she stood no chance against the archdemon. HMPH. As the dying embers flickered precariously, a figure stopped in front of her. At first, she thought it was Chief Kim, but then she realized it was the association's hunters. Immobilized by the power of the archdemon, Director Kim, a veteran, was also frozen in place as the archdemon's head rolled on the ground. Rolling in front of her right now. Is that the head of the archdemon that had just destroyed her? No. Lionheart King. No. The archdemon screams in agony as his body burns from the cut, but he wasn't the only one. The demons around him were also shivering in fear. The archdemon's appearance was strange. In the recorded footage, the archdemon was spitting out curses against humanity, heralding its resurrection, as it always did. But what about the one in front of her? No. The holy law. My soul is extinguished. It screams and struggles desperately, as if it's actually facing death. I get it. The demons aren't here to cause a dungeon break. They were rushing the gate in a desperate attempt to survive. To get away from someone who could make those brutal demons, those infinitely resurrecting demons, tremble. This is the last of you. It was a naked man. Am I seeing things? A man who wore nothing but his bare body and the hilt of a worn long sword. And yet, the light from his halo is graciously holy and brilliant. Rise, brave one. The words are archaic, almost dignified, coming from the mouth of a madman. The tone, the demeanor, The posture. Everything overrode the man's attire. Just hearing the voice rekindled the dying embers. Ha! 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 What the hell is this? What the hell is the man in front of me? Now is not the time to go down. Stand up and fight back. Just hearing his voice made me feel empowered as a surge of energy and vitality lifted my injured body. You. Who are you? In response to Hari's question, the brilliant blonde man spoke with a stern expression. I am the Lionheart King, King of the Holy Knights and agent of the will of the Pantheon. I am Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The man raised his sword. All the demons were slain. Demons remaining. Chapter 3, The Lionheart King. Chapter 3, The Lionheart King. Chief Kim Jin-soo, of the Korean Hunter Association, returned home with a huge accomplishment, the closing of the Black Grade Gate, only to be met with unwelcome scrutiny and long meetings. Hari, what do you think? In the lobby outside the interrogation room, Hari's exhaustion was evident. They don't seem to believe me. Of course they don't. The Black Gate was cleared by a vanguard that was half expected to die. Moreover, the gate was a notorious demon gate, and an archdemon had appeared. They should have been wiped out, not half dead. Kim's immediate supervisor thought to himself, are these assholes organized now? But when all the hunters in the vanguard spoke in unison, their eyes naturally turned to a man. What is your name? A brilliant blonde man seen through a magic mirror, a powerhouse who had defeated the archdemon in a single blow and killed all the demons, measured as an S-class hunter at the very least. His identity was a survivor. Right? Yes, an otherworldly survivor. There were some beings who survived beyond the gate. The gates that had popped up around the world over the past 30 years had something in common. They all had one theme, a world that had fallen, or was in the process of falling. Governments around the world speculated that the gates were connected to the records of a lost world, or a post-apocalyptic world, and on rare occasions, survivors would cross over. Not just humans, but elves, dwarves, and other fantasy races. People started calling those who crossed over from the other world survivors. But it was a Black Grade Gate. Is it possible for a person to survive there? He's actually right in front of us. Given his extraordinary strength, it doesn't seem impossible. It's also odd that they're arguing about common sense after the apparition of the gates. 30 years ago there was a cataclysm with monsters bursting out of cracks they'd never seen before. More than half of humanity has died. The land has been poisoned, and cities have been destroyed. Luckily, the mana-blessed beings commonly referred to as the awakened hunters appeared, and humanity survived, but there was still so much they didn't know about the gate. Survivors, unlike the awakened hunters, were innate mana users, and having survived the fallen world, many of them were as strong as or stronger than the hunters. However, they also have a high opinion of themselves, and their culture and lifestyle are vastly different, making it difficult for them to integrate into the modern world. The people of the 20th Empire, the sages of the forest, and the masters of the underground dungeons must have lived a life completely alien to modern civilization. Therefore, the government has a policy of treating the survivors with the utmost respect and accommodating their wishes. We have to bring him in. He's a very powerful man. Yes. Unconditionally. Even an A-ranked hunter would have to risk his life against an archdemon. Aside from the Chaos Lords, the archdemons are the strongest monsters, but Leon defeated one in a single blow. There have been hunters who have repelled them, but none who have overwhelmed them. Even the survivors were afraid of the archdemons and could not overpower them like Leon. Regardless of their strength, survivors have emerged from all over the world. Many from cultures completely alien to Earth. At least royalty, judging by the way he called himself. Investigators should proceed with caution. I think we might be able to talk to him. You have reason to believe that? Because I sensed it in his voice. He seems nice. Hari hadn't forgotten the warm tone in the man's voice as he pulled her to her feet. A man like that, who looked at the courageous with a praising and compassionate gaze. How could he not be good? You lowly thing. How dare you sully the name of the glorious Lionheart? Boom. The desk collapses with a single punch and the shockwave shatters the reinforced glass that protects against even monster attacks. Beyond the shattered magic mirror, a brilliant blonde man bellowed at the investigator. I thought you said you were stuck in cultural differences? Leon felt a sense of strangeness when he returned to Earth after 300 years. He had been a poor orphan who had died of overwork in his 20s. After his reincarnation, He had been a knight and king of a kingdom for more than 100 years, and he had hunted demons for 200 years after the demons invaded the world. That was over 300 years ago, so he was lucky to have even a faint memory of it. The problem is, even if he compared that faint memory, the Earth is a different place now. Hello, Leon Dragonia. Lionheart? They called him a survivor, which meant there were others like him. It wouldn't do any good to reveal that I'm from Earth. Being from Earth, while it might make for an unusual resume, didn't do him many favors. After all, wouldn't a 300-year-old Night King from another world be much better than a young man in his 20s who had just died of overwork? After all, he had been a knight and a king for so long. Call me your majesty, commoner. Yes, yes, your majesty. The investigator bowed and complied with Leon's insistence. Either the investigator was a gentleman, or the government was taking a cautious approach to the survivors. You made contact with our hunters in that black gate. Your majesty's world, and slayed all those demons? Yes, the demons he had slain last night were the last demonic energy he could feel in the world. They had been marked by Ariana, the goddess of light, with the last of her power. I forgot. What? This king has upheld the honor of knighthood by destroying the demons, and I hereby appoint you as my temporary scribe to record this honorable event. The investigator, looking at him like he was half crazy, muttered her culture difference as he scribbled down Leon's notes. By the way, doesn't this place have any etiquette for serving guests? In other words, it's a more elegant way of asking for a meal. I'm sorry, I'll have your meal ready in a moment. The investigator hurried out the door and ordered a decent takeout meal from his men. Before the food arrived, Leon asked the investigator a question. You, commoner, you shall reveal to me the information of this world. What world is this? Leon asks him. Even though he knows about Earth, what he wants is not the Earth he knew, but the Earth after he disappeared. What the hell happened to the Earth of the 21st century? Oh, right, let me explain. The cataclysm of 30 years ago, the gates and the dungeon breaks, Demon Gate, the Hunters Association. Leon felt that the catastrophes that had struck Earth were similar to those that had struck the Lionheart Kingdom in the other world, a little different. In his kingdom, the demon gates opened immediately since Imperial wizards had made a pact with the demons to open the gates. Countless species of demons poured out of them, and one by one, the nations fell. But Earth was different. Earth was flooded with gates, but they were not invaded by demon gates in the same manner as the other world. Each gate had a concept, and upon entering the gate, there was a system window called Clear Mission, as if testing the planet and strengthening it step by step. While Earth saw the existence of the gates as a disaster, Leon saw it as a testing and strengthening process. And there are other beings like me, survivors also known as otherworlders from beyond the gate. He wondered if they were from Earth like he was, but he was certain that none of them had identified themselves as such. The meal is ready, Your Majesty. An investigator brought the food and Leon's eyes widened at the sight of it. A thick soup, salt and pepper in a whitish broth, and kimchi. For a man who had just finished labor on Earth, Seoleongtang ox bone soup was like soul food. The broth made from the bones of a cow, salt and pepper added at his discretion, airy white rice, and cabbage kimchi. No, but Leon swallowed the saliva that was pooling in his throat. He reminded himself of his position, even though he hadn't tasted Seoleongtang and kimchi in 300 years. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, otherworldly royalty, gent of the gods, guardian of the Holy Grail and master of the Holy Sword and Holy Spear. How could he possibly be interested in the soul food of the common people? Sipping broth and munching on summon noodles is more like royalty. What kind of food is this? It's a dish called Seoleongtang, Your Majesty. It's the soul food of the common people. Leon slammed the desk as if he had been caught red-handed, then stood up and shouted, You lowly thing! How dare you defile the glorious name of Lionheart? Yes, the poor investigator shook his head in disbelief, trembling at Leon's overbearing presence. How can royalty be served commoners' food, and how does your kingdom, the Republic of Korea, treat the royalty of another country like that? Oh, no, not that, Mr. Park Jong-pal, a 42-year-old investigator, having lived his entire life in the Free Republic of Korea, should know how to treat royalty. Why don't you get out of here, you lowlife? Leon chased the investigator away with a shout, and read the common knowledge of Earth that he left behind. During the 300 Years' War, Leon Dragonia Lionheart had slain Chaos Lord Malice, 23 archdemons, and millions of demons. He was a demigod, the guardian of the Grail, an agent of the Pantheon, the lion-hearted king with the heart of a lion, a living saint and wielder of the Holy Sword and Holy Lance, and also the first knight of Ariana, goddess of light and justice. Finally, the former returnee from Earth, who had returned to Earth after a 300-year absence, thought to himself, "This is what happens when you don't have the right faith." It was the duty of royalty to enlighten the foolish commoners. Chapter 4, Survivor. Chapter 4, Survivor. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the third survivor of the Black Gate in 13 years, has left the Hunters Association and the government in a dilemma. Survivors are extremely rare otherworlders from beyond the gate. They live in different cultures and environments, some of which are oppressive or hostile to Earthlings. There are war heroes sealed in ice walls, and vampires who live for eternity, and also descendants of dragons and dwarves who dug underground tunnels and defended fortresses. Not all of them were easy opponents, and each had their own stubbornness, but they tended to be content to accept that their world had ended and to be treated as survivors. Government's policies toward survivors are the same: bring them in somehow. If they can't join the government, resettle them within the country. As survivors of a destroyed world, many were highly skilled in combat, and all had something special to offer. Of course, not all survivors were accepted. Some of the survivors had values that were unacceptable to the current human civilization. The newest survivor among them, Leon, was the type of person they didn't really know how to deal with. What do we do? Do we learn court etiquette or something? I've seen some historical dramas. Kim Jin-soo and Han Hari looked at the survivor and benefactor of their rescue with a confused expression. Leon Dragonia Lionheart claims to be the king of the Lionheart Kingdom and an agent of the gods, a demigod, and an honorable knight. He appears to be a strictly hierarchical figure, as he speaks and acts like a noble. He refuses to eat seollyeongtang and kimchi, saying they are commoners' food. Although he was briefly interested in jjajangmyeon, he refused to eat it, saying it was a lowly dish with ugly soup splashes. They suggested chicken, but he also refused because it's eaten with the hands. He's like a real noble. Yeah? He rejected Earth's food as the food of the common people just by looking at it. As a result, food had to be shipped in from the finest restaurants in the vicinity. Hari, you go first. Me? I don't know etiquette. But he seems to like you a bit. He even complimented you. All he said was that I was brave. Han Hari was brought in to deal with this demanding survivor because of the favorable attention she received from a Leon in the gate. Hari cautiously approaches Leon, who is gracefully slicing the finest T-bone steak and sipping a 93 red wine. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. May I join you while you dine? The swordsman of the hour, sit down. After not being immediately ejected, Hari sighed softly and clenched her fist against the magic mirror for a moment. She was sure her colleagues on the other side were cheering her on. Your Majesty, how do you like your meal? Not bad. The chef put a lot of work into it. I'm so glad you liked it. We committed a mortal sin by serving you dishonorable food. I think you misunderstood. What I've been pointing out to you is the way you've been treating this king. And what does your Majesty mean by that? When royalty meets with representatives of other nations, they should be treated with dignity. It's part of your nation's character. Is that so? Commoners eat as much food as they can carry. They are not so spoiled as to withhold food on the battlefield. But when you stand in front of your men, representing the will of the state, you are expected to show them the proper honor. In other words, the food wasn't the reason for his behavior. Hari honestly wonders if he shouldn't just eat it. But when she thought about it, he was right. Their country wouldn't serve McDonald's Big Macs to a visiting head of state. I see. I apologize for my rudeness due to my short learning curve. Never mind. By the way, what was your name again? Yes. Han Hari. Leon watched as Hari mimicked the clumsy historical drama's behavior and didn't tell her to relax. After all, royalty doesn't take kindly to commoners. I have heard stories of this world. Despite his frustration with the investigators, Leon was diligent in gathering information about this world. The investigators tried to explain as much as they could about the planet and its situation. So Leon had some information. Apparently, this place is under some sort of invasion. Gates also appeared in my world too. Is that so? Gates were a common thread in the survivors' eyewitness accounts. Demons, those particular creatures, also haunt this planet, don't they? Yes. They do. Hari had one mission. First, to get him into the Hunters Association, which is part of the Korean government. And the next best thing was to somehow integrate him into this country called Korea. The appearance of a survivor always attracts the attention of governments, and they'll do anything to integrate him into their ranks. In the 21st century, scouting for survivors is at the center of international espionage. Leon's value as a survivor goes without saying, and his combat prowess was already proven by several association employees. The problem is his insistence on a high-status system and his idiosyncrasies. But he's not that incomprehensible when you actually talk to him. Above all, this person has a strong sense of their own worth. Adopting a high-pressure posture with a stranger from another world is a sign of confidence. Among the survivors, there was a tendency to bend to a certain extent to deal with the nations. They can't defeat a nation as a single person, and they know instinctively that there's no good in turning the nation against them. But this man, Leon, is the epitome of pride and self-respect. He boldly demands what he doesn't know and insists that what he needs be given to him immediately, and since he's the last of the noble class, so he's bound to be imposing in his dealings with everyone. I beg your pardon, your majesty, but if it pleases you, the government of the Republic of Korea will accept your position. What does that mean? Hari slowly laid out the options for him. Become a hunter for the country or settle down and find another path. Either way, the society would provide support for the survivor, especially if he became a hunter for the country, emphasizing that the support would be enormous. The higher-ups in the organization don't know about Leon's value yet, but once they do, they'll be happy to bring him to Korea. This place is being invaded by evil races, and as an honorable knight I must fight back. As long as I am settled in your world, I'm obligated to go to the battlefield. I see. Hari's face brightened. He had more sense than I thought, didn't he? Many of the survivors had refused to enter the gates, either because of the demons or because of the gate. They said they had no obligation to get involved in another world's fight. Yet they took every cent of the survivor resettlement money they could get. At least this one didn't seem to be that unscrupulous. Then, if you join our Hunters Association. No. A king cannot enter in the army of another king. Huh? What does that mean? Hari looked puzzled. In his own mind, Leon didn't think it was in his best interest to join the government. But if he was saying that, didn't that mean he would also refuse to join another hunters guild? I'll establish a new order of knights in this world. Hari could only nod at Leon's ambitious declaration. This is a weird situation. Synthesizing Leon's story, Kim Jin-soo scratched his head. Still, Hari had a positive assessment. Not bad, isn't it? At least he's willing to fight. Yeah? But he doesn't look like he's trying to leave the country. Survivors in Leon's condition are rare, even among the entire survivor population. He's strong enough and willing to enter the gates, and he's not hostile to the current world. Being a human in a caste system is a flaw, but it doesn't mean he's acting out of character. Still, I was appalled when he said he had to meet the president. You didn't agree, did you? I didn't want to cross swords with him since he can put his sword into subspace and summon it at will. He doesn't even have a subspace pouch. So how does that work? If some random survivor swings a sword at the president, it would be a national disaster. What are you going to do? We'll support him as much as we can. That was the conclusion of the association's meeting. Buy his favor and help him settle in the country as much as possible. For them, it was worth it, even if it meant an astronomical budget. In Korea, the government is too weak. It's all because of the big guilds who only care about money and power. Korea's deep-rooted ills were still making the country sick. By the way, before we entered the Black Gate, hasn't there been a Scarlet Gate recently, up in the Hunan Plains? Yes, the Firebird Guild picked it up. I hope it goes well. If something happens over there, we're in trouble. After the cataclysm, the world was ravaged by dungeon breaks everywhere. The problem with dungeon breaks isn't just the monsters spilling out. When the cracks in the gates opened, they let out miasma along with the monsters. Miasma is a deadly poison that erodes space and curses the land. The land eroded by miasma had to be cleaned up for at least a year before crops could be planted. In other words, a dungeon break in the granary was deadly enough to make or break the year's farming. The Firebird Guild is still home to S-Class Hunter Leong-won, so even a Scarlet Gate isn't that difficult. Yes. Chief Kim Jin-soo wondered if he should tell Han Hari about the intelligence he had received from the National Intelligence Service. The Firebird Guild had been acting suspiciously lately, ever since they had asked the government for an exemption and been denied. Beep. Huh? At that moment, Kim Jin-soo and Han Hari's phones vibrated with the same timing. An ominous siren sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Hunan Plain Gate dungeon break. All active employees stand by. Seeing the message, the two of them shouted in unison. Firebird Guild, you bastards. They must have thought that being behind the magic mirror wouldn't make them inaudible. But Leon had a clear grasp of the sound from beyond. His blessed body was already beyond human flesh and he was a living saint. In other words, a demigod. They're in trouble. It wasn't the dungeon break that was the problem. It was the fact that the dungeon break happened in the granary. Apparently, when a dungeon break occurs, the land becomes contaminated and crops don't grow. I guess they're not here. With that, Leon was convinced that it was absent from the earth. Bad harvests and bad years are a sure sign. Dimura, are you good? He asked the goddess hidden in my heart. She gladly responded to the agent of the Pantheon. Chapter 5, Divinity 1. Chapter 5, Divinity 1. It's been a week since a gate appeared in the Hunan Plains, responsible for South Korea's rice production. The Scarlet Gate, with an average difficulty of Class A, was supposed to be a breeze to clear when the Firebird Guild won the bid. If only the Firebird Guild had played their cards right. What the hell is going on? Chief Kim Jin-soo and Deputy Han Hari flew straight to the Hunan Plains by helicopter, where they were met by the Firebird Guild's guild leader, Lee Yong-won. Chief Kim. Our rookie Han Hari is also here. Despite the gravity of the situation, he was relaxed. And from the look on his face, the two had a hunch. This guy. On purpose. There was no doubt, the Firebird Guild had deliberately caused the dungeon break by making the gate attack sluggish. They've been asking for an exemption. And now they're doing this. There has been a lot of friction between the association and the Firebird Guild recently. Throughout this year, the Firebird Guild has consistently demanded exemptions for themselves as one of the top 10 guilds in the country. They demanded an exemption of up to 1 trillion won for income generated from gate byproducts, spirit stone income, and monster materials. The reasoning behind the request was to improve the quality of training and increased cost of healing for guild members. The government, which already provides various benefits to large domestic guilds, was reluctant and rejected guild leader Lee Yong-won's request. I thought they'd do something, but how could they do something like this in the midst of the uproar over the Black Gate, which hadn't appeared in 13 years? Damn bastards. What kind of land is the Hunan Plain? And how can you do this when the cleanup of the Naju Plain hasn't even been completed? After the gate incident, the world's food trade routes froze to a standstill. The Great Plains, where the initial response to the gate crisis was slow, were contaminated by miasma, and South Korea was no exception. Korea's so-called Naju granary was contaminated, and the reagents to clean it up were astronomical. If this year's farming in the Hunan Plains is ruined, the country's self-sufficiency in food will be cut in half. Han Hari called out in a panic. Hunter Yong-won, we need to close the gate right now. It's been a week since the break. Any more than that and I know, the rights to the gate go to the winner. But what can we do? Guild leader Yong-won mocked the two with a despicable smile. Since our guild members are injured, it's unlikely that we can close it in this state, so it looks like the Firebird Guild will have to give up the rights to the Hunan Gate! Kim Jin-soo and Han Hari's faces boiled with anger. They both wanted to shake their fists at the bastard in front of them, but he was an S-class hunter. Even his subordinate, Han Hari, an A-rank hunter, couldn't handle him, let alone Kim Jin-soo, a mere B-rank hunter. Bastards. With so many A ranks, you can't close the gate. What do you want to do? What are you trying to say? How did the association deal with the monsters that came out in the first round? And you know that the gate hasn't completely opened yet. The Black Gate hadn't injured any of the people who had been sent in, so the association had some time to spare for the moment. It would be from day 7 to day 10 that the gates with monsters inside would cause dungeon breaks. In other words, the Scarlet Gate of the Hunan Plains hadn't been fully opened yet. Should we take control of the gate right now? No, Mr. Kim, I don't understand why you're doing this. You know that according to the Huntu law, the guild that wins the bid for the gate keeps it until the 8th day. No matter how much the association wanted to, they couldn't forcibly take away a gate that had already been bid on. The Firebird Guild leader was taking advantage of that. We'll try until tomorrow, but we have a lot of injured members, so I don't know if we'll be able to capture it. Bastard. Hanhari cursed uncontrollably, but at her remark, Yong-won smirked and relaxed. It's nice to have an amicable agreement like that, isn't it? The heroes who risk their lives to defend this country of blue, white, and red can't ask for even the smallest benefits already. You've already received so many grants and tax breaks. The benefits the government gives to the big guilds are not small, but the problem is that they're insatiable pigs. Why don't we go to Japan? They promise to treat us much better than our shitty country! Exclamation mark. Yes, this was the problem. In the global battle of the survivors and awakeners, the wealthier nations tried to recruit high-ranking hunters for their own safety, risking diplomatic friction and scheming. To preserve what little power it had, the Korean government tied up the big guilds with lavish benefits. But even that could only go so far. Don't you have the least bit of patriotism? Even if survival of the fittest is the virtue of this world, shouldn't there be at least a minimum of conscience and justice? Patriotism. Justice? Such things have long since gone out of fashion. Don't be childish, my dear Miss Hari. Didn't I tell you at last year's draft that in this world, money and power equal justice? Hari shuddered and swallowed her anger. This was why she joined the Hunters Association. The behavior of the current generation of Korean hunters, who only cared about money and risk, with little regard for the people they harmed. Their lack of humanity, justice and the mockery of anyone who tries to do the right thing was an abhorrent behavior for a young girl who admired heroes and wanted to protect people. But should she admit it, that the world is all about money and power? If she acknowledged this miserable reality, where would she find justice? What shallow and stupid people you are! All eyes turned to the voice from beyond. Your Majesty Leon, do not call the king by his name, woman. Only honorifics are permitted to you. The man who had followed the two hurried travelers to see the world, stood between them, as if he had been listening to the entire conversation. What are you? A European, I suppose? How dare you talk to this king, eh? Lee Yong-won was one of only 20 S-level hunters and the guild leader of the Firebird Guild, one of the 10 largest guilds in Korea. In this day and age, where strength as a hunter translated into power and wealth, no one dared to make fun of him. But, what is it? You bastard! I want you to die! Stop, Hunter Yong-won. He's a survivor. Survivor? At that word, Yong-won's energy subsided. Yes, survivors. They are strangers from a different culture than Earth. Their cultural differences aside, a survivor has great value in and of itself. Not all of them, of course. Yong-won didn't make the foolish mistake of antagonizing a survivor right away. Excuse me, I'm Yong-won of the Firebird Guild. I don't suppose you're the one who came from the Black Gate. The king does not speak twice. Immediately shutting him up, Leon turned to Hanhari and Jinsu. Tell him the problem. What? Don't make me tell you twice. He doesn't know the first thing about gates. Lay out the problem neatly for him. The two men's tempers flared and the survivor was willing to take matters into his own hands. It's a dungeon break. When a dungeon break occurs, the land will be contaminated by the mass release of miasma. If that happens, there's a possibility that the entire Hunan plain will be contaminated. Even now, the miasma that has already spread is contaminating the land. What's the solution? We must use decontamination agents to cleanse the pollution, and clear the dungeon as soon as possible to eliminate the dungeon itself. I understand. It's the polluted land and the expanding gate. Gather your forces. The moment the deadline for the capture of those birds ends tomorrow, I will take matters into my own hands. Are you sure? Leon was an S-class hunter at the very least, and when a powerhouse like that offered to help, what fool would refuse? However, first, the two of them could give him anything he wanted. Should they start by getting him a weapon? No. He already has his own sword. He doesn't seem to have any armor, so should they go to an auction or something? But Leon's request was something completely different. A king of another country can't just waltz into someone else's territory. I'll have to get permission from this country's king himself. Yes? No, that's fine. There is due process in all things. Let's send a message to your king. Even the top 10 guilds in the country don't ask the president to show his face. Yong-won thought for a moment. This bastard, isn't he worse than me? This is the president. Fortunately, the president, who was traveling abroad, didn't fly to the Hunan Plains. Leon was relieved to hear that he had gone to ask for assistance with the Black Gate, and settled for a brief phone call to wish him well on his return. Your Majesty. All 50 members of the Hunter Association's official raiding party are ready. Han Hari, Chief Kim Jin-soo, the 50 official raiders for the gate, stood before him, armed to the teeth. Good. Did you say that the legal deadline for those birds ends tomorrow? Oh, yeah? Hari stared at Leon in surprise. His behavior was so unexpected that she had expected the man to just barge through the gate, disregarding legalities. Do you look upon this king as a savage? What? That's not possible. There is a law in civilization called due process. How can I be an honorable knight if I don't obey the laws of the land? Oh, the association staff exclaimed in admiration as Leon swept them off their feet, displaying his natural command. What more can I ask of you than that? Have you prepared? At that, Hari and the others couldn't shake their suspicious glances. Your Majesty. Speak. You said to prepare, and I have. But what do you intend to use these for? Leon ordered them to make 100 rice straw dolls. Our precious land has been polluted, and we must cleanse it. What? In all, more than 100 straw dolls were made by the association's staff, who hurriedly traveled around the city asking women who had given birth to make them. Are those the wives who made the dolls? Yes, sir. At dawn, more than 100 women who had been urgently requested by the association's staff and the city office were lined up. The women ranged in age from young to middle-aged to octogenarians. Show me the dolls you have made. Some of the women struggled with the command, but the reward offered by the association encouraged them to be generous. Leon began to inspect the straw puppets the women had made. This is ridiculous. To think of calling these metaphysical monoliths dolls. HMPH. The first straw doll was tossed aside. Ho ho. This one. Do you like it? Your Majesty? It's like a living doll. It's not that well made. I'd rather choose self-destruction soon than live in such an ugly form. The second, third, and 20th dolls were thrown out. It was Han Hari's turn. Did you participate too? Oh, yes. I'm good with my hands, so I'm good at making dolls. Hari's puppet was certainly convincing. Despite being made of straw, it was nicely shaped and decorated. I'm surprised you've ever given birth. What? Oh, I'm not married, I'm afraid. I thought it was all right for women. No, you silly thing. The straw doll was brutally torn apart, and the wind whipped it away. After such a harsh criterion, Leon's eyes were drawn to an old woman. Excellent. How many children have you given birth to, madam? 12. So young, so patriotic, and so full of life. Do you have any plans for future children? I'm a widow. Hee. If you're as full of life as you are, I'm sure you'll be able to remarry. You're still young, so give it a good 10 years. I'll search first. Normally, I would send a knight to personally deliver a plaque and gift to a woman who has borne more than 10 children, but forgive me if this is not possible. Leon kissed the back of the old woman's hand and placed the straw doll on the altar. The conditions are met. Leon reached into his subspace and pulled out something. As the subspace opened, a goblet appeared in his palm. It was an old goblet, faded and cracked in places, but no one could take their eyes off it. It was as if some divine energy flowed through it. You are the mother of the bountiful land. May the children of the earth dwell in the dolls of the harvest offered to you. The goblet was filled with water, and when the self-filled goblet was placed before the altar, a strange thing happened. The water in the goblet boiled over and gushed out as if it were regurgitated and entered the straw doll. What the hell is going on? The staff of the association, the ladies who made the straw dolls, and the guild members of the Firebird Guild couldn't take their eyes off what was happening in front of them. The sun was rising and the red glow colored the clouds as the day was about to begin again. But on this day, May 24, 2032, the sunset will mark a special beginning for the entire world. Lionheart, my child. The straw doll rises as the divine doll speaks with a benevolent voice. Greetings to Mother Earth Dimara, goddess of life and fertility. Divinity has descended upon the earth. Chapter 6, Divinity, 2. Chapter 6, Divinity, 2. Hello, it's been a while since I turned on the stream. This is Mr. Park, a farmer from Jeolla province. What are you doing at this time? When are you going to post traditional content? Farmer Park was a farmer who was also a part-time YouTuber. He is a typical local YouTuber who combines his job with farming, showing rural life such as farming content, frog eating, and wild boar hunting. He was here to see his neighbor Kim's rice field, which he said was recently disrupted by the appearance of the gate. Didn't I mention in the community that Mr. Kim's field is affected by the gate? You did. The Firebird Guild won the bid. Mr. Kim set up a table for the Firebird Guild hunters to eat and drink to make things right. Oh, but I heard that the dungeon break happened. Mr. Park's son-in-law, the Firebird Guild with an S rank Yon 1 and multiple A ranks couldn't clear a Scarlet Gate. Bullshit. The viewers' reactions made Mr. Park feel resentful, as he had seen Mr. Kim, the owner of the field, cry unwillingly when he saw the field contaminated by the miasma. Park didn't know much about the hunters, but he knew that Firebird was a famous guild and that they were very good. Still, the dungeon break happened, and Kim's fields were still being contaminated by miasma. It was the farmer's worst fear since the cataclysm 30 years ago. I swear to God, he says, even the people from the association are here, and they're freaking out. All my rice is rotten because it was contaminated by miasma. Mr. Park zoomed in on the camera footage, showing the contaminated land and the association staff confronting the Firebird Guild. It wasn't just the rice that was rotting, but the skeletal remains strewn about, suggesting the remains of skeletons. Really? If it's spreading like wildfire in Hunan, it must be an early harvest this year. But no news. Isn't it fucked up? At least they've increased farming subsidies because food self-sufficiency is down. What's the point of more subsidies? I don't have any land to farm. The answer is smart farms. By Dujung Future Food Now. Worms out. After that, Mr. Park continued to take videos around the gate. Although the gate was cordoned off, Park was lucky enough to be spotted wandering among the crops, and the viewers' reactions became more serious. Oh, there's a foreigner. Then, a blonde man walked into his camera and the viewers raised questions. Who is this foreigner? Is he from the Firebird Guild? He's poorly equipped for such a thing. He's not even wearing any gear. Then he's an association employee? There are no Europeans in the association, but he's very handsome. Aren't there many women over there? They're all carrying something. Zoom in on the Mr. Park. Park saw the altar and the straw puppets. Are they doing a ritual? It's not uncommon to see people doing rituals on the land contaminated by miasma. They hope it will cleanse the land. But in the end, the only way to cleanse it is to inject the reagent in time. Is that blonde guy some kind of mage? No, he doesn't look like a mage at all. Mr. Park was strangely uneasy about the man. It's not just his appearance, and even though he was being filmed from a distance, the living saint's radiance exuded an air of nobility. He instinctively felt a sense of authenticity that he doesn't get from the upper class and actors he often sees on TV or the internet. The modern aristocracy may be high achievers and entrepreneurs, but their elegance and pedigree can't replicate the real thing. Then, in the next moment, Mr. Park, a farmer, witnesses a moment that will change his life. Leon is the first knight of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. All the previous Lionheart kings of the divine knightly kingdom of Lionheart were Ariana's first champions in her service, but in the kingdom of Lionheart, where harmony with and service to the gods is a virtue, some gods are essential to the faith, so naturally the Lionheart kings are also their champions. Lionheart, my child. Greetings to you, Dimara, goddess of life and fertility. Leon did the courtesy of dropping to one knee, offering his respect and reverence to the crested figure. Dimara's stature in the pantheon is high. She is the embodiment of all life and the goddess of abundance. As everyone struggled to understand the voice that echoed from the straw doll, Dimara, the god within the straw doll, spoke. This new land is also being invaded by evil. The land is polluted. Yes, evil species exist in this land. But I fear that the absence of divinity and the lowly pigs will stain the eyes of the goddess. Leon's first emotion upon returning to Earth was disappointment. Being an awakened or a survivor is secondary. He had only a faint memory of the 20 years he had been alive. However, when he returned, he found himself faced with the domination of a guild and an incompetent government, which was both pathetic and sad. Ignorance and greed are not necessarily sins. Such is the nature of mortal life. What do you intend to do about it? I don't like it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive out the legitimate rule. This land elects its leaders through the pathetic means of voting, but that's the way it's supposed to be, and that's the way it is. It was the only reason he recognized the president's authority. The incompetence of a man who can't handle a bunch of knife wielders is appalling, but the right to rule is sacred, and he intends to follow due process. I will establish parallels between rights and duties on this earth. Then I will teach the ignorant and guide them on the right path. Earth, his home, where power and money have become justice, was a land devoid of divinity above all else. Leon will build a new pantheon on this land. He would restore the gods of the now defunct pantheon and create a new order of holy knights. To do this, he would need faith, countless followers, priests, and true believers to worship in the Great Hall. Oh, don't you have a favor to ask of this mother? Dimura read Leon's intentions and smiled. He was no longer a champion of light and justice alone. When the gods of the pantheon chose the Grail Keeper, Leon, as their vessel, and decided to put all of their divinity into the pantheon within his heart. The gods staked everything on Leon. They trusted him to slay the hordes of evil and survive to the end. He did so admirably for 200 years, and then saw his chance in a new land. So the gods of the Great Hall will grant him whatever he wishes. They will trust the greatest knight of all time to uphold their honor and sanctity. Yes, Dimura, the free peoples of this land are suffering from a foul influence called miasma. Please heal and cleanse this land, though it is not your will. Dimura, the straw doll, had divinity at her fingertips. It was a small blessing, nothing compared to the faith of so many, but in a land where faith is absent, it would be a great miracle. You are my priest and our champion. The earth of this world might not be this mother's flesh, but if you spread my divinity and replace this barren land with my flesh, everything on this earth will be your ally. The land is infused with divinity. A living saint, a demigod, the Lionheart King. And the Mother of Life blesses the land. The earth is life. It is the source of life and the beginning of a world of abundance. The divinity of the earth, with its infinite energy, created a marvelous sight. The earth, contaminated with miasma, rotted, and the rice that had come in was destroyed, but the unforgiving divinity sprouted new life. At the same time, neither the contaminated soil nor the rotten rice could stop their growth, for the saint's hand had fulfilled the rightful duty of all life rooted in the earth. Leon said to all those who watched from afar, "See and realize, you uneducated and ignorant humans, this is the world with the divine." The procession of rice rose like gold while trembling hands and mouths clasped together at the miracle of life that had come forth from the polluted earth. Be fruitful and multiply. It is the rightful duty of the living, and this bountiful land is a testament to the covenant to all eternity. Han Hari, Kim Jinsu and the rest of the staff of the Hunter Association were dumbfounded by the miracle that was unfolding before their eyes. How could a miasma pollute the land? How can life not grow in a polluted land? All of their questions led to one conclusion: a malevolent force beyond the comprehension of human common sense or technology was at work to ravage the world. Crops cannot grow on contaminated land. Cleanup efforts are possible, but they are offset by a significant investment of precious hunter mana. You can't grow crops on land contaminated with miasma. That's modern common knowledge, and why modern humans cling desperately to printed cultures and palm farms. As more and more land becomes contaminated because of the dungeon breaks, humanity's food self-sufficiency rate will plummet. What there? Hari and Kim Jinwoo couldn't believe their eyes at what they were seeing as the golden crops on the ground swayed gently in the wind. The golden fields on the ground shone brilliantly, as if the fact that they had just been contaminated was a lie. Chief, this is real rice. I see it too. The rice grew in an instant, but it's not just the Hunters Association that is horrified. So was the leader of the Firebird Guild, Leong Won, who was trying to intimidate the Hunter Association by polluting the land. Ha! You don't realize that crops grown by magic are poisonous. Yong Won had a point. Ever since the cataclysm, mankind had been researching ways to grow crops with magic. However, the enchanted crops were inedible to ordinary humans and acted as toxins. What an ignorant thing to say. This is a crop blessed by the gods themselves. How can you judge it as poison? It's just a straw doll. I forgive ignorance only once. Do not defile the goddess with your light tongue. There was something powerful and submissive about Leon's words. Above all, the implicit wariness he felt toward the survivors kept him from acting in vain. Shit, I shouldn't be doing this. The Hunan plane was a hostage, and just as the association had suspected, the Firebird Guild had deliberately induced a dungeon break. The top 10 Korean guilds still receive countless benefits, but they wanted more, and the centerpiece was the exemption for dungeon byproducts. Right now, they want an exemption worth 1 trillion won a year, but they're only going to get bigger and bigger, eventually demanding a complete exemption. In the end, if you scare the government with the excuse of dungeon break, the government will have no choice but to accept it, even if it means protecting the country and its people. But it was all ruined by one survivor, and Yong-won wanted to say something. "Let's check it out," he said. "I think it needs to be verified for the safety of the people who will be eating that rice." His intentions aside, the argument was true. Crops grown with magic are inedible to normal humans. So, of course, it needed to be tested. "I'll lend you my guild's appraiser. I'm curious to see what you've grown in 1 second. Yong-won smiled his trademark mean smile and waited for the results, looking forward to the moment when he could unmask that shameless stranger. If the crops showed even a trace of magical energy, he would call him a fraud. "Go and check it, quick. Quick! Our guild's appraisers are excellent." Just as Yong-won was expecting the appraiser's mouth to say that people couldn't eat this rice, the appraiser's mouth, which was covered in cold sweat, finally dropped. "The appraisal result is rare, huh? Every single rice grade is rare." Chapter 7, Divinity, 3. Chapter 7, Divinity, 3. Since Cataclysm, item appraisers have been one of the most important support classes. While there are only a few appraisal skills, if an appraiser's level is low, they can often miss an item's stats or fail to interpret a special ability. In that sense, it's no exaggeration to say that Firebird Guild's appraiser Kang Sun-woo is one of the best appraisers in the country. As he appraises the miraculous rice in front of him, he is both thrilled and disappointed with the results. Their rice that was forced to grow by magic has toxins and is inedible for humans. Even hunters have to wash their stomachs after eating it a few times. That's how nature works. It demanded due process, and it needed time. Even with the development of things like printed food and palm farms, they can't completely replace the existing food system. So it's easy to be overwhelmed by the golden field and disappointed by the results. Let's get started. He stacks the rice and begins to analyze it, his eyes glowing with magic and revealing one element after another. Results. Blessed rice. Rating, rare. Description: rice blessed with the divine power of goddess Dimara, the goddess of life and fertility, alleviates grade 3 diseases and if consumed continuously, there is a high probability of being cured. He panted, checking the message in front of him. With the advent of potions and elixirs after the cataclysm, recovery items, diseases, and injuries had also begun to be graded intuitively. Grade 3 diseases included most neurological conditions and even early-stage cancers. This rice cures cancer? All of this rice? Isn't that better than the expensive cures in the tower? The test results are in. He couldn't wait to introduce this amazing miracle crop to everyone. The appraisal result is rare. Each and every one of these rice is a rare grade. Everyone was stunned by Kang's words, and some didn't understand what he was talking about. It sounded too unrealistic. But when he said that this rice can even cure cancer, everyone's minds were blown. Is it true? It's true. Hari couldn't keep her mouth shut, but she turned to Leon, who was talking to a straw puppet imbued with Dimara's divinity, as if he didn't need to listen. "Your Majesty, insolence, this king, a priest, is talking to a goddess." "I'm sorry, I have committed a sin worthy of death." "It's all right. How can a mere mortal know how to treat a goddess?" The voice was merciful, like when she heard Leon's voice at the Black Gate, and it had encouraged her. And she felt warm inside just hearing it. "Since Dimara says so, I will forgive you this one time." "Yes." She bowed her flat head and looked at the two of them. The straw doll was becoming limp. "I think I've done my part now, and I'll go back to sleep. Thank you." "The grace of the earth mother goddess, I will always swallow it sweetly." This mother has one last nagging word. The divine voice sounded strained, as if it had suddenly lost its strength, inhabiting the doll. She spoke to her champion one last time. "Don't go off and starve." With that, the straw doll collapsed and Leon closed his eyes and reflected on the Earth Mother's grace. After what seemed like an eternity, the flat-faced Hari cautiously raised her head. Your Majesty, what is this? Divinity. Divinity. What do you mean? Are there no gods in this world? Hari didn't know how to answer Leon's question. Of course there are religions on Earth. Jehovah, Allah, Buddha. Isn't Buddha a god? Whatever, religion exists, but she'd be careful about saying that God exists. Sure, religious people will say that God exists, but whether they can prove that God is real, as they just witnessed, is another matter. The gods of Earth's religions claim to be real only in their doctrines, not in their miracles, as Leon demonstrated. Well, I don't know. This is divinity, a pantheon of burdens. The right life and world is one of harmony with the divine, and you earthlings should follow suit. Hari wondered if that was even possible. The Earth was already in the grip of the established religions. Their exclusivity toward other religions is understandable. Even relatively mild-mannered Protestants enter other people's temples on fictional holidays, trampling on the ground and desecrating shrines. But what's in front of them was a real God demonstrating a miracle. Hari feels a strange sense of trust in this strange, anachronistic king. Could they really have brought someone so extraordinary through the gates that he would change the world? Cut the rice. Bow in gratitude to Demura and let the crop fulfill its rightful role. Leon had them cook rice from the blessed rice that sprouted in the middle of the Hunan Plains. There were 3 hours left before the Firebird Guild's right to capture the Hunan Plains gate expired. No way. Kim Jin-soo swallowed hard as he looked at the system message that flashed before his eyes. Cooked blessed rice. The fact that steaming white rice appeared in the awakened system window was bizarre, but the information the appraisal showed was shocking. -100 health regeneration per minute. -50 mana regeneration per minute. Duration, 8 hours. Crazy. He couldn't believe that rice gave a buff, and even then, the effect was massive. This is almost like a passive buff. This was exactly what he expected from a 3 million won per bottle potion that didn't perform horribly for the price. Hari approached with a mouthful of pork belly on air rice. Eat and tell me how you feel. Hari swallowed hard and finally spoke. Chief, this is awesome. What is it? It stacks. What? Kim Jin-soo's ears perked up. I'm just curious. Have you ever eaten bugs that grew in a rice field besides rice? Worms? Quick! How could she think of eating a worm? I ate them and they nested. Really? Kim Jin-soo was dumbfounded, but he looked toward the rice paddies. Not only rice grows in the paddy field. There are earworms that nibble on the growing rice and insects that feed on it. If that blessing is an area-wide blessing for the entire land, it wouldn't be strange if all life was blessed, not just the rice. Greed burned in the eyes of the hunters who were about to enter the gate. They risked their lives to capture the gate, and although government hunters were given a minimal amount of enhancements, it was minimal. For a salaryman, a few million won in enhancements is a last resort, but now there were free buffs everywhere. It was like eating bugs. Come on, get one more. Hunters armed with armor and swords scrambled through the rice paddies. It stacks up to 3 times the momentum of the association hunters soared before the raid. Guild leader. Are you okay? The vice guild leader looked at Leon Won and asked as everything was disrupted by the appearance of the survivor named Leon. Of course he couldn't be okay. The Firebird Guild had deliberately induced the dungeon break, and they were prepared to bleed. As a top 10 guild, they couldn't be openly hostile, but they were likely to be treated differently than other top 10 guilds. In particular, they would be excluded from the most lucrative high-grade Scarlet Gates and above for the time being. Damn it, where did that bastard come from? Yongwon glared at Leon, who was still meditating with his eyes closed. It's him. That survivor ruined everything. If it weren't for him, the crippled government would have been forced to give in to our demands. He wished that Leon would die in the gate. Huh? Suddenly, Yongwon remembered the gate he had been wandering around for days. HMPH. This isn't so bad. Vice Guild leader, don't worry about it, but we have a gate to close at the end. That's right. I was a bit out of shape in the middle, but the Vice Guild leader who had attacked the Scarlet Gate with him had the same expression on his face when he read Yongwon's intentions. There's only one A-rank hunter, huh? If so, the result was obvious. That gate boss would never be defeated by the Hunter Association's floaters. But if there's a survivor of that, he's a tough nut to crack. Even for me, he's a buffer, with a blessing on the land. They say he's the king, so he can't be much of a fighter. Either way, the conclusion is the same. Gate strategies are not for nothing. You need to understand the concept of the gate and prepare accordingly. They will never be able to defeat the boss of that gate, and if they can't defeat the boss, they can't close the gate. 2 twisted smiles greeted the association raiders as they departed in search of a way to die. Leon had a vague idea of what a gate capture was. Every gate revolves around a mission, and by clearing that mission, you can close the gate. That is, get rid of the gate. Most of them have a boss mob. No, a boss, and defeating it will often close the gate. A diary of boss encounters. I like that. Hari didn't know how to answer, so she remained silent. I've heard that those birds have been attacked before, but there are quite a few monsters, aren't there? Leon said, looking at Kim Jin-soo and the association hunters fighting at the front as skeletons had been charging at them from the gate, armed with swords and shields. That's a feature of this gate. A feature? Yes. In most gates the total number of monsters can be reduced, but in special cases, such as skeletons, zombies, demons. They respawn indefinitely as long as the boss monster remains intact. I see, so it will only end when the boss is defeated. I understand. Hari guessed that this was a command gate and that there would be a commander controlling the skeletons. Kim Jin-soo thought so too, and as a rule of thumb, the odds were in their favor. If there's a high probability, does that mean that other things will appear with a low probability? Yes. For example, a very powerful commander. Just as Hari was about to explain more, K-2-2-2-2-2-2-2-2-2-I. A bizarre ringing sound that seemed to tear at the eardrums was heard. What? Chief Kim Jin-soo and Deputy Hari turned pale. The other association hunters did the same. Leong-won, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you tell me that? Dungeon break begins. You are sentenced to death. The time limit for all life within the gate begins. Commander Knight Dillahan advances with his army. Defeat Commander Dillahan. Time remaining 3 hours 00 minutes. From the beginning of the dungeon break, the entire army has begun to march toward the capture point. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Chivalry 1. Kim Jin-soo, party leader and tank of the raiding party, swallowed hard as he looked at the swarming skeleton army. That's a lot of them. Chief, do we distribute potions? Distribute as much as we can. Unlike the private hunter guilds that invested lavishly in gate capture, the association's raiding party had limited resources and budget. They didn't have enough of the short-term buff potions that a hunter guild would have invested in, or the life-saving recovery potions that a hunter guild would have. After all, the Hunters Association was part of the government, and as a national organization, it was difficult to spend more than the set budget. It's a good thing they're a bunch of bones. Still, don't let your guard down. Even a blind sword could cut you. Skeletons are the easiest of the undead to deal with since their strength comes from their muscles, and hunters who have awakened their powers could tip the scales. But as long as they're alive, the basics remain the same. Skeletons don't have a single muscle since they are animated by the power of thought or magic. Their basic power also varies, so beware of the skeleton archer who shoots blind arrows or the occasional skeleton mage. Chief Kim called out to his men, Deputy Sa, Deputy Park, the two tanks, fall back, and join Deputy Han and Dealer Han in the reserve. They were the youngest and most talented members of the party. With them in reserve, Jin-soo searched for any possible skeleton mages. Man sick. How many archers and mages do they have? 30 archers and 2 mages right now. The ones with long-range skills will take care of them first, and the ones with shields will stop them from coming in. I trust you, assholes. Before he could finish, the skeleton army charged, and as the mass of bones clashed, Kim felt the heaviness of his shield. It's heavier than I thought. I guess the Scarlet Gate is different after all. But it's not something he, a B-rank tanker, can't handle. With his remaining hand, he blocked the skeleton warrior in front of him, and with the other, he crushed its skull with his warhammer. Wham! An arrow flew between the skeleton's ribs, but as his shield was a little too long it almost hit his knee. What the hell? A skeleton archer can snipe. Chief Kim was momentarily stunned. But then he shouted as he hit a new skeleton. Archers, wizards, hurry up and shoot those bastards. Sorry. In retaliation, the association hunters sniped the skeleton archers one after another. As the skeleton archers fell one after another with their skulls pierced, they smiled in conviction. Goo-oo-oo. A magic circle was drawn to the front and the skeleton mages had used magic. Damn. There's not a single mage on this side. But those skeletons over there have mages. Skeleton mages usually command a high ransom. Chief Kim swallowed the woes of his impoverished organization and shouted, I'm here. His voice was enchanted and the threat rate instantly rose as the eyes of the skeleton mages turned towards him. The spell that was about to land in the middle of the party was twisted and directed at Chief Kim. Kwalung. Boom. Thunder crashed from the magic circle and struck Chief Kim directly, but he held on. Chief. It's okay. It's just a sting. This armor is expensive. At that moment, a shadow fell over him and he was met with a gaze. a head resting on the waist, a headless knight and a huge war horse. All of them were staring at him. Dillahun. The moment his paralyzed body failed to react, the headless knight, along with his giant war horse, rushed forward and slammed into Chief Kim. Huh? Chief Kim was thrown back with a bang as voices could be heard calling out to him, but they were quickly replaced by screams. Dillahun, the headless knight and boss of this dungeon, had gone on a rampage with his giant sword. Quack. What great sword? What the hell are you doing? Block the opening. A gap opened up behind the devastating cavalry charge and skeletons tumbled through the gap. Skeletons are nothing to be afraid of, since a properly organized party of D-rank hunters can handle them. On the contrary, the moment they become most deadly is when they get into a scuffle. Unless you crush their skulls, the skeletons, which can only move with their knuckles, will tangle with your allies. Chief Kim, Hanhari and the party, who were standing by in reserve, looked anxiously at the collapsing front. What can we do? We have to go save him, Deputy Han. They had to save them, but Hanhari naturally sent her gaze to Leon, who was waiting behind her. If this self-proclaimed Lionheart King who had slain even that archdemon. Your Majesty, please support us. Everyone's gaze naturally turned to Leon. However, even with those gazes, Leon only stared coldly. A king doesn't take the lead in a small fight like this. What do you mean? You should find a way to bring honor to me, not make me move my jade body for a bunch of insignificant bones. The Night King did not draw his sword, genuinely disgusted with the group. It's a disgrace to the goddess that my sword should touch such undead drags. It disgusts me to even look at them. What the hell, really? But Hari recognized that this man has no intention of acting, as his gaze remains fixed on the headless knight with interest. Deputy Han, what are we going to do? Ah, damn it. Reserves move. Hari drew her sword. The allies tangled with the skeletons are in danger. But the most dangerous is Dillahun, rampaging in the middle of the formation. I'll take care of the boss. You guys support Chief Kim and our allies. Using the skeleton as a stepping stone, she leaps into the air and reaches Dillahun in a flash. But Dillahun had eyes on the back of his head, and his great sword moved behind his back, blocking Hari's blade. You blocked this? The ambush was foiled in an instant. It was a lost cause, but there was always next time. Hari spun around and slashed at Dillahunn's chest, but his armor blocked the blow, leaving only a scratch. Alas. I should have bought a more expensive sword. It was the best weapon she could get on a limited budget, but the dungeon boss's armor was heavier and harder than she thought. For now, Hari was satisfied that she had drawn Dillahunn's attention to herself, and Dillahun was pulling on the reins of his horse, minding his own business. Unlike when he had been cutting through the formation. Come on, the reins are yanked in response to the taunt, and the slight distance between them is enough for Dillahun to launch his most daring cavalry charge yet. With a thud, Dillahun slams into Hari, and it was a charge that would blow away even the B-rank tanker, Kim Jin-soo. The dizzying impact is transmitted to her. Bang! But flames erupted at the moment of collision and cushioned the impact of the charge. Hari smirks at Dillahun, who realizes that this is no ordinary flame. I'm sorry, but my skill range is too big. As if she had been waiting for this moment, flames erupted from her sword. The flames, generated by her magic, quickly grew into a great fire that engulfed Dillahun. Gao! A scream rang out from the burning Dillahun, but without stopping, Hari pierced the flaming Dillahun head. Bang! Hari was confident that the blow would bring her victory, but it only made a very light sound, as if the attack had hit steel. You blocked it with the side of your great sword in that situation? Ho ho! Someone exclaims, and a fist flies through the flames. Rolling on the ground from the blow, Hari didn't understand how her attack didn't have any effect. Just then, the hunters rushed to her aid, but their attacks were no match for Dillahunn's swordsmanship. He lightly swings his man-sized great sword, blocking the blows and using the momentum to strike back. It's a necessary choice to protect his head, which is his fatal weakness, but Dillahunn's ability to overwhelm the hunters with such a small penalty is awe-inspiring. Using his pure swordplay, he dominated the hunters. Excellent. It was then that a raspy voice echoed throughout the dungeon, and all eyes turned to the blonde man behind them. He was called the Headless Knight and despised by Leon as an undead. Leon had always despised them. From bony soldiers, to ghouls, to corpse golems, to death knights, there is no honor or glory in raising the dead and using them as meat shields. Those that have lost the skill of the living, and are driven by strength and magic alone, are no match for a holy knight. I was mistaken. That's not just any undead. Leon had faced countless undead, but none of them were as skilled with a sword as that one. Those moves were impossible for an undead. How could a creature perform such a sophisticated swordplay? Excellent. And so he decided to fight. When you see a great knight, how honorable is it to defeat him? His raspy voice drew everyone's attention, even the skeletons. First, let me apologize for my shallow eyes that mistook such a fine knight as yourself for an undead. Dillahunt stopped swinging his sword at Hari and listened to his voice. Your swordsmanship is excellent, despite being one-handed. Your use of strategy and tactics is also superb, so you must have been a renowned knight in your day. As he was talking to a dungeon boss and the hunters paused at the absurdity of the situation. Very well, I, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, King of the Lionheart, authorize you to speak your name. Speak your name. Dillahunt didn't answer because Dillahunts have no vocal cords and Leon had no means to communicate with him. Understanding that, Leon nodded. I see. You are excused. I regret that I do not know your name, but let us leave that to the tragedies of the battlefield. No, your majesty. What if you're talking to the real boss? Hari wanted to say but couldn't get the words out, so Leon continued to speak in his way, much to the amusement of the hunters. Nameless knight, I grant you the right to challenge this Lionheart King to a duel. A duel? No, not even a duel. But the right to apply for one to a monster? It was unprecedented in the history of the gate, but he didn't stop there. There is no need to hurt the soldiers of both sides. Let's end this fight with an honorable duel between two knights. Everyone swallowed hard when he said that. Nod. It worked. For the first time ever a dungeon boss accepted Hunter's challenge to a duel. No. The hunters hadn't even requested a one-on-one duel in the first place, but that wasn't the end of the story. However, it appears that the king does not have the steed necessary to fight as a knight. Due to circumstances, I am unable to obtain a horse at this time. That is clearly this king's fault. But so what should he do? Knight, for the sake of your honor, why don't you get off your horse and fight me fair and square? The boss isn't an idiot. Why would he get off his horse? Dismount. He was getting off. Hari and the hunter's jaws dropped as the headless rider, charging on his horse and wielding a great sword larger than a man, dismounted of his own accord for a showdown between righteous knights. The hunters were dazed as they watched him approach Leon. Chapter 9. Chapter 9 Chivalry 2. As Dillahunt dismounted, Leon realized he had been right. Indeed, an honorable knight. Leon summoned a sword from thin air, an iron blade worn but strong. He wore no armor since the armor forged by Hito, the god of iron and smiths, had crumbled after so many years of war. Leon looked at Dillahunt, who held a great sword in one hand and clasped his head around his waist, and offered a word of consideration. You can put your head down. Your swordsmanship, by nature, is two-handed. A true duel is not complete unless you use both hands. Your majesty. Just then, Hari cautiously approached. What is it? That Dillahunt, he won't die unless his head is cut off. So, how the hell are you supposed to defeat Dillahunt without cutting off his head? It doesn't matter. It's a knight's honor to fight to the death. No, so he won't die? After thinking about his words, Dillahunt left his head to the skeletons and gripped his sword with both hands. First Knight of Ariana, Goddess of Light and Justice, Grand Duke of Dragonia and King of the Lionheart, I grant the honorable knight the challenge. No sooner had the anachronistic introduction and misplaced proclamation ended that Dillahunt, who had closed the distance in an instant despite his creaking armor, slashed down with his great sword. There was a dizzying thud, but Leon was unscathed as blade after blade pushed against each other in a power struggle. Leon's sword was an ordinary long sword. Dillahunt's sword, on the other hand, was a great sword that could have been twice that size, but even with the advantage of the top-heavy stance, Leon doesn't flinch. What power! In terms of power, Leon was overpowering Dillahunt. In fact, he's the one with the advantage in this situation. Dillahunt puts his hand on the blade of his sword, ready to strike. But in the blink of an eye, Leon sidesteps the blade, and in a flash, he's driving his sword into Dillahunt's chest with a quick burst. One strike. There was no mistaking what that declaration meant as Dillahunt took 2 steps back and swung his great sword with all the force he could muster. It was a blast that would shatter any defense, but Leon parried it with his blade at first, then crushed it with his pommel as the great sword was embedded deep in the ground. In the next moment, a kick strikes Dillahun in the chest. It's more of a shove than a swift kick, but somehow, though, Dillahunn's stance collapses and he falls on his ass. The sword is pointed straight up, and Leon says, "2 strikes." Watching the sequence, the hunters didn't understand what had just happened. Leon's kick looked more like a light shove, and yet Dillahunn's stance collapsed. To the casual observer, it would have looked like Dillahun was letting Leon off the hook. What the hell just happened? It's great. Hari, of all of them, Hari was the one who had understood what happened. She's been training with a sword for a long time, as an aspiring kendo player since she was a child. You'd think that since it's a sport of boxing and swordsmanship, she'd just need to be good with her fists and swords. But in any martial art, there are certain things that are emphasized, like how to shift your center of gravity and how to move your lower body. Whether it's throwing a light jab or parrying a hit, it all starts with the lower body's center of gravity, and what Leon did was to disrupt that center of gravity. At first glance, it looks like he's concentrating on his right foot, which is the one that's doing the kicking, but it's actually his left foot that's on the ground, and he's using his magic to create a pocket in the ground that creates a small vibration in a 2.5-meter radius, a technique that shakes the ground with just the force of the footstep. It's a double-edged sword, as it disrupts your opponent's stance while also disrupting your own, but Leon did it so effortlessly and broke Dillahunn's stance. The kick for the person with a collapsed center of gravity is nothing more than a slight push to the person standing at the edge of the cliff. It was an intricate technique, but he had executed it effortlessly in such a short time. Regain your stance. Dillahun limped back to his feet. Knight Dillahun was a knight who sought honor and glory. He was cursed by the commander mage to lead an army, but now free of his bindings, all he can do is stay in this unknown place and repel invaders. Repeating that task, he commanded an army to repel the invaders again. Some of the invaders were strong, but none were great, excellent, except for one man, the one who called himself Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and he boldly demanded a duel as a knight. It had been a long time since someone calling himself a knight asked for a duel, but it was most likely a ploy to get out of the predicament he's in. Anyone who had been asked to dismount would have judged him as such, but Dillahun would be furious at such foolishness, telling them not to sully his knightly honor. Look at him, look at that knight with his upright posture of a veteran of countless battlefields and the eyes of a star, seeking honor and fame. He is the end of honor for knights, the king of knights, the one all knights should look up to and challenge. How can anyone look at him and think of such a trick? That's 3 times. Will you do it again? The third death. A casual observer would have said that the armor would have stopped it anyway, but Dillahun knew that if this man wanted to kill him, he could have done so at any time. This knight, the idol of all knights, had taught him and honored him, therefore Dillahun could not help but be impressed by the knight. This knight, this Lionheart King. Treats his demotion to commander with honor. He had great powers as a commander knight, since commander armor cancelled 80% of all physical damage. Black magic and many other powerful powers he gained as a commander knight, but he didn't want to use any of them. He just wanted to be a knight, straight and true, clashing sword to sword, without any sorcery, again and again, again and again. He wanted to cross swords with this man just as he had done with other knights of renown who had once roamed the world with honor but are now forgotten. 10 times. Your swordsmanship is becoming more and more sophisticated. Have you managed to retrieve your memories? Dillahun realized the knight's intentions. He was treating him as a knight, not as a wretched servant of a warlock, and restoring him to his glory days. What more can you do, knight? Dillahun had the skeletons bring him his head. Then he dropped to one knee and offered it up. It was the perfect surrender, putting himself at their disposal. Excellent. I am pleased to see your honor restored. Leon placed his hands on Dillahunn's head with both hands and spoke in a pious voice. I will pray for you. If there is a God you believe in, may he give your soul rest. If not, may the goddess guide you to the edge of the garden. No matter how long he spent killing or how many times he fought without honor, may we meet at the table of the gods. Fine knight. Dillahun was overwhelmed by this knight who treated him as a knight, prayed for him, and blessed him. Let there be light. Leon's hand glowed and Dillahun sensed the warm glow guiding him. In his final moments, Dillahun destroyed all the skeletons and bowed in worship to Leon. Glory be to Leon Dragonia Lionheart. His silent reverence echoed through the dungeon. Dungeon boss Commander Knight Dillahunt has fallen. Normally, that's not the end of the story because even after defeating the boss, if there were any monsters left, you'd need to take some time to clean them up. He kept his promise. Gee, he really did. End it in a duel. In his final moment Dillahunt destroyed the skeleton's army with his own will. Sincerely subdued, he bowed to Leon in worship, accepting his fate. What was that light just now? I thought he said, "Let there be light." Isn't that divine power? There is no divine power among the awakened. Even the survivors, who have claimed that gods exist, have been unable to provide evidence of their existence. But the power that Leon had just used to cleanse Dillahunt once and for all was inexplicable unless it was the holy power of the gods, the natural enemies of the undead and demons of novels and comics. Ah. If you have such a skill, why don't you use it? Hari couldn't say it out loud, but she said what anyone would have thought. Then this honorable knight will meet his end as a commander. To remind Dillahunt of his knighthood, to accept his own death. A knight is by nature a man of honor and reputation. Honor comes from deeds, and deeds come from the discipline of the will. A noble knight would have done just that. Hari didn't fully understand Leon's words, but there was so much she wanted to talk about, like the uncertain possibilities, the harm that could come from failure, irrational behavior and illogical arguments that don't calculate risk. But it didn't seem necessary to say it out loud because this man, even with all that he knew, would act as if it was natural. He uses emotion instead of reason and intuition instead of logic. That's something many know but not many can follow. Now let's go take the spoils. Ah. What? If there has been a battle, then there must be spoils, so lead the way. You will have to figure out what's valuable. That day, as the dungeon closed, the association hunters received unexpected loot. Dillahunt's cloak, Dillahunt's great sword, Commander's gem. Other items were hastily picked up after the dungeon boss died. Wow, look at this gem, it's got a lot of magic power in it. Even if it's fake, it'll be worth a lot if we sell it. It's a piece of trash. This stuff will only cause trouble. Knight's cloak, Dillahunt's great sword, magic stones and more. Although there was some commotion during the looting process, the clearing of the Hunan Plains Gate was a success. Not only did they cleanse the plains of miasma pollution and perfectly handled the Scarlet Ranked Gate, they also witnessed an incredible miracle in the form of the blessed rice. The Firebird Guild and Young One gritted their teeth and returned home, but for now, it was time to celebrate with everyone. However, the problem came from an unexpected source. Your Majesty, don't you have to pay taxes? How can a king tax the king of another country? This is my own spoils, and it is against the law to tax it. No. You don't have to pay the tax in cash. You can substitute the tax with a magic stone from that loot. Kings don't count coins. How can you argue with a king about what lesser men should do? Then, Your Majesty, what shall we report to the president? There is nothing to report. It is better that we respect each other's honor. You mean you won't pay a penny in taxes? Stop talking about coins. It's demeaning. The staff of the Hunter Association looked at Leon, who was arguing back and forth, and thought in unison, this bastard. Isn't he even worse than the Firebird Guild? Chapter 10. Chapter 10 Chivalry 3. Hunter Association Headquarters in South Korea. There, a single topic dominated the meetings of the assembled executive staff, from the chief level and above. Leon Dragonia Lionheart. What kind of name is that? I mean, he emerged from the Black Gate and he decapitated an archdemon with a single blow. Is this the report you guys want me to believe? Survivors vary in strength, so it's not impossible. There were cases before, weren't there? What else did you find out? God, wasn't that magic to make the crops grow? He also assisted in the capture of the Hunan Plains Gate. That's good to know. The Black Gate that appeared in the middle of Seoul passed uneventfully through information control, but the problem is that a survivor was found inside the Black Gate. The association approached the survivor very cautiously. Chief Kim Jin-soo, I heard that you've been watching him the last few days. He even helped us attack the Hunan Plains. Oh, Kang Hyuk, president of the Hunter Association, asked Kim Jin-soo. Yes, sir. Director, what kind of person is he? Kim Jin-soo thought for a long time, which was unusual for him to answer a question from his superiors. Well, I don't know. His conclusion was as vague as it was troublesome. You're not sure? Not evil. But rather just of that. He was sure. But his values are very different from ours. He is basically like medieval lords. That's troubling. I wish he was more modern. Their reactions were understandable because while a significant number of survivors are integrating into society, an equally significant number are not. The lower the level of civilization, the more likely it is that they were the ruling class or due to racial differences, the survivors were unable to integrate into society, causing all sorts of social problems. If they were just a nuisance to society, they would be ignored. But there were many survivors who were just as powerful as the awakened. In short, even if a madman comes out, the problem is that the madman's too powerful. In terms of ideas and etiquette, it's best to be cautious and match him as closely as possible. Yeah, but he can be surprisingly smooth. He seems to understand your culture. That was because Leon was originally an Earthling, but he was currently pretending to be from a completely different planet, so he could act a little unreasonable. For Chief Kim, who doesn't know that, Leon appears understanding, and in terms of abilities, Leon was surprisingly impressive. The part about descending gods. Tell me more. Leon's miracle at the Hunan Plains Gate appeared on a personal YouTuber's live stream, but he stopped the live stream for fear of confusion. Yes, Dimara, the goddess of fertility and life, possessed a straw puppet, and it appears they actually had a conversation. It was also captured on video. Somehow, the straw man's voice was inaudible, but it was clear that the straw man had moved. You don't think she was just using some sort of telekinesis? A goddess? That's ridiculous. Most of the officers dismissed it with the same words. A goddess was too much of a stretch. But there's evidence. Couldn't it just be some kind of magical effect? The rice grew because God blessed it? That's ridiculous. If there are demons, why not gods? Opinions were divided within the association, but there was one consensus. The rice must be good. With Leon's blessing, the rice grew rapidly. But that's not all. The land contaminated with miasma was instantly purified as the rice grew. The mere fact that the land was cleaned of miasma was shocking enough, but when the test results showed that each and every one of the rice was rare grade, the room was once again in an uproar. Rice that can heal cancer patients and give long-lasting buffs. This ability is as remarkable as Leon's brute strength. No, maybe even more so. Ordinary potions made by potion masters only lasted for 3 hours, and they cost millions, so even large guilds were wary of using them. However, this rice keeps the buff longer than potions and can stack up to 3 times if they are of different types. If utilized properly, this meant that every hunter at the gate would only need to take 1 or 2 doses to stay buffed. I'll have Leon Drago. Near Lionheart weigh in on that. Yes, sir. And about the subsidy for survivors, maximum. Give him whatever he wants, we need to bring him into our organization. Even as he spoke, Kang Hyuk was unsure of himself. Since the Firebird Guild was present at the scene, this information shouldn't be theirs alone. At the very least, the Firebird Guild knows about Leon's abilities. It's only a matter of time before the 10 guilds find out about Leon the Survivor. Will the association be able to compete with them? Kang Hyuk sighed as he looked at the remaining budget for the year. But, Mr. President, there's one thing Survivor Leon asked for. What is it? Whatever he says, I'll listen. It's Kim Jin-soo hesitated, as if he didn't know what to say. Then said it with difficulty. I need to meet with the president. What? Why? Because he'll be living in our country, so it's only natural for a king to greet a king? It's been 4 days since Leon returned to Earth. He's been staying in a 5-star suite in Seoul. Initially, the Hunters Association had offered him a place to stay, but he immediately rejected them. It's not a battlefield, he said. And there's no beauty in the king's bedroom. In short, it's not classy. He demanded a room with the finest bed, servants at his beck and call, and art to admire at all times. Eventually, in the middle of the night, Hari went around to the 5-star hotels and asked for a compromise. They could rent a suite and decorate it with paintings and pottery pieces. Your Majesty, please let me sleep. At 2 in the morning, Hari asked Leon to let her sleep, mimicking the pleas she had seen in historical dramas. Leon backed down from the request since he didn't want to pester the bureaucrat too much. The next morning, Hari was in charge of room service. Your Majesty, Hari is here. Come in. Hari swiped his room card to open the door and pushed a tray of breakfast in front of her. I hope you're feeling better after your journey. Morning. Hari set the food down herself. The meal was a short rib bansung that cost over 100,000 won. The ribs, marinated in spices and grilled with the finest Korean beef, made her drool. Have you had breakfast? Not yet. Eat when you can. Don't go hungry. Yeah? When Leon had finished eating, Hari decided she should get a sandwich from the cafe on the first floor. Have a seat. Leon invited her to take a seat. Your Majesty. He asked her if she had a meal and offered her a seat. Apparently, he was going to share his meal out of consideration for her. Hari searches for chopsticks with a touching gaze. What are you doing? What? I asked. What are you doing with these ribs? Instead of making them edible. Hari bent her head down and tried to separate the bone from the flesh of the spiced ribs. After checking out, Hari drove away with Leon, and as they were moving to their destination, she began to explain things. The Hunters Association has decided to provide you with a grant and resettlement assistance. They will take you to a place where you will be comfortable, though not as comfortable as the royal palace. That is very considerate of them. When do you think the President of the Republic of Korea will be free? Well, there's the matter of our security. And do you think this king has no honor and would assassinate the president? A king does not kill a king. Oh, no, we don't. She didn't think Leon would ever try to kill the president, but she thought they couldn't assure a president's safety by saying I think so. Leon is a force to be reckoned with, even for an S-class hunter, and it wouldn't be surprising to see the worst disaster in Korean political history if he were to act unexpectedly. I've already told Your Majesty that land in the capital is very expensive, so Your Majesty will be much more cramped than when you lived in the royal palace. Do you think you'll be okay? At first, she thought she'd try to find a decent apartment in Seoul. Red support for survivors with a high assessment totaled 15 million won for a year. Of course, if you think about it, $1.3 million a month for an apartment would be a palace for a modern man. But Leon was a king. He had his own royal palace, with hundreds of rooms and just one of which must have been enormous. They would have to give him the Blue House or Gyeongbokgung Palace to match his aesthetic. Of course, this was impossible. As a guest, how can I be extravagant? Hari didn't mention that the Hunter Society had lobbied to have the museum's artwork removed to accommodate Leon's request. Nor did they tell him that the housing allotted to him now was the private vacation home of Oh Kang-hyuk, the president of the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association was trying to accommodate Leon's demanding tastes. Your Majesty. Speaking of which, the distribution of the loot. I've ordered that you handle that yourself. But I like the cloak, so leave it alone. Yes. In the end, it was decided that the loot from the Hunan Plains Gate would be exempt from taxes as a special case. Technically, they were saying, we don't have any loot from the Hunan Plains. It was a better deal than the Firebird Guild and the other 10 guilds. But Leon hadn't listened to the association staff. He insisted that if he could speak to the king of the country, the president, he would be more likely to listen to him, and eventually the association agreed to arrange a meeting with the president in secret. Until then, Leon would be granted immunity and tax exemption from all charges. The loot allocated to Leon was Dillahuhn's great sword, Dillahuhn's cloak, and $5 million worth of the $10 million worth of magic stones that had been mined in the haste to close the dungeon. In fact, most of the loot was given to Leon, but since he had actually closed the dungeon on his own, none of the staff had any complaints. Your Majesty, we arrived. They arrived at an office building in Bundang. It's a high-end office building that's close to the Hunters Association and has a helicopter on the rooftop, so it's favored by the hunters. The lobby is just as lavish as the rest of the building, as the elaborate framed prints and contemporary artworks on display create a convincing atmosphere. Those little paintings are the best. Leon's aesthetic didn't make sense of some of the artwork. Ms. Han Hari of the Hunter Association? It was then that a well-dressed man in a business suit spoke to the two as they made their way to the lobby. Who are you? Hari was wary of the man who spoke to them as if he had been waiting for them. It was a secret that they were coming to this office building. Haha, what a coincidence. I'm Park Jong-chan, director of Dujeong Group, Dujeong Future Food. Dujeong Group? Dujeong Group was one of the top 3 conglomerates in Korea, so why would a director of such a conglomerate be waiting for them under the guise of coincidence? Ah, you must be the famous survivor these days. Nice to meet you, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He had already figured it all out. Hari's heart sank at the sight of Mr. Park. Leon, on the other hand, stared in disbelief at Park's hand as he shook his. A merchant. Shook this king's hand? Chapter 11. A merchant. Shook this king's hand? Chapter 11. A merchant. Shook this king's hand. Dojeong Group was one of South Korea's most prominent conglomerates. From instant noodles to missiles, it has dabbled in every industry in South Korea, and while some have failed and others have succeeded, Dojeong influence in South Korea and the world is not insignificant. The business that has been most affected by the gate is the food industry. Countless granaries in China's Hubei Plain, Egypt's Nile Delta, and elsewhere have been abandoned due to miasma contamination from dungeon breaks. 30 years ago, there were no reagents to decontaminate miasma contamination, so this contamination caused permanent damage and, of course, food shortages on a global scale. Governments had to find alternative sources of food for the abandoned grain fields and heavily supported domestic companies in this regard. Dojeong Future Food is a large company that has come to account for a third of the domestic food industry thanks to the government's full support. Park Jong-chan, the managing director of such a company, is a person who can carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he has never been looked down upon by anyone. A merchant. Shook this king's hand. For a moment, he thought he'd misheard. In the modern world, businessmen are the most respected members of society. They control vast amounts of capital, move power, and even change laws. If you're the managing director of a major company like Dojeong Group, you can't be messed with by any high-ranking hunter or congressman. What was this look and tone of voice that belittles and demeans such a person and the business itself? Even the association's female staff is staring in disbelief at this shocking statement. Park Jong-chan doesn't let his expression crumble, and he smiles a business smile. Haha, Survivor Leon, you seem to be unfamiliar with modern Earth civilization. In modern times, being an entrepreneur is very different from being a merchant in the old days. How dare you, a lowly merchant, speak ill of royalty? This king has never authorized you to speak. What? Is he crazy? Park Jong-chan had met a few survivors on business, but he'd never been looked at with such disdain. Your Majesty, in our world, businessmen are a highly respected profession. Leon's voice trailed off in disbelief. Businessmen are essentially crooks who sell their dignity and self-respect for profit. They exploit loopholes in the law and are proud of it. There was no denying it. Dojeong Future Foods was immediately criticized for tax evasion, illegal unionization, and excessive profit-seeking, but other businessmen were no different. Even if the world is different, it won't change the nature and fundamentals of business. How can those with lowly tongues and lowly natures stand face to face with noble royalty? I have nothing more to hear. After delivering the last of his insults and disrespect, Leon strode nonchalantly past Park Jong-chan, and Hari followed closely behind as Park Jong-chan was stunned and speechless as he watched. What? This is where your Majesty will be staying? Well, it's nice. In the modern world, a 50-square-foot office apartment is more than enough for a single person, but for Leon, it was nothing compared to his royal palace. Still, he wasn't in the mood to argue, given his earthly origins and the fact that he was used to sleeping on the streets. This place is provided to you by the association for a year. You don't have to worry about rent or maintenance. The association will take care of that. Hari explains to Leon, who nods. She adds that there is also room service and a cleaning service that is paid for by the association. That's good. It was fortunate for Hari, who is a member of the Hunter Association, that Leon passed by Jong-chan Park, the executive director of Future Foods. Information about survivors is usually classified, and like North Korean defectors, those from remote societies are kept in quarantine for 3 months for training. But in a completely different world, the gap must be enormous. Normally, they would have to be quarantined and trained gradually, but if they wanted to quarantine Leon right away, there would be an uproar. But what is the matter that brings him to your Majesty? Where would merchants go? He must be after profit. Profit? What kind of profit would the executive director of Dojeong Group want from Leon? Hara slapped her knee. It's the rice, isn't it? That blessed rice from the Hunan Plains. The situation was so urgent that there was no information control, and an internet broadcaster had filmed it. It must be Mr. Park, the farmer. She searched on YouTube and found a video of Mr. Park. Apparently, the association had taken the video down and issued a warning. What? He posted again. Mr. Park, a farmer, was depressed because his latest video had been taken down. The shocking scene was filmed in real time in front of the Hunan plains, and the land that was obviously contaminated with miasma was cleaned in an instant. Did you see that, brothers? The rice. The rice. The rice. It grew like a bang. What? Magic? Was he a mage from the tower? Did he use some kind of rapid growth spell? But even magic can grow plants on miasma-contaminated ground? Maybe it's a new technology we don't know about. Mr. Park, a farmer, knew all too well how amazing it was to see crops grow on contaminated ground. Even after the advent of miasma purification technology in the Magic Tower, it took a year or two of expensive reagents to purify the miasma-contaminated land. Thinking of his neighbor, Mr. Young, who went bankrupt because he couldn't afford the reagents, Park swallowed hard at the miracle before him. But the crops grown with magic are inedible anyway. It's enchanted, so it's poisonous to normal people. Even the hunters would need a stomach wash after a few bites. But soon, an amazing sight was witnessed. The association's employees were threshing rice and cooking it themselves. Hey, what are you doing? When he tried to get closer to see if they were really eating rice, he was chased away by the association staff. But later that evening he found the owner of the field, Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, did you get what I asked for? Of course, the guys at the Root Association said I shouldn't take it out at all. What kind of law is that? Aren't you the owner of the field? That's right, because rice grew on the miasma-contaminated land. The association members ate a bowl of rice each. That's right, Mr. Park was curious enough to become a YouTuber, filming all kinds of wildlife in the countryside. The land contaminated with miasma was cleaned up, and the crops grew in no time. How could he pass this on? He wanted to post a video on YouTube, but first he wanted to do a little experiment. Let's cook some rice and feed it to the neighborhood pig first. Good idea. To test the waters, the two cooked up a small batch of rice. The glossy, shiny rice was tempting to eat with torn kimchi, but they decided to test it on animals first, just in case. Bam! That's when it happened. The rice was barely done cooking when an old dog came to the door. Isn't this Mr. Cheden's old dog? Yes, it is. Why is he here? Dolshan was a 12-year-old dog. As is often the case with old animals, he suffered from arthritis, which led to lack of exercise and obesity. Why is he here when he usually stays at home? Thump, thump. No, Dolshan, why don't you go home? It was then Dolshan, who was looking at them from the doorway, suddenly stuck his head into the rice. What the hell? Is Dolshan crazy? The two men were furious, but soon became amused by Dolshan's behavior. You bastard, you can't eat that. Why is he eating it all of a sudden? It was a big deal because Dolshan was a dog that Mr. Chen pampered and raised, and he would be sad if he died from eating rice. Spit it out. Spit it out. Mr. Park tried to open Dolshan's mouth to spit out the rice, but Dolshan swallowed the rice as if his life depended on it. Kung, kung, kung. Dolshan jumped up and down with a thunderous sound. After scurrying around like a grasshopper, Dolshan immediately ran towards Mr. Chen's house. What? What there? It was an old dog with arthritis that had trouble walking, and only last week they saw Mr. Chen crying as he held Dolshan. But what does that mean? It was as if he was getting healthy. Mr. Park and Mr. Kim looked at each other, thinking the same thing as they immediately started making a new meal. Ugh, chronic scoliosis? It's like my stuffy chest has been opened up. The miracles that happened there quickly spread throughout the village. Meanwhile, a similar phenomenon was taking place in the Dujiang Future Food Lab, where the Firebird Guild had set out to determine the identity of the rice. What the hell am I looking at? How can such a dense energy be contained in a single grain of rice? The blessed rice that had been sneaked through the Firebird Guild was cross-checked by the appraisers and found to be rare grade 1 by 1. Blessed rice. Grade, rare. Description. This rice is blessed with the divine power of Goddess Dimara, the goddess of life and fertility. It alleviates grade 3 diseases, and if consumed continuously, there is a high chance of being cured. Blessed rice? What the hell is it blessed with? Isn't it magic? From what religion is Goddess Dimara? If it's a grade 3 disease, what does that mean? Something like early colon cancer. Damn it. Can you prove this? Test it on lab rats. The results of the experiment showed that the healing powers of the blessed rice were real, as the mice that were dying from the constant consumption of the experimental crops were cured. Hurry up. We need to report to the top, and tell them to get as many seeds as possible. The report of the lab's findings was sent to the upper management of Dujiong Future Food, and the managing director, Park Jong-chan, was immediately dispatched. It wasn't hard to find Leon, as Dujiong had planted eyes and ears in the Hunter Association. A merchant shook this king's hand, but Leon ignored them, and Director Park Jong-chan returned with a grimace. "You arrogant savage." Mr. Park's anger erupted like an active volcano as the researchers who had come to report to him squinted at the plague he threw at them, but he didn't care about them. "Hey, those rice crops. Are you sure they're effective?" "Yes, they are. You haven't even done any clinical trials. If it works on rats, what guarantee do you have that it'll work on humans?" "Well, the secretary stepped in. "We went to the owner of that field to get as much of the seed as possible." But there, the secretary relayed what Mr. Park and Mr. Kim had experienced. A dog that was dying came back to life, and after eating the rice and their chronic inflammation and rhinitis were cured. After that the whole village was cured of minor to major illnesses thanks to the rice. "We don't have the clinical trial data, but it's as good as proven." "That's a good thing." Mr. Park's eyes lit up with greed. If he hadn't trusted the appraisal in the first place, he wouldn't have stepped forward. The rice is a hot commodity that could change the world. If only he wasn't a crazy asshole. The problem was the survivor who held the secret to the rice. The anachronistic barbarian survivor looked down on the director of the world-class Dujiong Group as a lowly businessman. "Mr. Director. We must have it. It has infinite power." "I know. The rice that is said to cure cancer just by eating it would revolutionize not only food but also the medical world. We'll see. Since he's so demanding, I'll have to ask for a meeting through the association." I made a surprise visit before the association restrained me, but it all went awry. "You don't know anything about business in this country, do you?" He was determined to punch this barbarian in the nose. So many survivors of a stupid, foolish, barbaric civilization thought they were the best, but when they saw the overwhelming scientific and productive power of modern civilization, they finally admitted that they were behind. "I see you're making a big deal out of a little rice. I'll represent Earth and show you the power of science." Park smiled triumphantly. "I'm going to overwhelm him with a culture shock." Chapter 12. Upon returning to Earth, Leon had 3 goals. First, he wanted to spread the faith, since there are no true gods here. If Jehovah, Buddha, Allah and the countless devas the Hindus speak of were real, at least some of their saints would have joined the fight against the demons. But there were no priests or saints endowed with divine powers, whether cardinals, priests, or fanatics chanting Allahu Akbar in the 2030s. By its very nature, the destruction of demons requires the most powerful force of all, holy power, and yet not a shred of that power exists. There are no gods that transmit divine power to the priests of cathedrals and mosques. In essence, God gives his grace through faith. If you think about what happened in the plains of Hunan right now, the concept of the land being polluted and a bad year coming is wrong. How can a land that has been worshipped and blessed by the goddess of life and abundance be polluted? And how can the god of rain and clouds send down rain? And how can there be a bad year? Just look at the crops. Rice, which has been improved and grown with the best technology of the 21st century, cannot cure even a small tumor inside the body. Does it make sense to expect people to go through the barbaric practice of healing in hospitals instead of sanctuaries because they can't cure a single tumor? The problem is getting sick in the first place. If they had been eating the crops Jimaro had blessed, they could not have gotten sick. Healing is reserved for soldiers wounded on the battlefield or cursed by evil cultists. To harness holy power, Leon had to spread the faith. Leon managed to deal with the issue in Hunan Plains using the holy power he had, but for what was to come, he would need great power. His world ultimately fell to the demons because there were no more believers. The second was the rebuilding of the Holy Knights. In this world, there is no group that fights using holy power. If the Grail Guardian, the Lionheart King, is a demigod, the Holy Knights are the next level below him, living saints. They are the knights of the gods who use the holy law. They fought to the last man, and as they ascended, their holy power kept Leon alive. The Holy Knights of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Sir Jenkins, the guardian of the sea, who guarded the harbor and served Pommer, the god of the sea and waves. Sir Genoa, knight of the flame, who served Pitos, the god of war and fire. Anak, a holy maiden who supported the knights with the light of Dimara, the goddess of life and fertility. As empires crumbled along with the great forests of the elves and the underground cities of the dwarves, the holy knights continued to slay demons. They were the terror of the demons. The third purpose was to annihilate the evils that installed themselves upon this land. He had to restore divinity by spreading faith, and to train holy knights in the harmony and order of a proper pantheon. Perhaps it's too much to hope for super-powered saints called holy knights to emerge from the lowly unbelievers and ignorant commoners. However, Leon Dragonia Lionheart will do what he had to do. Your Majesty, there is someone who has duly requested an audience. If the formalities have been followed, there is no reason why I shouldn't meet him. Leon guessed who it was and allowed him to come. Director Park Jong-chan realized that the survivor named Leon was very much like him. The way the man from the barbarian civilization acted like he was royalty and puffed himself up was a bit much for him. A modern-day Earth aristocrat, but apart from that, he coveted Leon's abilities. He could make crops grow in an instant, but they were still fit for human consumption. What's more, his powers are not ordinary. Curing cancer is one thing, but when he found out that Leon can also clean up land contaminated with miasma, he was blown away. This is a man we must have in our company. Thank you for allowing me to meet with you, Your Majesty. For the sake of corporate profits. He bowed to the barbarian for a moment. This is a small gift from my company to Your Majesty. Accompanied by his secretaries, he presented the gift to Leon. It was a weapon closet made by a master craftsman from the Dujeong Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. Jong-chan planned to dazzle the barbarian with the splendor of the finest goods inside. Once you taste it, you'll never go back. I'll make you beg me to let you join our company. Mr. Park was looking forward to the reaction of Han Hari and Leon, who would be stunned by the enormity of the gift. But okay, I'll take you up on your offer. You'll take it? What's with that attitude? It's like I'm the one who has to accept it. The arrogance made Mr. Park's teeth chatter, but he managed to keep a business smile on his face. Ha, why don't you check it out? I'm sure you'll like it. TSK. I can't be bothered to explain manners to an inferior being. Han Hari, open it. Leon insists that Hari open the gift, trying to make him feel even more annoyed. Hari immediately unwrapped it and swallowed hard. What is this? The neatly made closet expanded to reveal a weapons display with dozens of items on the shelves. These are the latest and greatest from our group. I hope you can pick out whatever you like. These are unique grade armor made by the Dujeong Guild's own master. These were unique grade armor made by the Dujeong Guild, a top 10 Korean guild controlled by the Dujeong Group. They were so expensive that even high-ranking hunters would go out of their way to get them, even if they didn't have the money. I heard that you're going to be a hunter in the future, so these items will be of great help to you. Hearing those words, Hari found it difficult to breathe. The armors crafted by the Dujeong Guild's master craftsmen were ultra-luxury items that cost $1 billion each. Unless you were lucky enough to get one in the gate, it was one of the finest things you could ever acquire through normal means. Hari swallowed hard at the sight of the unique sword, which she had only seen on a video throughout her time at the academy. What am I supposed to use such a lowly weapon for? Lowly? Your Majesty. What do you mean, lowly? Leon's demeanor stunned Hari. Even though he was an otherworlder, how could he have such an attitude when he saw this pamphlet's picture? These are top-of-the-line items manufactured from compressed alloys using the most advanced magical engineering techniques. You can't get anything like this anywhere else. Mr. Park was trying to explain how much technology had been applied to the items he had brought, and how expensive the materials were. Even the most savage of savages could understand what he was talking about, but Leon had a different perspective. How can you make a great sword that is not bathed in the light of the stars or blessed by the gods, and your armor is only used to hunt beasts? What does he mean? He wants us to dry the weapons in the sun like pepper and recite a prayer or something. Unknown to him, he was right on the money. Anyway, compared to my holy sword and holy spear, they're just toys. TSK. How dare you bring something that hasn't even been blessed? You barbarian. Every survivor thinks that their world is the best. The dwarves as a craftsman race had a lot of pride, but their pride crumbled before the materials and metallurgy of modern civilization. No matter how many times a dwarven master forged a steel sword, it would bend before a normal long sword forged in a factory with modern technology and magical engineering. Ha, ha. You must be very confident in your sword, your majesty. I was merely stating the obvious. Leon summoned a sword from nowhere. Subspace magic? But I didn't sense any magical energy. It was an old iron sword that was missing a tooth here and there, worn out and unable to cut anything. Zhong Chan wanted to ask what he could do with such a piece of junk, but when his gaze met Leon, he was speechless. You are full of distrust in this king. Oh, you misunderstand. It's not uncommon for merchants to bring me things. It's like using a cattle prod for a chicken, but I'll show you what I can do. Although thrilled, Mr. Park was troubled. Should I show him the difference in power and crush his confidence, or should I give him a modest defeat and make him feel good? How dare they devalue the Dujiang Group's technical capabilities? Mr. Park felt he needed to take the initiative. Barbarian, I'll show you what real technology is. He couldn't help but smile as he continued. In that case, I'd like to sample the brilliance of your majesty's sword. Deputy Han Hari? Yes. Would you like to try out any of the armaments that catch your fancy? Hari glanced at Leon, and when he nodded, she gripped the sword she'd admired for 4 years. The Dawnbreaker of Master Park Jin Keol. It had been forged for 10 days in a special gate, bathed in the intense energy of the sun, and its strength was unparalleled. Its special ability, sunlight, has the melting power to melt even the strongest special alloys, and with her fire blessing, it's a perfect match. Can I really wield this? Why bother asking an adult's permission to wield a toy that asshole is going all the way to? Mr. Park's fever seemed to reach the top of his head, but he waited for the refreshing cider that was just around the corner. Holding her dream weapon, she admired it and worried that Leon's weapon might break. But she couldn't do anything about it. She activated the Dawnbreaker special function, and the blade turned red as a fierce energy enveloped him. Then, here we go. The sword she swung with all her might collided with Leon's old iron sword, with the result being bang. Hari's sword broke. Hari, Mr. Park, and the secretary shook their heads while Leon was the only one with a free expression as he looked at the severed sword. You really did bring something useful as a toothpick. Put it away. What the hell is going on? Mr. Park's head was spinning at what was happening in front of him. The Dawnbreaker was a weapon of supreme cutting power that could easily cut through the hides and bones of high-level monsters. It was the most powerful weapon they could create, containing the essence of the Dujiang Group's technology. That is a high-grade weapon? That old sword? No way. Survivors would occasionally bring over the world's best weapon. A high-grade weapon, but it was still the best they could do. An old, toothless sword like that couldn't possibly be such a weapon. I'll cut your time short. You have 3 minutes to finish what you have to say. No. No. This was supposed to be a steamroller, but how did this happen? Mr. Park tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. And it wasn't until his secretary shook his shoulder that he finally came to his senses. Yeah? Gifts are just a way to buy goodwill. It's a shame that $1 billion weapon was destroyed, but that's not what matters now. Leon, your majesties. What kind of courtesy is it for a lowly tradesman to speak of this king's dignity? Your majesty. His clenched teeth made a sound like they were about to crack. He had never been so disrespected and belittled in his life. Your majesty. Dujiang Group would like the exclusively purchase the rice you grew. The crops that I grew? Did you think I was a farmer? No. We just want to secure seeds of the crops that His Majesty has allowed to grow in the Hunan Plains and grow them ourselves. HMPH. You're going to convert? That's the most pleasant thing to come out of your mouth. What the hell do you mean? Convert? That crop grows in a land blessed by priests who serve the gods of life and fertility. You intend to become one of those priests. I see you're quite ambitious for such a frivolous subject. Oh, no, that's not it. Finding it difficult to follow Leon's words, Zhong Chan saw no point in continuing, so he went straight to the point. We want to take over the patent rights to the seeds of that rice. Excuse me? Leon's eyes sharpened and Mr. Park hastened to add a condition. Of course, it will come at a price. By our management's calculations, it was thought to be worth 180 billion won. It was a steal. Of course, there's no way the seeds of a super rice that can cure cancer are worth only 180 billion won. But if he explained the value of 180 billion won to this ignorant barbarian, his eyes would probably roll. You mean you want to buy seeds with money? That's right. Of course, but you'll have to sign a contract stating that only Dujiong Future Foods can distribute it exclusively. Oh, and if you want, I can raise the price a bit more, depending on the negotiations. Mr. Park was looking forward to seeing how he could toy with this barbarian, undervalue the seeds, act as if he had nothing to lose, and bamboozle him with difficult explanations of the law and complicated distribution networks. As a natural businessman, Zhong Chan had a knack for devaluing his opponents and adding to his own value. But, how dare this lowly businessman blaspheme the divine? He didn't know that in front of him was standing the representative of all divinity and the most devout religious man. Chapter 13, Medieval Taxation. Chapter 13, Medieval Taxation. How dare you, you lowly tradesman, blaspheme the divine? Leon's thunderous tirade was no mere rebuke. This was the most exalted being in the mortal realm, and words spoken by a living saint and demigod are magical in their own right. The fury he unleashed in his rage was not something a normal human could withstand. Her eardrums are shaking and her mind is foggy. Her heart raced as she felt the wrath of an unimaginable divine agent, but despite his incomprehensible rage, she understood one thing: the life and death of the Dujiong Group and its managing director, Park Jong-chan, depended on the otherworldly man in front of her. Your Majesty. At that moment, Hari, sensing the danger, stood in front of Leon, her legs trembling as she forced herself to not fall. Your Majesty, if you kill him, we'll be in trouble. Being a survivor is not a license to get away with anything. Understanding Leon's culture and class is one thing, but committing a crime is another. Of course, Leon's value is not comparable to that of a managing director of a major national company, but even so, this was not it. Don't be mistaken. This king is not a fool that runs around. With that, Hari, Park, and the rest of the staff breathed a sigh of relief. Director Park broke out in a cold sweat. Foolish one, you've made your sins known. Yes, no, what the hell had he done wrong? He'd tried to slap a price on it. But how could a savage who had been on Earth for less than a week know that? Feeling wronged, Mr. Park cautiously pleaded. I really don't know what's wrong. Hey, how can you be so ignorant and clueless? At this point, Leon's eyes held pity, not contempt. The crops come from the land blessed by Dimara. It is a gift bestowed by the goddess upon the farmers who toil and cultivate the fields. Humans cannot survive alone. When there is a bad harvest they would starve, and when they are hungry they must go to work in the fields. They dig up the soil and steal the seeds from the earth. Therefore, those who are farmers should be grateful for the blessings of the land and thankful to the divine for its creation. Faith, divinity, and divine grace is not something that can be bought with gold, but is bestowed upon a grateful heart and faith. Thou art a lowly thing, deceiving others for the sake of petty profit. How dost thou seek to profit from the product of a divinity thou hast no faith in? Profit. Director Park Jong-chan gritted his teeth and backed away. As he walked away, apparently in a wait-and-see manner, Hari expressed concern. Is it going to be okay? He may be a lowly trader in your Majesty's eyes, but he's quite influential. HMPH. Not even worth bothering with. Leon is not dismissive of the influence of businessmen. Businesses play a huge role in modern civilization, and they have spread their influence far and wide in the soil of capitalism. 10,000 temples carry a burden, but it's not a burden that can shake this king. There was an overwhelming confidence in him. No, it was beyond confidence. He was the chosen one, the king recognized by the heavens, a living proof of the divine right of kings, the emperor of the empire. The steel dwarves of the underground city, and the guardians of the forest recognize the demigod's authority. Only the self-indulgent take the agents of the gods lightly. In the world of divinity to come, they will be excluded and relegated, so it is not worth dealing with the ignorant and unintelligible. By the way, have you done what I said to prepare? You mean the issue of the faith? Yes. It wouldn't hurt the country. Of course. Hari remembered Leon's request not long ago. And of course, the Hunters Association flipped. Actually, Director Park Jong-chan contacted me before his visit, saying he had some suitable land. If Leon could solve this problem, there was no reason why the Hunters Association couldn't help, especially since the president was happy to see it. Since the Gate Crisis, humanity has lost tons of arable land. Countries have been overwhelmed with responding to gates in urban centers and have failed to discover gates in rural and remote areas. As a result, many gates have caused dungeon breaks, and much land has been contaminated. The only reason humanity hasn't had a severe food crisis in recent years is purely because of the amount of people dying. And some of the plains that failed to be dealt with have been permanently contaminated, creating countless displaced people. The Niju Plain, where Choi had spent his entire life plowing fields, was one of them. Dad, do you see nothing but fields again from the morning breeze? Despite his son's question, Choi remained silent and looked at his land contaminated by miasma. Today, Choi is a government-subsidized assistant at a supermarket in town, but until 5 years ago, he was a farmer in Niju. He had spent his entire life herding cows and driving tractors, but 5 years ago, a failed red gate triggered a dungeon break, and the entire Niju Plain was contaminated with miasma. The contamination was so intense that many farmers, including Choi, lost their land. Nothing can be done on land contaminated with miasma, and ordinary people were contaminated just by stepping on it, and only hunters could survive. No one wants to buy land that doesn't grow crops, and although there were government subsidies based on the size of the land, they were pennies on the dollar. They've been buying reagents to clean up the miasma from the tower, but even that has its limits. The reagents were unable to cleanse the land of excessive contamination. The next new reagent will work, and the next one will be better. Choi spent his fortune to buy the reagents from the tower, even though he was now the only one who kept trying. Give up now. It's a land that even the leaders can't do anything about. Shut up. I fed you and your brothers with rice grown on that land. I sent you to college. What kind of land is that? It's the land I worked my whole life. Since his birth, there has been a great war that has divided the country, and he grew up in a war-torn country, receiving handouts from the military. He had big dreams and wanted to buy his own land and farm it. He wanted to raise his children to be Southerners. In the end, bought the land with the money he had earned by risking his life fighting the Viet Cong in Vietnam. The land and the fields were everything to him. All he had to do was farm the last of it and leave it all to his children, and he would reap the rewards of his life's work. Fucking bastards. Bastards. They appeared and polluted his land. He had spent 25 years worrying that miasma would contaminate his land and hoped that it would never appear on his land, but in the end it happened. Now he has only one wish. Just once. He wanted to plant a seedling on his land and see that golden color again. He wanted to see it just once before he died. Uncle, did you hear what Mr. Lee said? The Hunters Association is introducing something. Another unhealthy and expensive drug. The reagents sold by the tower were expensive. Even though they were subsidized by the government, they were still expensive. The purifying probability of the reagents was not high, and it would take 2 years if they were unlucky. Besides, they didn't work at all in a highly polluted land like the Niju Plain. Let me tell you what I heard. He was always the one who cursed the association and the tower, but always listened to the news while holding a glimmer of hope. My name is Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and I have come to preach my faith to you. The blonde nobleman, accompanied by the association's staff, spouted more nonsense than the usual visiting wizards of the tower. And then a golden light bloomed in the land contaminated by miasma. It was a land that could not be purified by expensive reagents or priests. A cursed land where not a single pest could grow, let alone crops. But alas, Choi fell to his knees before the blonde man and thanked the man for the miracle he had performed. Who are you? The boisterous shamans and the priests said this was a trial from God, but to Choi, the man in front of him was a god, a savior. Farmer with noble hands, I am the Lion King, a representative of the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, and I have come to bring you the divinity of life and abundance. On this day, the first worshipper of Dimra on earth offered his faith, and the farmers of the polluted lands followed suit. It was real. Hari marveled at the cleaned-up plains of Neju. The Hunan plains were still in the first stages of contamination, and even with the reagents from the tower, it could still be cleaned up. To Hari and the rest of the association, it seemed like Leon's special power was the only thing that could have cleaned up the Hunan plains. But Leon insisted that it was a miracle of the gods, and he demanded a place to prove it. That was when the cleansing of the Naju Plains was decided 5 years ago. After the dungeon break at the Red Gate, The land was completely polluted and even the new history agents from the wizards of the magic tower were ineffective. Leon is willing to cleanse the barren lands on one condition. First, tell the president. It would be nice to meet him in person. We'll have to see about that. With the proposal delivered over the phone, the president gave the Hunter Association discretion over the matter. As per the agreement, 8,735 hectares of the farmers of the Naju Plains will be transferred to the patronage of His Majesty's Guild. Of course, subject to the consent of the residents and the sale of blessed rice to the government. No problem. With the help of the association, Leon established a guild in the country, which he named the 10,000 Gods. It was the name he chose to spread the faith of the 10,000 gods across the world. The guild was given a special autonomous region where its members could live and train and be provided with help. Businesses could even move in and pay taxes. It was a law that had been forced through by the 10 guilds, but it gave Leon a legitimate estate. Of course, the government has put in place minimal safeguards, so it's not permanent. Don't worry. I would never covet the lawful lands of another nation. This is only to spread the faith, and I will return them to the president when the time is right. Technically, to the people, Leon had no interest in the land since this county was too small for him to be greedy and it would take more than that to restore the Lionheart Kingdom to its former glory. However, after obtaining a suitable foothold and building up his power, he would make his move. First, we'll need to get the residents' consent to join your Majesty's Guild, since they have the right to reside in the special territory. No problem. Leon approached the waiting farmers. Some were middle-aged, some were elderly. Welcome, Leon. Choi bowed and greeted Leon, but couldn't quite memorize his long name. He's going to be in trouble. The Lionheart Emperor didn't even allow Hari to call him by his first name, but contrary to her expectations, Leon smiled gently and his voice trailed off. Your Majesty is sufficient, old man. I'm sorry. What? Are you discriminating against people? Hari made a sour face, but Leon continued. Did you say you're Choi Chul-jin? Yes, I did. You have sworn to serve the goddess Dimara, the goddess of life and fertility. What about the others? At that, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Are you going to cleanse our land as well? Leon frowned at the middle-aged man's words. Do not attempt to bargain with the divine, for I promise you nothing in return. He despised shallow beliefs that promised to grant wishes in exchange for offerings, faith, or devotion. You can't trade with God. Only sincere worship will be granted by the gods. To ask for a favor in exchange for faith is to doubt the divine and try to trade. I will give you the proper teaching. Will you listen to the divine teachings? Yes, I will listen. I am not forcing you to believe. It is your choice. Just then, a young man approached, a rarity in this part of the country. A son, to be exact, who had inherited his late father's land and was invited to this meeting. I go to church. It doesn't matter. You can believe in both gods. Is that okay? Divinity is not a singular existence. There are many great gods in the world, so why should we believe in only one? There are many faiths in the pantheon and its polytheistic nature does not limit beliefs. It is only up to you to follow the teachings and practice them. I will not impose my beliefs on you. Of course, if someone worships an evil deity, he will mercilessly decapitate them and tear their souls apart. Join this king's guild. Follow the due process to enter the enclosure the king will erect and receive the teachings of the goddess. I'll do it. Please let me do it. Choi eagerly embraced the faith. It was a miracle that no king, no shaman and no priest could have performed. He had come face to face with a real god, and he had purified his land. How could he not believe then? How could he not be grateful to the one who had given his old body a chance to plow the fields once more? Choi rejoiced with tears of gratitude that he could reap the beauty of his life's work. Yes, I will follow you. Me, too. One by one, the hesitant ones stepped forward. The land was contaminated with miasma and could not be sold. So what was there to lose receiving help to cleanse it? Do you swear to follow the divinity of life and fertility and to practice its teachings? I swear. I swear. With that, they were officially inducted into Leon's guild, the 10,000 gods. Leon knew they had their eyes set on the purification of the land, but he was confident that one day they would find their true faith. Very well. If you believe and follow, you are children of the goddess. I, on behalf of the gods, will bless you as you deserve. Leon lifted the chalice and poured the holy water within it upon his new followers. The holy water flowed through the crowns of their heads, energizing them. "Oh, my God! My head is clear and my body is full of energy. I feel like I can see the world differently." Is that straw doll really a goddess? Yes, Goddess Dimara. The faith of those who already believed in the goddess filled the lion heart, and Goddess Dimara would turn that faith into divine power. Build a temple. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just a place where everyone gathers weekly to pray. Leon preached the teachings of life and abundance, which shouldn't be too hard to follow. Then came the most important moment. What about the offerings? How do we pay? The congregation embraced this new faith, but was uneasy about it. After all, religion is all about collecting periodic offerings under all sorts of pretenses. You pay to make your child study well, you pay to expand the temple, and their living was already tight since they hadn't been able to farm for 5 years. You only have to pay one thing. The congregation's faces lit up at the words. No need to make a new offering for every holiday or season. What a blessing. The 10 Commandments? To the wide-eyed congregants who wondered if they had misheard, but Leon declared proudly, "You will pay by contributing to the salvation of the world." Hari, who heard his words, thought, "Isn't this evil?" Chapter 14. Dimara, Goddess of the Earth. Chapter 14. Dimara, Goddess of the Earth. Contaminated Niju Plain. What is the mysterious rice field? A cleanup that even the experts said was impossible. A new reagent from the tower. Is there a guild of farmers in Niju Plain? For a while after the purification of the Niju Plains, the internet was full of news about the purified land. Leon had already cleaned up land contaminated with miasma in the Hunan Plain, but it wasn't widely known since the Firebird Guild had pressured the media. However, the Niju Plain was a different story since it had been contaminated for 5 years. South Korea's self-sufficiency in food was greatly reduced, forcing the country to import expensive rice from China and Japan. No matter what farming methods were applied, no matter what reagents were used, the cleanup of the Niju Plain, which was thought to be impossible, happened overnight. The farmers of the Niju Plain were moved to tears, but the reaction of the internet and celebrities was more rational. Has the tower developed a new reagent? The tower technological advances have been extraordinary lately. How do we eat crops that grow so fast? Aren't they inedible because of the toxins? Humanity's technological prowess in magic engineering is increasing every day. At this rate, the world's grain fields will soon be restored. That was the general reaction. When faced with an improbable phenomenon, most people try to interpret it according to their common sense. For the people of a scientific civilization, miracles and the descent of the divine are alien, irrational ideas. Your Majesty, the internet is reacting. Perhaps an official announcement from the association is in order. The Hunters Association had not yet made an announcement about the gods. The disturbance caused by the country's largest religious faction is one thing, but the appearance of a government organization promoting a religion is another. Even if you announce it now, the foolish people won't believe it. They need more proof. Leon spent the next 3 days touring the Niju Plains, and as he purified the land he found that a higher quality of faith than he had expected permeated the temple. The faith that flowed to the god of life and fertility was immediately converted into holy power, and Leon was able to harness it to cleanse the Niju Plains. A crested effigy replaced the image of the goddess Dimara on the Niju Plains, and the people bowed and worshipped at its altar. "I give you the right to cultivate this land," said the king, "and you shall raise up the flesh of Dimara to continue its fertility." The new believers were grateful for the cleansing of the land, but hesitant, and rightly so. "But, Your Majesty, isn't a 10% tax a bit much, to say the least?" Yes, this was the problem. Leon briefly explained the tax structure of the Lionheart Kingdom. You pay 90% of your total output. This was the same for nobles and freemen alike. How does a country run when 90% of its income is collected in taxes? Isn't everyone starving to death? This was a common criticism of the kingdom from the empire, but it was a misunderstanding of the structure of Lionheart's kingdom. The kingdom of Lionheart, under his rule, is a divinely centered, unified nation, and the gods of light and justice governed the ruling class and the common people alike. Fishermen who followed the gods of the sea and its waves caught the allowed amount of fish, and the land tilled by farmers who followed the goddess of life and fertility was always bountiful. Even the king was carefully chosen from among the holy knights by the goddess, so that over the millennia of succession, the kingdom was always at peace. It was a perfect social structure with a divine connection, and only invasions from the outside disturbed the peaceful kingdom. Greedy northern barbarians, crude orcs, and filthy vampires who refuse to die have invaded the bountiful kingdom, but there are honorable men who are willing to give their lives against these invaders. Knights. They follow the gods of light and justice, armed with iron armors and war horses, and bravely slay their enemies. The free people praised the knights for their bravery and honor and supported them. And so the 10 Commandments were born. It was a system that the freemen willingly agreed to in order to support the honorable knights as they rode endlessly to their deaths. Of course, this was only possible because society was inherently just, unlike empires and miscellaneous kingdoms that are often torn apart by judicial corruption and greed. The Lionheart Kingdom was chosen by the goddess because it was just and honorable. The slightest misappropriation of the overflowing taxes would result in the withdrawal of the goddess' favor, and the family would not be given the opportunity to train to become an honorable holy knight. That's why the taxes of the Lionheart Kingdom have always been used for the common good. They were used to build bridges, build walls, improve facilities, and care for the families of those who died honorably in battle. All of this is done under the watchful eye of the goddess's perfect king, King Lionheart, so no matter how much you pay in taxes, you can't complain. It was with this background that the country became the last bastion against the invasion of the demons. But this is Earth, and Korea. Even the peasants who had witnessed the divine and vowed to become believers agreed. They understood that he was the king of a medieval civilization and that the culture of the survivors was different from Earth. But this is Earth, and the land was technically owned by the farmers, and they had to pay a separate tax to the government. Your Majesty. But 90% is too much. They have to pay taxes to the government, and they have to pay for their living expenses and fertilizer. What do you mean? Why should they worry about paying taxes to the government, living expenses, and fertilizer? What? Hari and the other farmers, who had been listening intently, looked puzzled at Leon's unexpected statement. As a follower of the goddess, how can you worry about going hungry? The food you pay as taxes will be distributed, leaving a minimum amount to cover all expenses. What he was saying was simple: no taxes, no paperwork, not even living expenses or anything else. I will select a pious man from among you to be a priest. The rest of the harvest will be purely yours, and you may sell it for dignity and luxury. So everything is taken care of for you: your food, your welfare, your life. Except for 10% of your output. What? Does that sound appealing to you? No. Still, 90% is too much, don't you think? At that point, Hari gave Leon a sly look. Come to think of it, this blessed rice is worth a fortune. The performance of 160 grams of rice per kernel is comparable to that of most fortifiers, and the duration is overwhelmingly long. However, because its yield is so much higher than that of potions, the price of potions related to health and mana recovery will drop massively. Using a very conservative estimate of the market oversupply and the resulting price drop, the Hunter Association's appraiser concluded that the conclusion was that the price of an 80-kilogram sack of rice would be 150 million won. The farmers rolled their eyes and doubted their ears. 150,000, a sack of rice? What was the rice harvest 5 years ago? Long live the gods! Long live the goddess! Leon listened with satisfaction to the praise of the divine that was well deserved, and taught them the tenets of Dimara, the goddess of life and fertility. Make an image of the goddess from the first fruits of your harvest and offer it to her altar. Do not piss in the fields, manure is fine. Build a scarecrow and make sure it has a hat and clothes. When you harvest, sing a song. It's better if it's a song of thanks to the goddess. Don't go hungry, even if you're in a hurry. Is that all right, Your Majesty? What do you mean? I just feel like there are too many material conditions attached to your faith. Of course, religion basically promises a take-two deal. You die and you're saved, but Leon didn't seem like the kind of guy who'd want to believe that. How can I expect the nobility of a knight and the dignity of a nobleman from a bunch of ignorant commoners? But if they get drunk on divine grace and lose their proper faith, it doesn't matter, because that grace can always be taken away. Leon had no intention of being greedy from the start, for in the end, only those with true faith would be chosen by the divine. And it's not just farmers he's preaching to. When the crops grown there are released to the world, people will witness a second miracle. Crops that are healthy to eat, The people of this planet, terrified of disease and forced to rely on the barbaric practice of medicine, will eventually admit. Will the crops that grow be used as seedlings? Some will be purchased by the Hunters Association. It was only a matter of time before a world with divinity would come. After the cleansing of the Nidu plains and building the altar for the goddess Dimara, the first crops were deposited in Leon's storehouses as foretold. This time, he said, take seedlings of all but the most delicate varieties to expand agriculture. Those who need money can sell them at a reasonable price. As the association has agreed to purchase them for research, Leon gave most of the crops to Mr. Choi, whom he had appointed as a temporary priest, who would distribute the necessary food to the people and plant seedlings for the next season. The villagers were left to sell the rest, which the association had promised to buy, and which was worth well over 5 billion won. Are you sure it will be fine if you leave it to him? You mean the elderly farmer? Yes, you've handed over most of the earnings. As far as Hari was concerned, Leon's method was too simple. The crops from each parcel of land were given to the Lord. And when the Lord was absent, the priest would take care of it and send the appropriate amount back to the Lord. Leon, oh, my God, it's like they're setting you up to steal your taxes. How do you catch people stealing in your kingdom? We didn't have to catch them. Why? Why is that? Because everyone who did went to hell. Leon is an inhabitant of a world where God is real, not Earth where people talk about heaven and hell. There was harmony with the divine, faith and grace. Of course, there was also punishment, cheating bureaucrats, corrupt nobles, vicious knights. How could such beings survive? A man who cheats the gods for a moment's riches and glory. That's a different kind of courage. Hari swallowed hard. Faced with Dimara's divinity, she was overwhelmed by the existence of the gods and their grace. But the realization that there were also divine punishments gave her chills. There are two ways to become a hunter. Enroll in the Hunter Academy and spend 3 years of state-funded training and development to receive your hunter's certificate. This is the case of Han Hari, a representative of the National Hunter Association. I graduated at the top of my class. I didn't ask. The second way is to take the Hunter Association's authorized awakening test, which assesses your job and skills. Awakeners who were past the age to enter the academy were usually allowed in, and many hunters traveled to the association's testing grounds every year to renew their ranks. I don't know if your majesty would like to be tested as well, but it's more convenient for the job, procedurally speaking. So, what kind of job does Leon have? What other skills might he have? Hari wondered inwardly. Survivors often had skills that Earthlings couldn't acquire, and the association was intrigued. What the hell is that? But Leon's response was cold. How are you going to test this Lionheart King with a bunch of crap? Then why did you ask me to take you there? I need to find some useful soldiers. I will test them. Isn't that, the protocol? If not, make it so. At Leon's insistence, Hari wondered how to report this to Chief Kim. More than that, when will the president return home? I'll call him right away. Hello, Chief Kim? It would be better to allow this Night King to meet with the president. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. D-Rank Hunter Ku Dai-sung came to the association for grading again this year. Mr. Ku, you're here again this year. A middle-aged man is happy to see him. It was team leader Kim Do-han, who had worked with the gate mining team a few times. It's been a while. You've been working hard, Mr. Ku. At the words of team leader Kim Do-han, Ku Dai-sung let out an awkward laugh. His age is 32 this year and he has been a hunter for over 10 years. Talented people usually awaken their powers in middle school and receive admission to the academy. However, he awakened at the age of 22. His rank is D and he has no unique skills. How about this year? Do you think you'll improve your rank? I'll try. Ku Dai-sung has been a D rank for 10 years. It is said that the limit of the untalented is C rank, but he was stuck at D rank for 10 years. Why don't you join our team? If you're as good as Mr. Ku, you'll be diligent and do a good job, and you'll become an ace in no time. Not all hunters who have awakened their powers have combat jobs. There are those who work in production, those who work in research, and quite a few who work in conventional industry rather than as hunters. However, the vast majority of untalented and unremarkable hunters work as porters for raiding parties or on mining teams that stop just before the gate closes to mine for items. They were able to do this because they were much stronger than the average person. But they were still laborers. Kudai-sung had been doing this menial labor for 10 years, but he couldn't give up. Even as a D-rank hunter, the money he earned in the dungeon was nothing compared to the menial labor. I need to earn more money, and unless I can find a dungeon with high profits, I can't pay the interest. He had debts, an old mother to support, and younger siblings to take care of. He couldn't afford it without his hunter income. But there was hope that one day he would awaken his unique skills and become a hunter who could take on high-level gates as part of a raiding party. He imagines a future where he can shine as an awakened, but the reality was harsh, and even that glimmer of hope was fading. I'll try, he says, but he doesn't expect much. His goal is now realistic, and he'd be grateful if he could somehow become a C-rank and escape the life of a porter. A young man is coming. Just then, someone enters the association's waiting room. It's a foreigner with blonde hair. Could it be someone from Europe? He looks like royalty. The eyes of the people in the lobby turn to the blonde man. Wow, he's handsome. Oh my god. He's so handsome. He was certainly striking. With the straight gaze and gorgeous blonde hair, he had the air of a nobleman. Most of all, in a place full of blackheads, a blonde man was bound to stand out. Is he a foreign worker? I think he's European. Or Europe is not all well off. There are poor countries too. Even after the cataclysm, South Korea was a fairly well-off developed country. It's not a bad country for foreign workers to come and work in, except for the fact that it has a terrible food self-sufficiency rate and relies on imports for most of its food. Curiosity piqued, Kim approached the blonde man with his trademark backwards charm. Hey, young man, how are you? Don't talk to me, you lowly thing. Question mark. Question mark. For a moment, he thought he'd misheard me, but the intensity of the verbal assault that came back was so strong that he forgot what to say. Ha, you learned Korean in a weird way, didn't you? Well, yeah. Mr. Kim turned around, unable to ask any more questions. At that moment, the blonde man's gaze crossed with Kudai-sung's. HMPH. Kudai-sung gasped as the pressure from the blonde man's gaze was like a huge presence suppressing him. Ha! The only reason Kudai-sung could breathe was because an association employee called his number. 57. 57, Mr. Kudai-sung? Yes, 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 I'm coming. Kudai-sung rushed to the association staff, feeling a strange chill from the gaze behind him. What a bunch of lowlifes. Turning his head from the association's lobby, Leon looked at the assembled faces and made a harsh assessment. Weak. Leon's gaze alone can penetrate a person's insides, sensing the energy within them. However, the auras within them were all dull and small. In the first place, those who came to take the ranking test were either junior hunters or those who were just about to take the awakening test. A bunch of ignoramuses whose talent wasn't discovered unless they were from the academy. But Leon is not looking for the strong. It is a lament that there are no men worthy of being soldiers. He's not here to find knights. He's here to recruit men to follow and support him. Soldiers, of course, a knight and a soldier have very different standards. Soldiers are not serfs, and they're not going to be used as a meat shield, so they should have some talent. But they don't even pass that small threshold. Though I see one who might be useful. What he sees is more than just internal energy. He sees marks, scars, signs of a life lived. A man of Leon's stature can judge people by their face alone. Most of them are full-grown men, but their faces show no sign of hardship. There should have been a few with skilled muscles, but even then, they were barely useful as laborers. No, janitors. It's not like I'm going to be satisfied from the start. Leon stood up when his turn was called and headed for the interview room. Leon, number 77, Mr. Dragonia Lionheart. The interviewers were employees of the association. Of course they knew Leon was a survivor, but they didn't know his personality. Address me as your majesty, commoner. The association worker paused, then nodded to the deputy who poked him in the side. Your majesty. Leon listened to the official's deference with satisfaction. He knew his common sense was at odds with Earth's, but there was a reason he insisted on imposing his version of justice and decorum. It is not for royalty to consider the laws of the commoners. Though he is an earthling, he has been a knight of noble birth and a king for 300 years. Royalty is not bound by the rules of the lesser, and there is no reason for him to consider cultural differences, even if they are worlds apart. Then please place your hand on the measuring device here for the test. The test for a hunter's rank is a two-step process. First, they're tested for unique skills and class aptitudes. Usually, the class aptitudes that follow the inherent skills are warrior or swordsman, and in the rare case of a wizard aptitude, they would contact the tower. The next step is to take a practical test at a gate maintained by the society to determine your final rank. They had heard that Leon was a very powerful survivor, so they were very curious to see what his unique skills would be. Foolish. What? But it was Leon's scolding that came back. How can a commoner test the honor of a knight? What? Your Majesty, it's not us that's measuring, it's a magic tool, and it's quite accurate. How can a machine measure a knight's worth? Only honorable knights and the gods can measure a knight. The association's staff was puzzled, too. They'd had plenty of survivors with odd personalities, but this was the first one to refuse to take the test. Well, then. On the very next test. No, you refused to take the test, so you must go. Then why are you here? I'm here to recruit useful soldiers. But I can't believe even the auditors are such scumbags. Headhunting so openly. Many guilds, including the 10 guilds, hire scouts to recruit good hunters. But to openly refuse the test and come to headhunt like this. So far, I haven't found anyone I like. So what's the next test? There's a practical test at their gate. Good. I'll be there to observe. But the employee could only nod as the manager poked him in the side once again. Each gate has its own concept. Dungeon type and field type are the largest categories, followed by several smaller categories such as quest type and capture type. The general rule of thumb is that once a gate is cleared, it should be closed and removed. However, in some cases, gates are kept open even if the boss is not captured or the closing conditions are not fulfilled, such as the Soul Station gate. Does anyone else get dizzy? Some people get motion sickness when passing through the gate. The Soul Station gate is a field-type gate with a green meadow. Kudai-sung sighed softly as he looked at the Soul Station gate, which he was already visiting for the 10th time. This year's measurements weren't much different from last year. There were no unique skills and no stat increases. If he wanted to turn the tables, he'd have to perform well in this practical test. And in order to perform, party members are important. Kudai-sung looked at the faces of the party members who had joined him for this test. Wow, this is the gate, brother, this is a hot mess. Jinmi, let's turn off our cell phones first. 2 newbies. He also saw the blonde foreigner from the waiting room. If he's here to test his rank at that age, it's most likely a case of late awakening since academy graduates are tested separately. In a party of 5, 3 of them are just beginners. Kudai-sung turned his eyes towards his last hope, but it was the old man who was there. The air is so good. The old man must have been over 60 years old. He may have awakened during the cataclysm 30 years ago, but he had not made a name for himself among the first generation of hunters. That meant that the old man was just an unremarkable C or D rank hunter like himself. I wasn't expecting it, but it can't be helped that they're either beginners or D rank in the first place. Then, hunters, don't worry and feel free to attack the gate, even if it's dangerous, because I, a B-grade hunter, will step forward. Leaving the association staff behind, Kudai-sung stepped forward. Then, let's introduce ourselves and confirm our positions. Even at a time like this, he had to play the role of party leader and raise his evaluation score. I'm Kudai-sung. I've been a hunter for 10 years, and my class is warrior. My main position is dealer. Shin Tae-hoon. I awakened this year and I use a shield and spear. This is my sister, Shin Yeon. She uses daggers and is learning to use a bow. They are beginners who haven't even found their aptitude yet, so Kudai-sung cautiously asked, did you two go to separate schools? Due to age restrictions, those who can't attend a hunter academy often attend training centers run by veteran hunters. It's not as structured as an academy, but it's more of a cram school. Me and my brother went to school for 3 months at a time. They were complete novices. Kudai-sung didn't expect it, so he approached the old man. Hey, old man, what about you? This old man is 50 years old and my name is Okang Tae. Although I'm an awakened, I was recently dismissed from my job. His weapon is a pistol and he has little experience for his age. A pistol. Even if he was a martial artist, it would be hard for him to overcome the disadvantage of a sword or spear. And finally, the foreign visitor, do you speak Korean? The blonde man? Leon stared at him for a moment, unmoved by Kudai-sung's question. This king doesn't fight. Ah, you're a good fighter? Did you learn Korean backwards? You can't use a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. He learned Korean backwards. Kudai-sung scratched his head thoughtfully and decided on a position. So, Taehoon, you'll be the tank. Me and the old man will be the main dealers. Nari, you'll be the archer and that foreigner. What the hell? Why doesn't he have a weapon? While the hunters at the gate had brought their own weapons, Leon had none. That foreigner. Didn't you bring a weapon? Strange. I thought the association would lend him a weapon or two. Handsome brother over there. Do you want me to lend you a weapon? At that moment, Shin Yeon, who was holding a dagger and a bow, cautiously asked. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Leon, who seemed to have an air of transcending humanity. Do you want to use a dagger or a bow? My main skill is daggers, so. Would you like to try this bow? Do you know how to shoot a bow? Shin Yeon hands over a bow. It's a new product called a smart bow that can automatically aim and adjust the string tension. You want to give me this? No, just use it and give it back. Leon stared at the bow in disbelief, as if he heard something he shouldn't have. Then he frowned as if he had been insulted and threw the bow to the ground. Ack, my bow. Hey! What are you doing? Shin Taehoon was furious when his sister's bow was thrown to the ground. However, the Night King is equally angry at being insulted. Of course, the reason for his anger is beyond the comprehension of a lowly commoner. Knights don't use cowardly ranged weapons. You've got to be kidding me. Kudai-sung rubbed his eyes. Chapter 16, Cowardly Ranged Weapons. Chapter 16, Cowardly Ranged Weapons. In Leon's world, ranged weapons are cowardly weapons for the lowly. They are unacceptable to a knight who values honor, and the only people who use them are serfs and free soldiers who have no need for honor. Of course, he was a natural commander and an undefeated rising general, so he had no shortage of archers, catapults, and cannons. But ranged weapons have their limits. There's something called recoil, and it's the same with firearms. There's a limit to the amount of ammunition. A limit to the amount of firepower. It's like a weapon with a maximum value, but swords and spears are different. What you swing is what you swing, and what you throw is what you throw, and it's purely up to you. If you can't split a boulder with your sword, you're not a knight. Can't blow away an opponent's mounted charge, a good knight can pierce through pikemen. In the end, honor and fame are earned through sheer strength, not through the use of a bow. For a holy knight who has completed the quest and been chosen by the Grail, a ranged weapon is a dishonorable admission of inadequacy. No, there's something wrong with you. Of course, it didn't make sense in modern terms. You're a funny fellow. Oh, Kang Hyuk laughed it off, but not the rest of the party. They were about to say something when a frantic hunter employee shouted out, "We need to get going." Okay. Kudai-sung followed where the association employee led, thinking this test might be a bust. This test? How does it work? Kudai-sung asked, and the association staff answered. Basically, you'll be hunting 50 kobolds. They'll be out in the field, but if it's too dangerous, I'll step in. Even though the staff member said that only kobolds could be hunted, Kudai-sung wanted to earn a higher score. Of course, hunting gnolls and boss monsters earns higher points. And there are specific areas where they appear. Hey, guys, I know a place. Why don't you go there and hunt? You're more experienced than us, so I'm in. The three agree, and Leon remains silent, so Kudai-sung led the party out of the meadow and into the forest. Taehoon and Yeon, the newbies, craned their necks to see where he was leading them. Mr. Dae-sung, I see a village at the end of the meadow. There must be a lot of them. Don't mess with the villages. We're outnumbered and could be surrounded by kobolds and gnolls. Kudai-sung is a veteran of the game. Tackling the Seoul Station gate for the 10th time, he has seen kobolds and gnolls at other gates as well, although they're not as frequent because they're only set up for testing. We're going to target the kobolds in the cave. Kudai-sung explained the advantages of fighting in caves. First, the cramped quarters and one-way passageways meant they wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded, tearing off a patch of grass he'd found along the way. I'm going to light a fire with the grass here and inject smoke inside, so we can easily target the cave kobolds. Ah, you're different after all. Even as he was praised by the party members, Kudai-sung smiled bitterly. Coming to the test gate 10 times wasn't that big of a deal. As his rank increased, the test gates would naturally change. For C rank was the Samjion Station Gate, and for B rank, the 63rd Building Gate. He studied and researched all the strategies, imagining that one day he would be able to enter the top gates. But he could only see the gate here at Seoul Station. I have to move up this time, I can't stay a D rank forever. He wanted to be strong, and he was sick and tired of being D rank. Kobolds up ahead. At that moment, Shin Tae-hoon, who was in the lead as a tank, stopped, and the kobolds spotted them because they were so loud. Grrrr. Kobolds are humanoid monsters with the heads of dogs. They are about the height of an elementary school student and are the lowest class of monsters. Block them with your shield in front, Tae-hoon. Yes, the kobolds' charge was straightforward and simple, and they had a strong tendency to go for pure strength and power. In that case, the hunters would win unless they were overwhelmingly outnumbered. Kyuak, the kobold that had been charging upright, was knocked down by Neon's arrow. The kobold spun around to face Tae-hoon's shield and crashed head-on into it, bleeding from the nose. Stupid bastards. Tae-hoon plunged his sword into the fallen kobold, but just then, another kobold threw himself at Tae-hoon, and he fell to the ground in anger. Ouch, Tae-hoon. Just as the kobold was about to sink its teeth into him, Dae-sung's sword pierced the kobold's neck and hot blood poured out onto Tae-hoon's face. Don't let your guard down. They may be weak, but they're quick. There are 5 kobolds left, but Neon's arrow, drawn straight, pierces the second kobold. HMPH. The old man, Okang-tae, takes over the fallen line and punches the kobolds in the face with his armored fist. It was a swift jab. Kung. The kobolds fell, one after another, as Dae-sung picked up Tae-hoon and joined them. Whoa, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. When Tae-hoon apologized for his mistake and breaking the formation, Dae-sung clapped his hands to encourage him. It's okay. It happens to everyone at first. He, too, had made his share of mistakes against the kobolds, considering he was a rookie. Tae-hoon's mistakes weren't even on the error side. Neon took care of 2 of them, and thanks to you, no one got hurt. Everyone did a good job. Despite his initial misgivings, this is not a bad party, except for one person. Hey, foreigner, you didn't do anything in our fight, did you? That's right, I just stood in the back and watched. Mr. Employee, is this okay? The arrow was returned to Leon, who remained silent. He was dying to get rid of Leon and get another party member. Haha. I'll take that into consideration, so don't worry too much. Leon would get the lowest score, and the others would get extra points. Dae-sung was disappointed, but he thought it was fine if they would get extra points. If that's the case, let's go further in. We'll find a cave soon. True to his word, they walked further into the forest, and a cave appeared. There really is a cave. Ugh. Do we have to go in and fight? I don't like dark places. Neon's complaint made him want to say, you'll never be a hunter. But Dae-sung held it together and smiled. No, we're going to raid the cave. Raid? Well, a basic part of being a hunter is raiding gates. So I need you all to gather some leaves from around the area. We'll set them on fire and send the smoke into the cave. Ah, you're going to choke them to death with smoke? Wow, awesome. Then we'll just have to catch the ones that jump out. That was it. In Dae-sung's experience, there were more than 20 kobolds in this cave. He had been using this method since the 6th game, as it allowed him to take out more than 24 kobolds with little loss of health in a gate attack where health balance was crucial. As he organizes his plan and gathers the leaves and grass clippings around him, his eyes catch sight of Leon, arms crossed and eyes closed. Hey, why don't you help instead of playing? Leon opened his closed eyes. His blue eyes pierced Dae-sung. In your eyes, you see this king being lazy. If not that, then something else. But he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't explain it with logic or reason, but a strange gut feeling told him that if he said anything more here, he might get in trouble. Oh, whatever. You're the lowest of the low. So you know. It was the best he could do to avoid eye contact. I've got it all. Do you need a lighter for the fire? This old man has a lighter. Oh, I've long since given up smoking. Don't get me wrong. He was about to light the tinder. Do you really think that's best? Leon spoke up. What? You haven't even helped yet. This king asked you if that is the best move. Don't make me tell you twice. I've tried this 3 times. And it worked all 3 times. It's based on experience, which isn't bad. But how can you rely on experience when that experience is so shallow? What are you talking about, really? For a moment he thought he did something wrong, but he knew better. Oh, never mind, you're too young to have experience. He lit a fire and pushed the smoke from the large leaves around him into the cave. Kiowa, a monstrous screeching sound echoed through the cave. Oh, they're coming, Taehoon shouts as he raises his shield, and everyone prepares for battle. And just as the first group of kobolds burst out of the cave, they stop dead in their tracks at the sight of the flames blocking the entrance. Now, the arrow Neon pulled flew, and the rocks thrown by Old Man O and Dai Sung crushed the kobolds' faces. Crack! Kahak! One after another, the kobolds fell. After killing 5 of them in an instant, Dai Sung exclaimed in triumph. See, my method is not wrong. The next group of kobolds jumped up. They were gasping for air to keep from choking on the smoke, and they looked dizzy. All right, let's get on with it, he shouted as he took down the 7th kobold. Krrrr. Another similar but different howl was heard and Dai Sung doubted his ears. Noel, he turned to the sound and there, staring back at him, was Noel, armed with armor and shield, and a one-handed axe, with the head of a vicious hyena, and 1.5 times larger than the average Noel. Noel Captain? Noel Captain is the boss here at the gate of Seoul Station. His monster rank is definitely C-class. It's too strong for them. Oh, no. Why now? Suddenly, Dai Sung's mind flashed back to Leon's words 10 minutes ago. Do you really think it's the best move? It was as if he'd been expecting this. But how? Dai Sung, what should we do? Neon's urgent cry made Dai Sung's heart race. You and Neon, stop the kobolds in the cave, and me and Taehoon will deal with Noel Captain. They needed people on both sides. Above all, it would be suicidal for a D rank to fight against a Noel Captain without any tactics. He could only hope that Taehoon, who was technically a novice, could hold his own with a shield. The Noel Captain screams and charges. Taehoon takes the lead and raises his shield, but his legs are shaking from the roar. He can't even block an attack like that. Taehoon, wake up! Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying axe slammed into Taehoon's shield and Taehoon, unable to withstand the blow, fell to the ground, losing his shield. Holy shit! The Noel Captain was about to strike Taehoon down but Dai Sung moved to save Taehoon. Krrrr. The Noel Captain lightly blocked the charge with his momentum and the long sword was unable to penetrate the shield from the front, and he was stopped. Krrrr. The Noel Captain grunted as his back snapped forward and swung his axe towards Dai Sung. Dai Sung was thrown away by the impact that his armor had barely absorbed. Ouch, ouch. It was then that I saw the terrified Taehoon about to be struck by the great axe. Has the party cleared out the kobolds yet? Why hasn't the association's staff moved? His thoughts didn't last long as Dai Sung raised his shield, forgetting to even grip his sword. Taehoon, step back. Dai Sung's shield blocks the axe as it strikes and his knees buckled under the unimaginable weight of the axe. Thud. But he held on and he instinctively adjusted the angle of his shield to deflect the axe at an angle. Krrrr. The Noel Captain let out an annoyed howl as his weapon slipped, and he raised his axe again. A second blow. Could I stop it? If only Taehoon could come to his senses and fight back. The axe comes down, and Dai Sung grits his teeth. The expected clang is not heard, and Dai Sung's pupils dilate as he stares at the Noel Captain axe without closing his eyes the entire time. That's a good enough score. The Noel Captain axe was still in Leon's hand, trembling in his fingers. You saved. Try again. What? Raise your shield and face him again, I say. If you have done it once, why not twice? Leon, who had let go of the axe, urged, and Dai Sung and the Noel Captain both shook their heads. Chapter 17, Yacht Spinner. Chapter 17, Yacht Spinner. Dai Sung looks up at Leon in disbelief, realizing that he has been saved. Captain Noel's axe is suspended in midair, or more precisely, it was clutched in Leon's fingers, trembling and unmoving. How strong does he have to be? Captain Noel may not have the full strength of a C-class hunter, but he's on par with a C-class hunter. He was the boss of the Seoul Station Gate, which is the graveyard of the beginners. Not only could he block Captain Noel's axe with his fingers, but he's holding it so tightly that he can't even pull it out. That was impossible, unless the opponent was overwhelmingly strong. Try again. For a moment, Kudai-sung wondered if he had misheard. What? Raise your shield and try again? Question mark. And then Dai-sung realized Leon let go of the Captain No-Lax. Now, block his attack and counter-attack. No. What are you doing? We're all in danger. From a common-sense perspective, Kudai-sung is right 100 times over, but in the eyes of the Lionheart King, it's not only foolish, it's impious. Rude. You have the honor of being guided by the Lionheart King, and yet you dare to disagree. No. Outrageous. What have I done wrong? As a holy knight by nature, it is an honor for me to lead a mere soldier. You cannot thank this king for such a favor. Leon spoke with a nonchalance that was already beyond insulting, an attitude that would have stunned even the gnoll next to him, but Leon could only glare pathetically at the dazed commoner. Raise your shield, block the axe, counter-attack. Since Leon had let Captain No-Lax through, Kudai-sung had no choice but to raise his shield in order to stay alive. Krrrr. While Kudai-sung got up, Captain Noel glared ferociously at Leon. Of course, Leon attracted much more aggro than Kudai-sung. Kaiwa. Captain Noel swung his axe at Leon without paying attention to Kudai-sung, but just as his axe was about to hit Leon in the head. Tup. Krrrr. The axe blade stops in midair. The sharpened axe was once again blocked by his fingers, unable to move. Is this rabid bastard insane? Captain Noel cowered under Leon's gaze while Leon stared at the axe for a moment, then grabbed the shield in the Noel captain hand. An unscathed hand wraps around the shield and the unbelievable happens as the iron shield snapped, crushed by the grasping hand. It was a horrifying sight meant to send one message: don't do it. Captain Noel understood immediately, since wild beasts by nature understand the hierarchy of power. His tail curled as he realized that he was no match for Leon. Instead, he directed his anger and embarrassment at Kudai-sung. Kudai-sung was stunned by the unexpected aggro, but the Noel captain, who had lost his shield, swung his axe straight at him. Ouch! Kudai-sung raised his shield with a gasp as a clang sounded and the impact was transmitted through the shield. Strong. He was able to block the strong impact. Fool. How can you use your shield to block it? Leon yelled at the old man as he watched the battle from the sidelines and began to train him. Don't go toe-to-toe with a being more powerful than you. Deflect like you did before. Deflect his weapon and look for an opening. That's how the weak fight. Damn. If it was that easy, who the hell would I be? A D-rank hunter for 10 years. But Kudai-sung tried again to deflect the swinging axe with his shield. He twisted the direction of the shield and slanted it, so instead of taking the full impact, he deflected it diagonally. Bam. Boom. But it was easier said than done, since the Noel captain also reacted to the twisting shield. Your opponent is no scarecrow. He is a living, breathing, learning beast. How can you expect to succeed by simply twisting your shield? Heck, damn it. What am I supposed to do? With a thud, Leon's kick to the side knocked Kudai-sung off his feet. What are you doing? Exclamation mark. Kudai-sung saw the trajectory of Captain Noel's axe as he fell. The shield he'd casually raised in response to Leon's words wouldn't have blocked the axe's blow. Stay focused. Take my advice like the sky, but keep your eyes on the enemy. Leon stops the axe-wielding Noel in his tracks with a blow to the head and looks down at him. Get back on your feet. When he tried to plead ignorance, Leon said, don't let your talent rot. Unlock your potential. You can do better. Talented? Me? Ku felt a strange sensation at the words. A hunter without a single unique skill. A talentless D-rank hunter who just happened to be awakened. Leon's words of encouragement were so unexpected, and his voice alone filled him with a strange sense of trust. I can do this. I raise my shield. This is my first time using a shield since I've always used a sword. Bam. It's heavy. Damn. How did I block that attack earlier? Keep your eyes on the enemy. I follow his advice. In the narrow field of vision blocked by my shield, I stare at the axe that the Noel captain is wielding. The trajectory of the swinging axe. If only I could read it. Bang. The sound of metal scraping against metal rang out, louder than before, and the attack was deflected. Stand. You've succeeded. Krrrr. The Noel's front paw slammed into his abdomen and Kudai-sung's body flew into the distance. TSK. How pathetic. How can you not see the whole picture? Staring at the axe, he didn't see the creature's foot move. Kudai-sung's vision blurred and his eyelids finally closed. This year, he received a D grade again. When Kudai Sung passed out, Leon, the Knoll captain, and Shin Tae-hoon were the only ones left. CR. Captain Knoll glared at the fallen Kudai Sung, but kept his eyes on Leon. It could only stare at Leon in horror. With that alone, how much longer will you, a filthy son of a bitch who isn't even human, stand by and watch this king? Crack. A finger snaps. It's not even a fist, but the mere contact of his chin with the outstretched index finger sends Captain Knoll's head spinning 13 times. Cue the Duke. Captain Knoll crumbles to the ground with a crunching sound as his neck breaks. Dirty. Leon frowned like a dysentery patient who had touched something that shouldn't have been touched, then stood in front of Shin Tae-hoon. Sighing, he wiped his fingers where they had touched the Knoll captain on the hem of his shirt, but Tae-hoon didn't dare say anything. Captain Knoll is the boss at the gate of Seoul Station, where there is no specific boss. It's a graveyard for beginners with a Class C rank, and not many novice hunters survive with the help of the association staff after encountering Knoll captains. What kind of hunter would play with a Knoll captain like that? Wait, an association employee? As it turns out, even though it was a clear crisis, the association staff didn't step in. Instead, they keep their distance and act as if they expected this to happen. That's right, Neon. Tae-hoon's eyes widened in surprise as he looked in the direction of the cave. Oh, big brother, it's all taken care of. You young men had a hard time. In front of the cave, where dozens of kobolds were about to emerge, Old Man Wu laughed and wiped the blood off his holster. Then, we'll end the test. With those words, the hunt at Seoul Station Gate came to an end. Moments later, Han Hari, who was waiting at the entrance to Seoul Station Gate, saw Leon and ran over. Your Majesty, how was it? Just a walk. The Seoul Station Gate was nothing more than a walk for him. Even though he's a weakened Night King who's lost most of his power, his body is still that of a demigod. Even if tens of thousands of gnolls swarm around him, they can't put a dent in his jade body. So, did you accomplish your goal? Leon had come to the Seoul Station Gate in the name of testing to learn about the hunter's physiology and find talent at the same time. No, I encountered several hunters in the waiting room, but they were all lowly commoners. There is no one worthy of serving this king. Leon remembered a man, D-rank hunter Kudai Sung. His skill with a shield was unremarkable. Poor, to be sure, but he showed promise. A professional soldier's skill was to use a shield, so that was something worth cultivating. Well, he's fit enough to be a sergeant. I see. It was then that the association staff and other party members who came out with Leon came into view. Hari was surprised to see the elderly man among them. Or rather, the unmasked Okang Tae. Association President, Ms. Hari, it's been a while. Okang Tae, no, Okang Hyuk, the president of the Hunters Association, smiled a cheeky smile. A cafe near Seoul Station. Did you know? Okang Hyuk, the president of the Hunter Association, assumed that Leon had realized his identity from the moment he stopped caring about the kobold cave. There's no way a warrior of your caliber could be out there. Leon had known from the moment he approached him under his pseudonym, for the aura he carried was out of the ordinary. I even wore a mask of illusion on purpose, but it must have been meaningless. The magic tool that transforms the face to look like someone else was meaningless to Leon in the first place, as he was an outsider who didn't even know the face of the most famous hunter in the country. I heard you're forming a guild this time. Only if you replace the name of the knights with a guild. Okang Hyuk wanted to know Leon's intentions. He needed to know what he was after, where he was headed, so he could keep him in the small country of Korea. I would like to thank you on behalf of the nation for cleansing the Niju Plain. The president said he would like to see you soon to thank you. It's not a big deal. It doesn't require the king to thank me. We would like to make our own case, if that's what you want. I'm not particularly anxious to leave the country! Exclamation mark. The words hit the nail on the head. What the association wants from Leon is for him to stay in the country. He has proven to be a powerful being in his own right. But more than that, his miraculous ability to cleanse the land of miasma contamination makes him more valuable than any other survivor. If any other country realized what he could do, they would go to war to get him. Even our ally, the United States, can't be trusted. The United States has also lost all sorts of granaries to dungeon breaks, so they'll pay Leon any price to cleanse the land. And that price, Leon seemed to already know. You are mistaken. What? What do you mean? It is not this king's power or ability to cleanse the land of pollution. What is it then? He heard from the association staff that Leon cleaned up the plains of Hunan and Neju. He saw it on video, so how can it not be Leon power? You mean? By believing in Goddess Dimara. Anyone can do that? Not just anyone. You have to be a priest with sincere faith and her approval. He was amazed. A mere priest could solve a problem that humanity has yet to fully solve. In this world, there is a basic freedom of religion. Yes, religious conflicts still erupt, but there was no religious persecution in Korea. One religion has been a bit extreme, but it pales in comparison to bombings in the Middle East. It's a problem that will be overcome naturally. If you want divine power, first prove it with your faith. Oh, Kang Hyuk wondered if he should really trust these otherworldly religious people, but regardless, he couldn't deny the purified land. Your Majesty's wishes are well understood. But if there's anything else you need, we can help. Perhaps I offer you the opportunity to serve this king. How? I need to improve my reputation. Reputation? Oh, Kang Hyuk gave me a puzzled look. When you say reputation, you mean I intend to raise this king's reputation on this earth? No, in the world, so that I can have the opportunity to preach. In other words, he believed that the more fame he gained, the more he could spread the faith of the 10,000 gods. He wasn't wrong, in fact, it was the most effective way. I see. In order for your Majesty to increase your reputation, that is actually the best way. His Majesty must have guessed. Oh, Kang Hyuk remembered that he had joined the test to find talent. He created a guild, accepted residents, and recruited guild members, the simplest way to increase your reputation on modern Earth. Needless to say, first, I'd suggest you start building a track record to raise your rank as a hunter. In this day and age, there aren't many ways to spread prestige like force. And how do you raise that rating? Simple. You close the gates. Of course, this will be a complicated process for your Majesty, who has only just settled on Earth. The first problem is the gates. Most high-ranking gates are pre-bid by guilds, and the only gates that Leon, a novice hunter, can enter are low-ranking gates owned by association that no one has bid on. If you want to raise your reputation quickly, there's nothing like a high-rank gate, but I heard that those are the ones that guilds bid on in advance. At that, Oh Kang Hyuk laughed and replied, actually, there is a case of a failed attempt to capture the Vermilion Gate. It's a specialty gate, and the association is struggling with it. He pulled out his smartphone, played a video, and placed it politely on the desk. On the screen, a spider appeared. This is a Vermilion Gate in the city of Gyeonggu. It's a special gate that was recently upgraded to an actual Vermilion Gate. The 8 wide-angle lenses covering all 4 directions are constantly moving, and the 8 thick legs are too cold and hideous for a creature. Huge cannons and bladders on thick, crab-like carapaces along with a railgun that emits a vicious electromagnetic pulse. Ah, run, 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 run. What the hell? We can't beat that thing. It was a nightmare that hops from building to building on 8 legs, taunting the hunters. The boss of this special gate, which no one has cleared in a year. Either obtain or destroy the wisdom gem guarded by the yacht spinner. Chapter 18, Hunting the Spider, 1. Chapter 18, Hunting the Spider, 1. The conditions for a dungeon break are simple. After the gate appears, the magic inside begins to expand, eventually causing the gate to crack. This is why dungeon breaks have a time limit. Preventing the dungeon break is surprisingly simple. You can either close the gate by clearing a condition that appears when you enter the dungeon, or you can periodically clean the inside to remove the expanding magic. The latter method is used when you intentionally leave a gate open, such as the gate at Seoul Station. But just as the explanation for gates is not perfect, there are always exceptions. This is the case with the gate at Gyeonggu Sports Complex. Hey, Tinkerers, let's get a win this time. You lost 24-3 last week, so you lost 8-1 3 times, and now you're going to win. I saw it. As the 10,000 spectators watched, a gate appeared in the middle of the stadium. Ah, we could have won this time. After the gate was opened, the association staff measured the gate's rating. The gate was rated Vermilion after measuring the amount of energy inside. After registering the Gyeonggu Sports Complex gate through the association's database, the next step was to select a target area for the gate, and local guilds were prioritized first. The fastest traders will be prioritized, followed by raiders of a certain rank and above. The Gyeonggu Sports Complex gate was won by the KPP Guild, a group of local native hunters, and they immediately entered the gate. Brother, this is I know. KPP Guild leader Kim Hansu and Class A tanker Cho Ho Yil shared a subtle look at the sight of the gate, the wilderness, a desolate world with barren cities and blowing sandstorms. This kind of world was not uncommon among the gates. The desolate interiors, as if the world had ended, were a familiar sight to hunters. The problem was the civilization level of this gate, at least modern civilization. Maybe more advanced than Earth. Ruined but standing buildings, autonomous robots roaming the streets. That's interesting. A gate to the future. There's fantasy and martial arts, so why not the future? The world inside the gate varied greatly. If it's a dungeon-type gate, you can simply defeat monsters and bosses, or if it's a field-type gate, it's often not implemented beyond a certain distance. However, the higher the grade of the gate, the more complex and diverse the scenery and tendencies inside become. In fantasy gates, for example, you'll see humans and elves using swords and magic, and goblins and orcs as enemies. In fantasy martial arts type gates there are martial arts practitioners and the demon cult as enemies. Other gates include apocalyptic, arcane punk, and steampunk. New implant released. Replace your useless body with a machine. A perk for gate intelligences and hunters. Cho Ho Yil reads a poster on the outside wall of the building with the perfect translation function. He looked at it and said to guild leader Kim Hansu, "Guild leader, this is the cyberpunk type." What? A future world where civilization is more advanced than Earth. This is troublesome. We'll have to overhaul our party strategy against monsters. Highly developed civilizations inevitably use high firepower ranged weapons such as firearms and laser weapons. For hunters, who are forced to rely on individual firepower, it's tricky. For hunters with large individual variation in power, mass-produced models are the enemy, as they have limited stamina. Yes, but since it's a group battle, we can go from building to building and distribute our stamina so we won't be surrounded. Hunters are strong. Even D-class hunters are beyond the reach of most humans. However, they were still living beings, limited by their physical strength. Regardless of the type of monster here at the Kyonggu Gate, it would be difficult to deal with an army armed with firearms. Let's use the building over there as our base camp. It's quite tall, so it'll be a good place to scout. The 58 members of the KPP Guild's raiding party entered a small 7-story commercial building among the crumbling buildings. They prepared for battle and attacked floor by floor, but all they saw was a desolate ruin, with no results. Look at this, Guildmaster. These clothes are pretty cool. Didn't they just have holograms on them? He marveled at Park Hyri, who was picking up a novelty item from a nearby clothing store. Hyri, keep that. If it's got good technology in it, it'll be pretty cool. More advanced civilizations are picky, but it's not like they don't have anything to eat. Most of the stuff from more advanced civilizations could be used in the real world if interpreted correctly. Although most of them are indecipherable, reverse engineering is not without success. And governments are still mining technology from these gates. Ho Yil, do you see anything? Nothing really. No NPCs. No monsters. Strange. Normally, a field-type gate would have NPCs and monsters. Where's the yacht spinner? I thought that was the boss mob. A quest that popped up as soon as they entered the dungeon. Either obtain or destroy the wisdom gem guarded by the yacht spinner. The KPP Guild's primary goal is to defeat the boss monster, yacht spinner. Since the gate closing condition is the wisdom gem, they were going to appraise it before deciding whether to take it or destroy it. I don't see it at all. That's weird. The weather was shitty, but still, it's strange to be in a city this big and not see a single monster, let alone a human. Well, at least we're not dealing with the resistance or the army of an evil dictatorship. Anyway, let's make sure the perimeter is secure. Get the scouts out and draw a map. Something passed by. The KPP Guild members turned their gaze towards the guild leader, who was suddenly interrupted. Big Brother Hansu, guild leader? The entire upper half of his body, from his navel to his heads, and anything in between, disappeared. They only understood after guild leader Kim Hansu's forearms and head fell to the ground that they had just lost their guild leader. That's a sniper. Take cover. Vice guild leader Cho Ho Yil shouted urgently. The hunters, who had all been through the prenatal battle, quickly took cover, leaning against the exterior walls of buildings and stalls. What the fuck? How did we not even react? Hunters are superhuman and they are far beyond human limits. Human firearms are useless against them at the gate. But that's not true on Earth. Hunters are far better than the average person, but they can still be killed by the high firepower of modern weaponry. However, Kim Han-soo was an A-rank hunter, a tanker, with the highest defense and the best reaction time of anyone, but he couldn't even react and was killed by a single shot. Bam, 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 bam. Before he could say anything, gunfire rained down on the building housing the KPP Guild. The heavy blows are not on the level of the weapon that killed Kim Han-soo, but they are heavy enough. Dio. A hunter disappeared, leaving only the lower half of his body behind. Nothing remained where the overwhelmingly destructive hypervelocity cannon had passed. Damn it, we're going to die at this rate. Do you have the enemy position? 3 o'clock. Can't get a range because of the sand, sir. We're too conspicuous up here. We need to get down now. I understand. Everyone retreat in sequence. What about the guild leader's body? We'll find it after we get out of here and deal with the enemy. Cho Ho-yil gritted his teeth and gave the order to retreat. Under the barrage of fire, the KPP guild members fled the building, and the fastest moving archer, Hyri, was the first one out of the building. What? Hyri ran out the door with the same momentum as before and touched her neck, which felt strange. It's ticklish. Why does my throat feel so ticklish? Hyri. They looked at their fallen comrade's body and couldn't help but recognize the drops of blood in the air. Wire? There was a wire leading to the entrance of the building. Running without realizing it was there, Hyri had literally run through the razor-sharp wire. Since when? The hunters shuddered as they imagined the enemy waiting to strike from the moment they entered the city. Who are they? How many? How long have they been watching them? Damn it, hit them all. We have to get out of here somehow. The hunters' magic surged, but once they realized the wire was there, it was just an annoying hindrance. They cut through it with their shields and slashed at it with their energized swords, trying to get out of the city. Of course, the unseen enemy wasn't watching, unleashing a barrage of machine guns and unknown hypervelocity cannons, hunting down the KPP guild members one by one. Damage! In the brief moment that they recognized something, a wire swung like a whip past through the hunters' bodies. The 3 hunters collapsed in unison as a silver thread at the speed of sound sliced through their bodies. Puff, bubble. The slaughter was swift, barely giving them time to realize they were dead. Bastard, show yourself, he screamed in terror, and finally, when only one of them remained, it emerged, retrieving the wire. Robots. 8 heavy, thick legs with camera eyes staring in all directions, a nightmarish design, like what you'd get if you turned a spider into a horrific killing machine, appeared. Is it you? Is it you, yacht spinner? Cho Ho-yil stared at the only monster that existed in this gate. 8 glaring eyes locked with his, and the hideous 240mm supersonic accelerator cannon and 60mm machine guns on its carapace stopped working. Is it letting me go? He didn't realize that the yacht spinner made the economical choice of expanding its limited supplies. It ran out of ammo and wants to fight. The auxiliary joints, which were probably designed for obstacle removal and explosives, are revealed. The recovered wire tied to that secondary joint is released by a mechanical arm, and in an instant it is dozens of meters long. I see. It had no intention of letting me live. In a brief moment the swung secondary joint sends the wire flying at the speed of sound, and a gleaming silver thread reflected in the sunlight as the sandstorm dissipated as the thin, tough silver line passed where Cho Ho-yil had been. Gyeonggu Gate. First assault, 58 KPP hunters, no survivors. Second assault. Third assault. The Hunter Association has organized an indefinite suspension of the attack on Gyeonggu Gate, and the gate boss yacht spinner was raised to red difficulty. Chapter 19.1 Hunting the Spider 2. Chapter 19.1 Hunting the Spider 2. The suggestion of the association's president, Oh Kang-hyuk, was a pleasant one for Leon. An impregnable gate that no one has been able to close in a year and 2 months. If he could capture such a place, he would be able to spread his reputation quickly. Leon would gladly accept the offer, but, old man, I heard that this gate has been abandoned for a long time, so why are you suddenly interested in it? Leon thought about the prestige he would gain by taking on the impregnable gate, but he weighed the situation calmly. It's a special gate that won't cause a dungeon break, so there should be a reason why they wanted to resume their assault on such a place. It's not uncommon, isn't it, to take a risk and attack a gate because it's worth it? Think about it. Oh, Kang Hyuk smiled bitterly at Leon, who was clearly looking down on him. He was the head of the Hunter Association and the first-generation S-class hunter representing Korea, a living legend. But Oh Kang Hyuk, who had been observing Leon for a while, knew that Leon was treating him very well. The way he treats the so-called commoners like Han Hari or Mr. Park of Daejeong Group who approached him was different, and considering Leon's high-handed attitude towards them, even this was pretty good. The unfortunate ones have to bend because of Leon. Absolute value is in his ability to cleanse the land of miasma contamination. Oh Kang Hyuk is willing to bend over backwards for the sake of the country. The condition for closing the dungeon, the Grail of Wisdom, has been found in America. It was the reward for a recently cleared Vermilion Gate. It must be of considerable value. Yes, it is. The tower studied it and proved that it contained tremendous power, which encouraged the higher-ups of the association. In short, they wanted to secure this treasure trove of wisdom, no matter the cost. Who is accompanying me? There will be contingents from the Golden Lion Guild, one of the 10 guilds. And from what I've heard, the tower has decided to send a mage of their own. The 10 guilds. Are they like the knights of this country? They're not affiliated with the country, so they're more like mercenaries. I see. Protecting the people is a knight's duty and honor. President O didn't bother to point out Leon's mentality, since authoritarians like him are always outraged by disagreements. They are so sure of their point of view that they ignore everything else. If they don't have the ability, they won't recognize it, and if they do have the ability, it's not something that can be fixed by a third party. Okay. On 2 conditions. You can tell us anything as long as it doesn't violate our principles. We'll support you. Well, that's not much of a condition. First, I need you to spread this king's name after this battle is won. We haven't announced your existence as a survivor yet, Your Majesty. We were planning to do so after you'd sufficiently adjusted to life on Earth. I have a general idea of the situation on this planet and your ecology. Leon, who had lived in a world so anachronistic and different, was hard to understand, even with the flexible mindset of Earthlings. But would it be easier the other way around? The second is, Leon's gaze traveled beyond the association's headquarters, where the association's staff, Han Hari, was also present. Here I am. Hari rushed over, holding out a prepared notepad. What is this? A list of cadets to be trained by Your Majesty Guild. It's a bit of a mishmash, but it's good enough for now. It contained the names of several hunters, including D-rank hunter Kudai-sung. Leon had noticed one thing in common among the hunters he watched during the test. Most of them are D-rank. C-rank at best. I don't think anyone would stand out in front of a powerhouse like Your Majesty. Oh Kang Hyuk mentioned that he could assign more promising hunters to Leon if he wished, but he shook his head. I'm not looking for a knight. This is enough for now. We'll look into it, Your Majesty, but the choice is theirs, so we won't be able to force them all to join. Even as he said that, Oh Kang Hyuk was confident that they would not refuse his offer. All of them were low-ranked hunters who couldn't even get into a decent small or medium-sized guild, let alone one of the 10 guilds. Would they turn down an offer like that? Oh Kang Hyuk didn't think so. If they refuse, they're out of luck. Leon decided that it didn't matter if they refused. Rather, he was confident in how generous and blessed my offer was. When will it be? In 3 days. We'll meet in front of the Gyeonggu Sports Complex. Good. I'll show you the dance of the Lionheart King. President Oh Kang Hyuk smiled bitterly and eagerly agreed. I'll have to give Miss Hari a nice year-end bonus, he thought. The attack on Gyeonggu Gate has resumed, and the indefinite suspension of the Gyeonggu Gate, which has been elevated to a red gate, was a high-profile event in Asia. It was a special gate where 3 raid groups were wiped out by one monster. Unable to overcome that single yak spinner, countless hunters turned Gyeonggu Gate into a graveyard. As a result, Gyeonggu Gate has become a nuisance in Gyeonggu City and has been a source of unrest for the people of Gyeonggu City ever since. It was then citizens gathered at the Gyeonggu Sports Complex began to cheer. The Golden Lion is here. As the crowd cheered, reporters fired off flashes at the black vans entering the stadium. While the association's staff fends off the crowd, people start to get out of the 20 black vans one by one. Golden Jewel, Golden Jewel. The man who stepped out to the cheers of the crowd was over 2 meters tall. At first glance, he seems intimidating, but he looks like a successful rapper with gold necklaces and bracelets, just like black rappers in the United States. In fact, He was one of the top rappers in Korea. I'm here, citizens of Gyeonggu. Golden Jewel, one of the hippest hunters in the media, smiled and enjoyed the cheers of the citizens. It's embarrassing. Can't you stop doing that? Fan service, record and sell t-shirts. Golden Jewel smirked at her sister who was hanging a t-shirt. She complained about him taking time out of his walk to pose for photos with fans and sign autographs. If you're going to do that, why not just be an entertainer? You've got a lot of douchebags listening to your shitty rap. Give up the guild and start an entertainment agency. My dear sister, being a hunter is more profitable. Love you. That was it. Fans flocked to his sister, who was famous as an A-rank hunter even though she was never in the entertainment industry. Cool. Hwang Yeonu is here, too. Sis, look at her. Is that so? Dear my sister Jumsoon. I told you not to call me Jumsoon, you golden pig. When the name change was over, Hwang Yeonha headed for the Gyeonggu Gate, which was set up by the association, but there was more. Mage Gil Tae-sung, I'll escort you inside. Thank you for your guidance. Under the polite guidance of the association's staff, Mage Gil Tae-sung appeared with his chin held high. He's a promising member of the Korean branch of the Tower, a combat mage who's almost a quasi-S in the hunter world, where mages are rare. He was followed by dozens of foreign hunters. Black Mamba, the mercenary hunters who are said to be charging over 2 grand per head. Is he really that serious? A wizard is at his best when he has a bodyguard, and with the tower full support, Gil Tae-sung mobilized the Black Mamba, a mercenary group of B and A ranks hunters. Ah, there's another vehicle coming in. An association vehicle. Stepping out of the last association vehicle to arrive was a female with braided red hair, straightening the lapels of her suit. She was the most talked about recruit in last year's academy draft. Hanhari? Oh no. The association is putting Hanhari in? Well, yes. It makes sense. She's known for being one of the best hunters in the country. There are quite a few A-grade hunters in the country, but it's her age that makes her stand out. She awakened at the age of 14, activating her unique skills while training at the academy, and became the youngest A-class hunter ever. She was approached by the top 10 guilds in Korea with huge contracts, but she turned them all down and joined the association. Everyone naturally expected her to participate. But, Your Majesty, we have arrived. She bowed and guided someone from inside the vehicle, and it was a blonde foreigner, unexpectedly. Who is this foreigner? I don't think he's with Black Mamba. Reporters and onlookers alike were curious about the man's identity. Chapter 19.2, Hunting the Spider, 2. Chapter 19.2, Hunting the Spider, 2. When multiple factions want to attack a gate, they need to coordinate in advance who should tackle the boss first, how to distribute the items that come out, etc. It's hard not to have conflicts over everything, starting with the order, and these discussions often take days and days. In that sense, this Gyeonggu Gate strategy is pretty straightforward. There's only one boss mob, a yacht spinner, and the only reward is the Wisdom Gem, which is a mining resource. We'll hand over all the rewards to the Golden Lion Guild, and all we want is the Wisdom Gem. Hwang Yeonu was stunned by the words of Gil Tae-sung. That's the key. And if you take it, we'll have nothing to live on. It was an expected reaction, but Gil Tae-sung smiled and said, I'll give all the credit for defeating the boss to the Golden Lion Guild. In addition, I promise you a reward of 50 billion won if you hand over the gem safely! Hwang Yeonu was stunned by the unexpected amount of money. 50 billion? A legendary ranked weapon was about 10 billion. Even as a quasi-S class, she had been saving up for a legendary class weapon, but 50 billion was enough to buy not only a weapon, but a full body set. He's willing to give that much money away? Why would he do that? Hwang Yeonu hesitated, unsure of what to say, but that's a lot of money. Okay. We get the credit for defeating the boss and you keep the gem. Hey, you can't do that, my sister. We can't understand it anyway. Even the Pentagon couldn't interpret it, so they gave it to the tower. What's the point for us to keep it? Golden Jewel wanted to hand it over because he didn't know the value of the Wisdom Gem, but because there's no point in fighting over something he didn't understand. Golden Jewel was known for his toughness and boldness on the battlefield, but he was surprisingly cautious. 60 billion. Oh, no, 55 billion. I'll demand that much. At that, Gil Tae-sung smiled broadly. Let's just go with 60 billion. Hwang Yeonha regretted that she didn't ask for 65 billion. The agreement with the Golden Lion was over, and Gil Tae-sung was confident in the outcome of the raid. By the way, aren't you going to negotiate with him separately? Golden Jewel glanced toward the end of the dais, where Han Hari, the association's A-rank hunter, was pouring a cup of tea from a thermos. It's called barley tea. Gil Tae-sung and Hwang Yeon-ha scratched their heads, but Leon gracefully lifted the cup to his lips. Not bad. Come to think of it, you were the hunter sent by the association, and I was wondering what kind of person you were, since we needed to free up a seat. Gil Tae-sung didn't consider the two of them to be a viable force. There were 49 Black Mamba members, made of B rank or higher raiders, including himself, and 49 Golden Lion members, one of the 10 guilds, while the association sent 2 people. Even if there was the A rank Han Hari, what could 2 people do? Since I don't want to be the one to talk about it, I'll make a proposal to the association. Once we get our hands on the gem, we'll pay the 2 of you 500 million regardless of your contribution. Not bad, right? Fool. Ridicule flowed from Leon. What is so ridiculous? Mage Gil, the association sent him here and they're using this year's Rookie of the Year, Ms. Han Hari, as his servant. Don't you see the significance of that? Are you saying he's stronger than A rank hunters? At the very least, a semi-S class, maybe S class. Of course, neither Gil Tae-sung nor Golden Lion had ever heard of him, but Golden Jewel had an idea of his identity. The Black Gate that recently disappeared. Most likely a survivor from there. Usually, powerful people who suddenly appeared from nowhere without any connections were survivors. Heavenly demons, killer stars, witches, adepts, and countless other named survivors had similar behavior to Leon. It's probably some kind of debut match organized by the association, and they're pushing him into the Red Gate for nothing. The association was overconfident and Gil Tae-sung thought so too. Excuse me. Then we have a new proposal. Same thing. The first words out of Leon's mouth stopped Gil Tae-sung in his tracks. What? Leon recognized the look on his face. He looked like Leon said something he didn't deserve. You're already talking about loot without even standing on the battlefield. Your eyes are full of greed. Are you disrespecting the mages of the Magic Tower? What honor has a spellcaster to disrespect? Gil Tae-sung was dumbfounded by the unexpected outburst. I don't know how great a dance you loot-blinded bastards will put on, but well, I'll let you lead the way. It's like a surrender. But in a very unpleasant way. He was dumbfounded. What? You're letting us take the lead? So while we're fighting to the death, you're going to stand back and watch with your arms crossed? Because it was the first time he was yelled at in this world. Leon brow narrowed. You tease with your tongue, woman. What are you saying? Boy, you want to challenge me to a fight? You have no right to challenge this king. You've got to be kidding me. She was restrained by a golden iron grip on her shoulders from behind, but her gaze was on Hari, not Leon. Are you not going to take care of the survivors? Hari shook her head with a grim expression at Golden Jewel gaze. I was going to try, but no. Okay. He's a fuck my way type. Okay, then, Your Majesty. You're saying that we have first dibs on this place, right? Leon didn't answer, but silently affirmed, from what the surviving hunters have been able to gather, it seems the boss was quite powerful, but whether or not it's a warrior worthy of facing Leon, it's another matter. It's unlikely that anyone would have the honor and skill to take on Leon, who has regained some of his strength from spreading the faith of Emira. Your Majesty. Are you all right? What do you mean? The goal of this raid is to spread your Majesty's fame. Hari had a point. If the Golden Lion or the Tower took down the yacht spinner, he wouldn't fulfill his goal. No matter how important honor is, it's not a good look for the Lionheart King to go first, pushing everyone else aside. This man is an oddball, but Hari had learned the true art of socializing by not letting it show. Just like I saw in the video. The weather sucks. Gyeonggu Gate is a city in the middle of a wilderness. Random sandstorms blow in, and those who delay too long are quickly trapped in them. The unlucky raiders were faced with a sandstorm as soon as they entered the gate. Do not enter the city. The yacht spinner has a higher chance of appearing inside. Golden Lion had set up a base camp on the outskirts of the city, rather than inside. Based on the information from the failed raids, there are quite a few buildings on the outskirts of the city, so it's not hard to set up a base camp. Your Majesty, we've set up camp over here. Inside the large building, Hari sat down and opened her lunchbox. Your Majesty, I have prepared some scanty food, please eat. not enough to complain about on the battlefield. Hari looked uneasy though she prepared the meal. How is it? I'm worried if it goes well, and I'm worried if it doesn't. If it goes well, that's the best thing that could happen to Leon, and if it doesn't work out, that's the worst of it. Actually, it would be best if it worked out without your majesty having to do anything. Even as she spoke, Hari glanced at Leon and wondered if the anachronistic Lionheart King was going to tell them to stay out of the way so he would have a chance to make a name for himself. Yes, it's for the best. What? If the lion-hearted king doesn't do it himself, it means the job is lighter. What do you think is the role of a king in the kingdom of beasts? Ruling. No, that, of course, but that, too, can be filled by anyone. Unless, of course, they are flawed. The Lionheart King makes a statement that has no place in an absolute monarchy, that the work of a king can be replaced by anyone. Well, then, as the King of Knights, taking the lead. He had never taken the lead at the Hunan Plain Gate, nor at the Seoul Station Gate. Nor at the current Gyeonggu Gate. He continued to assert himself with his actions that the sword of the king would not be drawn in a petty battle. No way. The title of Lionheart King is, the last bastion. At those words, Hari swallowed hard. All this time, she and the association had thought of Leon as a barbarian king from the Middle Ages, with the power of faith thrown in for good measure. But if he's telling the truth, Leon is more than just a ruler, nor was he a hardened knight or general. He is the last bastion of the Lionheart Kingdom. And when he stepped forward, it meant that the final weapon would be deployed. Do you understand? The very fact that the Lionheart King himself has to step forward is a disgrace to the knights and means that the situation is serious. As he spoke, he gave a rare sigh. It looks like this king will have to do the heavy lifting once again on your pathetic, weak behalf. I miss the glory of this king's knights. It was an eerie foreshadowing as if something big was about to happen and he would have to step in. But we have an S-class hunter here, the Golden Lion Guild, and a wizard from the Magic Tower. There was only one opponent, and even if I was a killing machine with a terrible record, they should be able to handle the raid with an S-rank hunter and a mage. I'll admit that hunters are a bit more powerful than normal humans. Leon snorted, sneering at the superhumans of modern Earth. But they don't know about war. The outskirts have been safe so far, I'm sure, having only fought 3 battles. What's that? You call yourselves raiders? You're supposed to recognize patterns in monsters and counter them. How ridiculous. Hari felt uneasy at Leon's words. The long-lived learn to adapt to circumstances. There's no pattern to it, and I think that Yacht Spinner is a born warrior. And then, as if on cue, the proof begins. Kawah, what, this? It's the enemy. He's attacking! ! Screams echoed eerily in the sandstorm as Yacht Spinner attacked the camp. Chapter 20, Hunting the Spider, 3. Chapter 20, Hunting the Spider, 3. The sandstorm that blew in from the outskirts of the city did more than just block the view. The gusts of wind pounded the ground, shook the buildings, and drowned out most sound. It was a perfect opportunity to ambush the invaders, and Yacht Spinner made its way to the outskirts. Yappy, I'm done here. The last order from the highest commanders was to kill all the unknowns that have invaded the city. With no resupply, no repairs can be expected, and support being non-existent, the only way to win is with maximum efficiency and minimum damage. The Yacht Spinner approached the hunters' camp slowly and cautiously, using the sandstorm as camouflage. The hunters were alert with their keen senses, but they were unable to overcome their limitations, and the Yacht Spinner had city-level backup. Despite their inexperience, the Yacht Spinner analyzes the camp thoroughly and finds that there are no guards against machines. It begins mapping in real time, with long-range scans and every single enemy number. Then it blithely sidesteps the flimsy perimeter and lets the sandy breeze wash over it, blending into the darkness and noise of the storm. I can't even see this. A puppet has wandered away from the camp and is alone in a remote area, so the Yacht Spinner immediately runs the figure's measurements. The latest invaders were lightly built, but wore metal armor. Even more bizarrely, they come armed with bladed weapons, not guns or artillery. They were only categorized as a level 1 threat, but there was the potential to bring in allies. When dealing with large groups, Yacht Spinner found it safer and less risky to attack them individually. Whoosh! Hunter, who was watching the perimeter through the windshield of the building's outer wall, hadn't noticed Yacht Spinner presence. It moved its huge body made of steel in a creepily silent manner when "Dude, why are you peeing in there?" Jackson. Its crab-like body leaned back down. The approaching hunter, the entity called Jackson, rubbed shoulders with him, pretending to be overly friendly. What's going on? He was a member of the same Black Mamba mercenary organization, but not one to make such over-the-top gestures. Flustered, he says something, and Jackson shushes him. Shut up. We need to get out of here quietly, unless you want to die. He alerted his co-worker about the threat in a voice barely audible in the sandstorm. Having been warned by his companion, he took a step forward without even looking at his surroundings. But I have to dig out of the dragon. Apply a noise filter to the speech file. Sentence reinterpretation complete. Play. The voice buried in the sand was filtered out by the noise filter and analyzed into a clear voice file. They're coming, be quiet. We need to get out of here quietly, or we'll be found. Pack. The sound of a secondary joint moving and a whip cracking was lost in the sand. It wasn't until the 12th victim appeared that the hunters realized that Yacht Spinner was attacking. It was a grisly ambush on the outskirts of the camp, and the last of the hunters to be cut down by the silent wire cutters was the one who didn't die instantly. The hunter who had his lower half cut off by the wire cutters swung an energized sword, but his struggle was meaningless as a large shadow fell over him. Oh, no. A pair of armored legs weighing over 5 tons each crushed the hunter of the Black Mamba mercenaries. Kwazik. The hunters, sensing the commotion, rushed forward to find their fellow hunter disemboweled and Yacht Spinner glowing with an eerie light. The joints, stuck together with chewy bits of meat, creak and squeak as if they haven't been replaced and maintained in years, and the sound sends chills down the spines of the hunters, as if it were the wailing of a victim's soul stuck in a piece of meat. Yacht Spinner. The voice, muffled by the sandstorm, barely reached his kin, but the Yacht Spinner attacked. Bang! Boom! After a murderous barrage of 60mm machine gun fire, the heavily armored hunters had their entire bodies bounced off, but the lightly armored hunters were torn limb from limb. The excessive violence takes its toll on the hunters. Even as the sandstorm's dirt pounded the concrete, the sound of a shell's impact imprinted itself in their minds as an eerie meat grinder. Cover. The words are barely audible. But none of these men are fools enough to stand idly by on the wide open plain, and they hurriedly duck into the buildings to escape the machine gun fire that pierced the sandy wind. The Yacht Spinner wide-angle lens calculated the hunters' paths and where the most hunters were hiding, which buildings were deteriorating, how many rebars were holding up the concrete, and which ones would do the most damage if knocked down. The Yacht Spinner railgun fired a round, generating an electromagnetic force for supersonic acceleration. Bam! The projectiles from the 240mm railgun reached Mach 3 in an instant, and a sonic boom blasts through the building. Bam! Through 5 columns, to be exact. The building began to crumble as Yacht Spinner exquisitely destroyed the vulnerability of the building the hunters were hiding in. Holy shit! Their last words were buried with the crumbling concrete. As hunters with superhuman physical abilities, they wouldn't be killed by being crushed by the building, but it was enough to incapacitate a dozen of them in an instant. What the fuck? What kind of monster? They couldn't leave the building because if they did, they'd immediately fall victim to machine gun fire. Yacht Spinner had gotten over its fears and prepared to fire a second round at the huddled hunters. The powered-up railgun was about to bring another building down to pinpoint when, fuck you, something slammed into Yacht Spinner with the sound of a shell being fired. Bam! With a dizzying impact sound, Yacht Spinner joints collapsed. For the first time since the attack, Yacht Spinner wide-angle lens finds its attacker, a gleaming golden iron-clad figure wielding a massive hammer. Cooker. A barrage of machine gun fire was shot, but Golden Jewel raises his shield to block as the 60mm rounds pound into him without mercy. Kirik, but Golden Jewel's shield was solid and it didn't even crack under the baptism of fire. It's a legendary shield. Do you think it's going to be pierced by shells? Jumsoon. I told you not to call me Jumsoon. Huang Yunha's weapon is her fist and a unique grade armor that stretches out like a ferocious lion's mane. Like a rocket boost, it absorbed magic power and generated a thrust. Boom! The fist, sparkling with golden magic, slammed into Yacht Spinner joints and its legs buckled under the impact, momentarily stumbling. At that moment, a magic circle unfolded in the sky. Good job tying him up. Combat Mage Gil Taesung threw a thunderbolt at Yacht Spinner, whose legs are bound by the Huang siblings. Hua Lung. The thunderbolt flashes across the carapace's armor, sending a tremendous charge through it. The blow would be fatal to a machine, so Yacht Spinner completes its self-diagnosis in 0.8 seconds and makes a decision. Emergency purge of overloaded wires. Radar system down. With the systems he'd relied on for navigation down, Yacht Spinner was forced to rely on his wide-angle lens to locate his enemies, and that's not good when you're surrounded. Limited resources authorized. Activating RWR equipment in the city. Substitute target. In a city with crumbling infrastructure, it activates the electronics it's been building for years. Observation equipment hidden throughout the city mobilizes and becomes the eyes of Yacht Spinner. Threat level 3. Prioritized for elimination. Ugh, look at this guy. He's running. Chase him. Shaken by the brothers' attacks, Yacht Spinner climbed the surrounding buildings to escape their pursuit. The dashing, multi-purpose machine darted from building to building, aiming its 60mm cannon at specific targets. Machine gun fire rained down on Mage Gil Taesung, but he was heavily protected by the Black Mamba mercenary hunters. Taesung shattered a bead-like tool against the hail of machine gun fire, and a transparent membrane unfolded. Cuckoo. The hail of machine gun rounds distorted into impossible trajectories and landed in the wrong place. What? As the Black Mamba mercenaries escorting him stared at the station commander in disbelief, Gil Taesung smirked. It's a magic tool engraved with a distorted force field enchantment developed to target Yacht Spinner. It's absolutely impenetrable by firearms. The power of firearms comes from their rate of fire and accuracy. No matter how many dozens or hundreds of rounds are fired, they are useless if the point of impact is distorted. It's a disposable and expensive tool, but he was up against Yacht Spinner with a difficulty level of red, so he must be prepared for this. Hazard anomaly observed. Initiate maintenance operation. However, the opponent is an AI killing machine that has already faced 3 raids, and even observations outside the laws of physics are subject to calculation for it. Analysis complete. Strike points D15, S37, and F11. Thump, thud. Darting from building to building, evading the hunter's pursuit. The short bursts of machine gun fire hit the distorted force field. It lands in a completely wrong spot. A far cry from the usual ghostly impact point, but the distorted shell bends with a snap and strikes the Black Mamba mercenary hunters in the temporal region. What the hell? The trajectory of the bullet was completely unexpected, but the distorted force field bent it into an improbable trajectory and hit the hunters. No way, he analyzed it in such a short time? Is that even possible? Mage Gil Taesung, turn off the distortion force field. We can't defend. Artillery fire poured in one after another. Not a conventional firefight, but sniping with precision shots, calculated by a city maintenance supercomputer that no human could ever hope to keep up with. Damn it, what are you all doing? Deal with him. Gil Taesung shouted urgently, and the Huang siblings and the Golden Lion Guild immediately tried to eliminate Yacht Spinner, but at that moment, Golden Jewel saw something and shouted urgently. Stop? Huang Yionha and the rest of the Golden Lion hunters stopped in their tracks at Golden Jewel's urgent words, and they realized why he said that. Why? He didn't just run away. When did he do all of this? Yacht Spinner had left wires everywhere as he weaved in and out of buildings to escape the Huang's pursuit. It was as if the entire area was surrounded by a giant spider's web. For a few seconds, the hunters were immobilized and Yacht Spinner railgun pointed at Gil Taesung. No. Just as the railgun bullets begin their supersonic velocity. Yacht Spinner rear-view camera catches a strange object. Dag. Everyone's faces twist as 4 pure white legs stretched out. The soft mane flutters like cotton candy as they follow the downy white fur, but the muscles packed throughout its body gave the creature an intensity that made it impossible to ignore. It was horse. As everyone watches in awe, a stalwart stallion emerges. His sturdy frame and magnificently decorated shining armor. Long time no see, old friend. Leon throws his arms around the neck of the fierce stallion, and the ancient god willingly carries his ally on his back. Stroking its glowing mane, Leon pointed his holy spear at Yacht Spinner and called out, "Listen, warrior, It's a ridiculous sight on the modern battlefield. But the thick, sour aura emanating from the spear and the horse makes the crowd's jaws drop. They cannot deny it with reason, but understand with instinct that this was something else. The bravery of charging forward single-handedly against a multitude of enemies is praised by the Lionheart King. He first praised the outstanding warrior. I grant you the honor of dueling with this Lionheart King. I grant you permission to challenge me, warrior. He gave him the right to apply for the duel. Seeing this generous and merciful gesture from the Lionheart King, Huang Yionha inadvertently spat out her true feelings. Is he an idiot? At this moment, no one could deny that they were all thinking that. Chapter 21, Hunting the Spider, 4. Chapter 21, Hunting the Spider, 4. The bravery of charging forward single-handedly against a multitude of enemies is praised by the Lionheart King. I grant you the honor of dueling with this Lionheart King. I grant you permission to challenge me, warrior. There is no need to interpret the meaning of the words, and Yak Spinner aimed his railgun at the horseman, who waited with stupid honesty. The projectile aimed at Gil Taesung pulsed with super electron velocity. Railgun acceleration timing set. Output 13%. It had no choice but to conserve the limited energy in its reserve cap and shoot as much as possible, but it was enough for a human-sized opponent. There is no creature that can survive being shot in the face by this doomsday blaster. If there is, it's either an otherworldly being or a being with the power of metamorphosis. Run, my best friend! Exclamation mark. The stallion responded willingly, and its forelegs pounded the ground like a storm, charging toward the enemy in front of it. A knight on horseback charging, with his lance pointed, reminded people of a scene from history. The sight of a knight of old, clad in honor, glory, valor, and strength, charging down the road was a sight to behold. But these weapons are nothing more than relics of a bygone era. What is the point charging on horseback when the profession of hunter has already pushed the limits of humans? Heavily armored, lightly armored, and armed with super-fast guns. Do I even need to put the absurdity into words? Keng. The supersonic cannon reaches unrecognizable speed. This is the difference between mechanical and biological weapons. An overwhelming difference in firepower that Leon must have been fully aware of it. A knight will not be defeated by a cowardly ranged weapon. The holy power flowing from Leon's entire body formed a thin film in front of him. Keng. The shots and the membrane collided, and the supersonic cannon was surprisingly stopped by a thin membrane. No. It wasn't just stopped. It bent and bounced off, as if forced by something. For a moment, even Yacht Spinner High Performance AI stopped computing, and logic had failed to explain what was happening in front of it. Yacht Spinner saw the mage and recorded his pitiful attempts to block his guns with anomalous physics, but it understood that the intangible energies of the ritual have physical effects. But not this one. This time is different. It didn't go through a process of clashing, blocking, and then penetrating or defending. It just bounced off. There was no process, just a result. With the protection of the Holy Law Arrow Shield, any ranged attack is deflected once and unconditionally. The holy laws are practiced by all holy knights as though it were their very breath. The miracles of the holy knights. Mankind's most powerful super weapon were the laws that enforce the rules. Shrugging off the railgun fire, the knight charged forward at an unbelievable speed. In an instant, the knight was in front of Yacht Spinner, scattering the remnants of Storm. Beep. The machine judged that his weapon is an old-fashioned jousting lance, and while he's fast, there's a limit to the impact power of mass, no matter how much speed he gains. Unlike the hunters, who imbue their weapons with superhuman movement and a special energy known as magic, this spear contains no energy. It's pure physics and penetrating power. Threat level 0. A threat it didn't even need to respond to. At most, it will hit its leg and stop, and then figure out a reasonable response. The machine's rationality has made an irreversible choice. Thud. The machine didn't understand the situation if the sensor hadn't recorded the leg-piercing sound it detected, and if the secondary camera hadn't captured the pudding-like penetration of the joint's heavy armor. Yacht Spinner wouldn't have even hypothesized that it might have been the man's lance that went through its leg in an instant. Impossible. Impossible. The AI denied the hypothesis because the tough armor on his joints was not meant to be broken by the ridiculous, archaic practice of lance charging. The framework of common sense established by science and the laws of physics was inescapably a product of the old civilization. Bam? Yacht spinner wobbled, its joints creaking from the impact of the swung holy spear. Sturdy. Information refinement. Reanalyzing. Unable to analyze logic. Unable to understand physics. Enemy threat level forcibly increased. Threat level 5. Yacht spinner response to the forced threat assessment of the battle was to retreat. Yacht spinner takes a huge leap, risking the strain on its joints to face an enemy it would normally ignore or crush. One of its legs is blown off, and another joint is crushed. But yacht spinner's secondary joints are sufficiently distant to allow it to move. Wire cutters swung like whips as the murderous whip that had cut countless hunters in half swung toward Leon. It was a supersonic wire whip that hunters with superhuman vision wouldn't even recognize. However, the hunter's vision was no match for Leon's, and he simply raised his spear and coiled the wire around it. Yacht spinner pulls on the coiled wire, and naturally, a battle of strength is established between the two. A battle of strength with me. This is fun. Leon pulls the wire around the spear. The secondary joints, which are normally used to clear minor obstacles and explosives, are unable to withstand the force of Leon's pull. Boom. Having lost his railgun and wire cutters, yacht spinner unleashes a frenzied barrage of machine gun fire. Landing on the roof of a building, yacht spinner focuses all of its fire on Leon, but the stallion quickly escapes the barrage with an astonishing sequence of moves. Even though it was a move that wasn't expected to hit, the maneuver still managed to widen the range between them. Machine gun fire can only go so far, and the goal was to keep Leon away from it, and it worked. Once again, it fired the railgun at, ! The next moment, something ripped through the air, and it took 0.02 seconds before the camera sensors realized it was the spear Leon was holding. The machine's reaction was too late, and the penetrating power of the spear pierced yacht spinner left side and shattered the railgun fuselage. With half of its sensors and its railgun destroyed, yacht spinner staggers as its drive joints are slow to calculate their movements. Meanwhile, the fire continues. At this point, the only hope for retreat is to keep the enemy at bay. To a human, the wound would have been instant death, and the creaking of the crushed joints was like a roar of rage or pain. Crunch. Crunch, crunch. Yacht spinner disappeared into the darkness of the sandstorm, leaving behind the creaking mechanical sounds of a killing machine from a cheesy B-movie. With the sandstorm still raging outside, the hunter's camp is deserted. Yacht spinner had attacked and killed many. It was the sense of urgency that brought the individualistic hunters together. How many people are dead? 17 that we can piece together. I didn't count the ones crushed by the building. That's about 30 dead. A third of the hunters in the hunter camp had been killed in a single raid. If yacht spinner hadn't retreated, the damage would surely have been worse. Was it fortunate or unfortunate that the railgun was destroyed? The hunter's eyes fell on the man who had single-handedly defeated yacht spinner. Who is he? A hunter that is not even recorded in the latest data. This guy didn't use magic or anything. Did he actually defeat that monster using only his physical abilities? There were many guesses, but nothing was certain, and no one could answer their questions. What was certain was that this man was the only one with the power to single-handedly defeat yacht spinner. You are much stronger than I thought. Golden Jewel was convinced by Leon's display of power. This man is a survivor, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Maybe he's out of the norm. If he is, we need to be completely cooperative with him, because once he's established in Korea, the country will revolve around him. This was also true for Hwang Yeon-ha and Gil Tae-sung. If it wasn't for him, the damage caused by yacht spinner would have been much greater. Gil Tae-sung, in particular, was getting impatient. If you don't mind, why don't you make a deal with us? As long as we get the Orb of Wisdom, we'll give you our full support in the future. You're boring. With a single word, Leon shattered all possibilities. I expected you to be a spellcaster and a powerhouse, but in the end, you're just a joke. The only one worthy of being a true knight is you. His gaze and expression were drained of even the slightest hint of interest, but his arrogance remained unwavering as he glanced at the hunters and mages. At least be qualified and know this, king. It's not easy to earn the right to face the Night King. Maintaining his arrogant and dismissive demeanor to the end, he walks away. Only the bushy-haired swordswoman hurriedly followed him, bowing her head. Ah, what a strange survivor. Golden Jewel smiled bitterly in disbelief, and Gil Tae-sung's lips trembled with shame. Shit, stay the fuck away. Unexpectedly, Hwang Yeon-ha sent him a longing glance like a child. Yacht Spinner dragged his creaking joints as he entered the maintenance building. Guard the seal. Don't let anyone get close. In all his years of serving the Supreme Order, he'd seen parts replaced as they wore out, but he'd never seen them smashed and crushed like this. Yacht Spinner slowly dismantled the bolts that held the joints together in the way. Thud. Falling joints. No spare parts. Yacht Spinner diligently searches through the remaining armament and parts inventory in the repair shop. Main armament unavailable. 5 standard rounds, 36 homemade rounds. Provisionally discarded. Sub-armament 60mm machine gun available. 657 rounds of ammunition. Need to make homemade ammunition. Resupply wire cutters. Secondary joints diagnosed. Damaged. Causes severe imbalance in weaponry. Dispose of secondary arms. Primary armor discarded. Conclude that it is not possible to kill a threat level 5 with only a secondary weapon. Threat level 5, originally intended for enemy main battle tanks, attack helicopters, or Class 1 bioweapons. Yacht Spinner recognizes Leon as something beyond a Type 1 bioweapon, a new entity from a hostile force that hasn't appeared in nearly a millennium. How to react to a new entity that is more agile than it, and capable of unknown destructive power. The AI compared forces, ran battle simulations, identified effective tactics, and selected and executed the most likely winning options. It outfitted itself with modular robotic arms from the garage and began tearing its body apart piece by piece. No need for thick armor that can withstand the guns of a main battle tank. Peeling away. No need for load-bearing legs. Remove 2 more of the 6 remaining legs. The remaining legs are also dismantled with minimal armor. After removing the railgun's remaining barrel, which had become obsolete as a weapon, and the dedicated battery for energy, the 100-ton multi-purpose machine was down to 46 tons. Consolidated the city's collected remnants to replace ammo-limited firearms due to lack of constant supply. Supplied with steel wires and equipped with additional robotic arms for maintenance, Yacht Spinner looked very different from the original catalog. The legs had been stripped of armor to the point where they could only defend against trifle bullets and explosives. The joints were skeletal, but sufficient to handle the reduced weight. What the Spider lost in firepower and defense, it gained in mobility. The machine's strict rationality had stripped it of everything unnecessary, preparing it to repel its foes. And yet, Yappy, thank you for protecting the city. In the old memory module, the undestroyed voice was still playing. Chapter 22.1, Hunting the Spider, 5, Chapter 22.1, Hunting the Spider, 5. As the sandstorm intensified, the hunters cautiously moved from building to building, heading for the center of the city. Despite Yacht Spinner's terrible fighting prowess, the hunters' momentum was uneven. Yacht Spinner had taken heavy damage and retreated. Its main armor and joints were undoubtedly shattered, and the hunters thought it would take a long time for it to repair itself. Even with Leon's refusal to cooperate, the attacks of S-Class Hunter Golden Jewel, Semi-S-Class Huang Yeon-Ha, and Mage Gil Tae-Sung were still effective. Yacht Spinner was not invincible and the hunters were confident, but will it be okay without that weird knight? It's not like we're going to miss him. No, but still. If he can overpower that monstrosity, isn't he stronger than our guild leader? Even among the hunters, Leon's identity is a topic of conversation, and the hunters who had some experience in this area come to the same conclusion. Most likely a survivor, and survivors tend to be selfish. Still, it's not that bad, is it? Where did he come from, anyway? I haven't heard of any survivors coming out of the gate lately. The hunters tried to piece together Leon's comet-like appearance with what they knew, but even they couldn't remember anyone that resembled him. The man was different, and they instinctively sensed that he was an alien to this world. Wait. The hunter in the lead halted the others with a wave of his hand and pointed a finger as if he'd found a dull metal. 250 meters ahead, on the roof, machine guns out. That's him. At his words, the hunters behind him cautiously checked out the shape. Its distinctive crab-like fuselage was exposed at an awkward angle to snipe with a rocket. Luckily, there was a 10-story building across the street from Yacht Spinner with a good view. Sniping from up there would leave him helpless. Range dealers, make your way up to the building opposite. We'll wait here. If he sees us, we'll distract him and buy time. At his command, the ranged hunters headed to the building opposite. It would take them a while to get up the stairs. Breathlessly and slowly, we found it. The hunter smiled and waited for the signal from his colleagues up the building. 1 minute, 3 minutes. 5 minutes. But he didn't move for fear of being spotted by Yacht Spinner. But no matter how long he waited, the signal didn't come. What are these guys doing up here? Send someone up there and check it out. He cautiously sends his colleague up, but there's no sign for a long time, and when the hunter notices something strange. The hunter felt his vision swim, and as his vision spun, he saw the familiar shape of a spider. Something different. Much smaller. No, wait, if that was Yacht Spinner, then what the hell was the rooftop entity they had been watching all this time? His gaze shot up into the air, his subtle vision catching a glimpse of the building's rooftop, a large carapace, and there was also a model of a crude machine gun on a wide armored plate that seemed to have been partially removed. By the time the man's head hit the ground, dozens of whips had already been swung. Yacht Spinner lived up to its name, and its groundbreaking lightweight maneuverability allowed it to climb across building facades. Wire cutters wielded by a multitude of robotic arms emitted a distinctive air-splitting sound that crushed their prey. It slaughtered the hunters with nothing but its wire cutters, moving deftly on its lightweight fuselage and flexible legs. Shoot! Hit it with something to make it stop, someone shouted, almost in a panic, and at the same time, a magic missile fired in the gale force winds of the sandstorm chased after Yacht Spinner. Kirik! With a marvelous movement, Yacht Spinner stretched itself vertically and deftly inserted itself into the narrow gap between the building and the wall as two magic missiles slammed into the building's exterior wall, unable to keep up with its precise dodge. The three faster magic missiles realized they had lost their targets and turned vertically, and the bolts of magic soar into the sky, straight for Yacht Spinner as it crawls through the gap in the building. It can't maneuver fast enough in such a tight spot, so a muzzle spins and the magic missile explodes in midair. The AI is perfectly capable of intercepting magic missiles, and the hunters who witnessed it gaped. Crazy. Is that possible? It's not like it's acrobatics or anything. They couldn't imagine it. How could they understand the strong artificial intelligence of a killing machine born only to fight? As they stood in stunned silence, Yacht Spinner caught up to them in a flash. Shit! Take cover! Take cover! The robotic arms swung the wire cutters they held, and the onslaught of Yacht Spinner, who had switched to wire as its primary weapon, had killed over 24 hunters so far. The hunters swallowed their screams and sprinted as even the wizard's ranged support failed. The horror of wanting to live and not wanting to die consumes them. After a desperate run, the few surviving hunters reach a cemetery, where they stumble over overgrown weeds and stone beaks. Quack! Rolling on the ground with the momentum of his run, the hunter gasped for breath and tried to crawl away. Screech! Screech! But the four-legged Yacht Spinner was closing in, and the hunter despaired as he realized he couldn't escape. Oh, no. Help me. Lord, I don't want to die. He used the shabby headstone next to him as a shield, begging for mercy. A mercy he doesn't even believe in himself. Geek. Yacht Spinner skidded to a halt in front of Hunter, machine gun strained on him. The killing machine's logic circuits, which had never let an intruder live before, made their judgment. Second logic. Priority. Destroy intruders. Third logic. Priority. Destroy invaders. The machine guns open fire. No matter the weapon, Yacht Spinner can overwhelm the hunters. But autonomous judgment, logic decision hacking, sublogic silence, forced prioritization. The weapons are retracted, and at that moment of pause, with all those weapons retracted, a magical arrow rained down from the sky. The magic arrow strikes Yacht Spinner. That's it. I got it right. Yacht Spinner turns his wide-angle lens on the hunters who attacked him. It's an attack that can be easily dodged by maneuvering inside the cemetery. But, final decision, prioritize, protect citizens. It turned to the tombstone that the hunter hid behind and knew that fighting here would lead to inevitable losses, so Yacht Spinner decided to retreat. Yacht Spinner ignores the hunter, who makes a stunned sound, and runs out of the cemetery. The hunter, who was being chased, couldn't speak but was relieved to be alive. Yacht Spinner is getting away. Chase. He hops from building to building on his four remaining legs, running as far away from the cemetery as he can. Yacht Spinner didn't even fight back, not wanting to risk any losses. Yappy. Look, I made a crown out of flowers. The safety of the citizens was the most important thing to prioritize. Even if it was a citizen who was already dead, Yacht Spinner has returned to the repair shop once again. He repaired the damage he took in battle, resupplied the broken wire, and reloaded his ammunition. It hasn't been easy maintaining my body in a shop that hasn't even been a regular facility. But he's been able to keep up, protect the seal, don't let anyone get close. It was the last order in the machine's chain of command, but the AI's sobering realization is that it was becoming impossible to fulfill that order. If it stops this intrusion, what next? At some point, it will fail. Its time of fighting was coming to an end, replacing broken parts with homemade ammunition, wire, and parts made by melting down the city's scrap metal. He connected to the remaining surveillance cameras around the city. Estimated enemy survivors, 49. Level 5 threat alive. Level 3 threat alive. Multiple level 1 threats. 35.7% chance of defeat. Combat continues. Nothing changes and the machine merely fulfills its orders. With a grunt of effort, the machine reaches its full capacity and, did you have fun with the minions? The knight had been watching the scene from beginning to end. Chapter 22.2, Hunting the Spider, 5. Chapter 22.2, Hunting the Spider, 5. Leon worships chivalry. Nay, he is chivalry incarnate. He abhorred cowardly assaults and sought out fair fights. Of course, his opponents don't always fight fair. His many enemies harassed him with raids, plots, and all manner of sorcery, but this is no reason for him to forsake the virtues of knighthood. He was the kind of man who would smash battlefield intrigue and shadowy sorcery from the front. He was the embodiment of chivalry, broken, but unbreakable. That's what made him strong. It was for this reason that he waited for Yacht Spinner to finish its maintenance. With very few exceptions, a knight's honor is important, even if it's a non-human being. Leon had encountered many morphic races, some of them completely alien to humanity. He was an earthling, but he had lived in the world of dimorphs and xenomorphs for much longer than that. Yacht Spinner and humanly cold armor plates and structurally different joints were just part of its personality. For a robot, you're majestic and powerful. It will be hard for those creatures out there to take you down. Before he could finish his sentence, a swinging wire slashed across Leon's path. He ducked out of the way, but it struck a nerve with the lion heart. Is it too much to ask for honor from a machine? Yacht Spinner eyes glowed red. Armament check, 480 rounds of 60mm machine guns, 4 wire cutters, 2 tons of last resort in the repair shop, supersonic whip after supersonic whip, the wire cutters' trajectories, their speeds, all calculated to keep them from tangling with each other, and supersonic whips struck Leon from the ground, overhead, left, right, and center, with no way to dodge. But Leon gripped his holy sword and parried the onslaught. His opponent's evasions were calculated, and the only attack that reached Leon was a wire cutter, which he deflected with his holy sword. The mixture of molten iron ore and hardened steel should have shattered under the whip of the supersonic wire cutters, but the iron sword remained intact, and even the common sense in the machine's database couldn't understand it. Yacht Spinner used his forelegs to disrupt Leon with even more agile moves than before. It's good if its opponent holds his ground like a heavy tank, because immobile targets are just fodder for machine guns. Tut 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 tut. The machine gun opens fire and the first round misses as it should, but Yacht Spinner analyzes the trajectory of the flying shells and makes adjustments before hitting Leon. Thud. The concrete crumbles as it hits the ground, sending the figure soaring. In the next moment, after the rising concrete blocked his view, Yacht Spinner condensed the hydraulic springs in his joints and leapt away. Kang! A spear pierces through the spot where Yacht Spinner was just a moment ago. Yes, he expected it. He analyzed the combat patterns of threat level 5 enough that he assumed every eventuality. Spears appearing out of thin air, iron swords that don't break at all, or shattering tank-grade armor with sheer force. It all defied common sense and logic, but the threat in front of him was real. The sound of a door closing was caught by the noise filter, and sounds don't lie, even if they can't be detected through debris. Yacht Spinner slammed into Leon like an artillery shell as he ran against the wall, but before he knew it, Leon mounted his summoned beast and retrieved his holy spear. Yacht Spinner couldn't understand how an organism can run that fast, but he's long since abandoned logic. The lightened Yacht Spinner darted between the maintenance buildings, blocking Leon's approach. Stallion, he wants to play hide and seek with us. The fleeing Yacht Spinner and the horseman that gives chase, smashed through building walls and pillars with their bodies. It's a contradiction in terms. With Yacht Spinner guerrilla tactics using the terrain to his advantage and the horseman chasing him in a straight line. But Yacht Spinner isn't just running away. The wire cutter's unexpected attack on the pursuing Leon was intimidating and deadly, but it was only buying time. Leon calmly and skillfully deflects Yacht Spinner attacks while seemingly ignorant of its pursuit. Yacht Spinner picks up the pace even more, thoroughly avoiding Leon's approach, but its joints are slowly wearing out. Its structural limitations designed to deal with armored vehicles and slow infantry are being tested by a superhuman squeak. The machine has been overworked beyond its carefully calculated capabilities and has collapsed from within. How will the machine handle the absurdity of exhausting itself before the human did? After a few minutes of chasing, the reversal was a calculated move. With a large building pillar in front of it, it hooked its flimsy legs over the pole and grimly changed course. Stallion. Yacht Spinner moved in an instant and slammed straight into the horseman. Weighing over 40 tons, even if it was lightened, it was not the kind of impact an organism could withstand. Not bad, but the stallion held on, sliding smoothly as it was pushed back by the impact. In the face of an impact too great for flesh and form to sustain, man and horse shake their heads lightly and gallop on again. Nothing changed, and Yacht Spinner took advantage of the distance and fired its remaining shells! Stallion dodges the fire with an amazing move, and even with all the precious machine gun shells being fired, Stallion's sprint doesn't stop. Kugagung. The hail of 60mm shells chips away at the durability of the old building in real time as the walls, ceilings, and columns of the massive structure crumble like a sponge, spewing out huge chunks of stone. Stallion leapt lightly toward the deadly boulders, and then began to climb, spurred on by the falling rocks. The phantasmagoric beast, called a god, dodged the cascade of boulders and reached the ceiling in an instant! As gravity pulls him back down, the camera lenses of Yacht Spinner and the eyes of the rider intersect. Facing each other perpendicularly, they aim their machine guns and lance at each other. -68 rounds. All rounds fired. Glory be to the Lionheart. Gravity-defying machine gun rounds rained down, and horsemen slammed vertically through the ceiling. The ceiling, which had barely retained its shape despite the merciless misfires of the machine guns, completely collapsed under the impact of the white horse. It was a charge like a white comet, a falling star pummeled by machine gun fire. But the glowing stallion is unscathed, since no physical attack can penetrate the light divine beast, who has unleashed his divine power and is in sync with his rider. Boom! A devastating blow of dense holy power slams into Yacht Spinner. Quasizik. Yacht Spinner is pierced and torn in half, but Yacht Spinner robotic arms moved, even as it was thrown like a piece of trash from the massive impact. With his opponent frozen in the aftermath of the impact and fall, it had 2.7 seconds to get his fuselage moving, so it swung its 4 wire cutters. The high-performance AI calculated the trajectory even as its body bounced around to kill the stationary enemy with certainty. The trajectory determined that the sharp wire cutters swung from 4 directions would cut through the prey. This time, it was a must-kill. Excellent? Yacht Spinner took a moment to review the camera malfunction as in a flash, the stallion carrying Leon vanished into thin air, and he slammed into the ground. The trajectory of the wire cutters had been calculated assuming a rider on horseback, but when the target is less than half the size of the rider, the perfect calculation leads to a fatal miss. Leon fired at it like a shell, hitting it right in the middle of its perfect trajectory. With the destructive power he's shown so far, it'll only take a moment to cut through the main computer. Yippee! What's sealed in here should never leave. The AI finished its calculations in a split second. A workshop built on top of a sealed facility. The last way to protect this place. If there is even a 0.01% chance, the machine will not stop acting. Initiate self-destruct sequence. Detonating all the explosives in the facility. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of explosives planted in various parts of the repair shop explode in unison. Chapter 23, Hunting the Spider, 6. Chapter 23, Hunting the Spider, 6. 4.7% success rate. That was the probability of Yacht Spinner being able to defeat the special entity named Leon. That's the odds for a fighter that's lost its legs and wire cutters. In fact, that's including the fact that it would self-destruct due to a battery surge. However, there was a trick that boosted those odds to 93%. Yacht Spinner had a large stockpile of explosives, about 2 tons, that it had buried for use in the event of a final push, when it could no longer produce or maintain ammunition. Though it was beyond the scope of his calculations that the final self-destruct target would be a single threat, Yacht Spinner would not hesitate to risk everything to fulfill his last order. Bang! A boom echoed throughout the city as 2 tons of explosives went off at once, instantly burning away all the oxygen in the building. The sturdy buildings shatter, the pressure of the explosion violently pushing the air out of the way and sending out a powerful shockwave. All buildings within a 2-kilometer radius of the explosion's center are gone, and all buildings within 10 kilometers are crushed or cracked. The shockwave extends outward for 20 kilometers, blowing hunters who are resting from injuries to the ground. Smoke from the explosion was sucked up as air once again filled the vacuum created by the crushing fire in the atmosphere. Explosive smoke billowed upward as a huge hemispherical cloud of dust spread in all directions like a mushroom. No one would survive that blast. It was an obvious guess. Unit JS 10253 was manufactured 1038 years and 22 days ago. Unlike its factory-built siblings, the intensely intelligent Yacht Spinner was built for the civilization's final showdown. The Yacht Spinners of the 112th Unmanned Armored Regiment, including their commander, 10,253, had only one order: never let the center of the city be unsealed. Ensure that what is sealed in the heart of the city is never unsealed, and do so by any means necessary. But they were never given the chance to fulfill the order. As they were being produced and transported from the factory, the enemy attacked, destroying the train and more than half of them before they could be put into service. Number 10,253 would have been destroyed without a last-minute emergency start by the transporter. Protect the city. Go. Do your duty. The transporter was devoured the next moment, taking over the command module. 10,253 accessed the integrated network system with the 37th's remaining forces. It cleared the raiders and headed for the city. The sky was filled with grey dust, and the ground shook from time to time from the explosions, hindering their ability to maneuver. Near the top of the cliff, a comrade was buried with the collapsed earth. The Red Menace attacked from all sides, at all times, surrounded by an endless stream of enemies and mechanically slaughtering them. A mushroom cloud rose. He entered an emergency evasive maneuver, but was unable to prevent half of his teammates from being caught in the shockwave. JS 10,244 unable to process. Contamination level 8, lethal to civilians. JS 10,185 core damaged. Level 14 radioactive material overflow. Most of them were contaminated and decontaminated late. They followed the logic and calculated the damage to the citizens if they entered the city and agreed. Contaminated entity to cease activity immediately. Commence self-destruct sequence. Execute order from Interim Commander JS 10,253. Initiate self-destruct sequence after friendly units have departed. The late decontaminated units buried themselves in the ground and self-destructed. The city they arrived in was under attack and 10,253 gave the order. Initiate fire support to friendly forces. Defend the city. 12 machines entered the fray and were able to repel the enemy. They became the city's heroes. Yacht Spinner, Yacht Spinner. The people cheered the killing machines that had saved them. The story of the drone that sniped and killed the enemy leader in a desperate situation, and was willing to throw itself to save a citizen from the aftermath of an explosion, was a fable that inspired hope in the city. They became a symbol of hope and knights of steel that protected the people. The regrouped Yacht Spinners, under the command of their commander, defended the city. They defended and defended and defended, until there was nothing left to defend. When the final battle was over, the defense system was only 3% operational and less than 5 citizens remained, but most of them mortally wounded. The chance of survival was 0% and the last inhabitants of the city would die. Yappy. This is it. Last order. The commander, roughly ignoring the blood throbbing in his bitten arm, gave his last order. He explained why the city was being raided over and over again, what it was sealed and built upon, and that the seal must never be broken. Guard the seal. Do not let anyone approach. May future survivors not be as foolish as we were. As they fell, one by one, the end came. The city in the middle of the wilderness had only one drone left. JS 10,253 had done its duty faithfully. Do not allow the seal to be broken. Protect the seal. Protect the city. Eliminate anything that approaches the city. To conceal the sealed section, a maintenance shop was built on top of it, and explosives were placed to bury it in case of emergency. Using the knowledge in the database, it repaired the city's defenses, refurbished its body, and crafted supplies using auxiliary joints and facilities to replenish its railgun shells and ammunition. It was lucky to have a mine near the city so it could make cheap black powder. Prepare, 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 for an enemy that could come at any moment. That's how it survived for a millennium. In the aftermath of the explosion, the dust clears and the intruder walks through the wreckage, unharmed. Holy law, the absolute defense against ranged attacks neutralized even Yacht Spinner final self-destruct, and it even protected the Yacht Spinner itself. He swung his iron sword to break the seal on what was sealed beneath the workshop. This is what you were meant to protect. He poured cement to bury it, built a workshop over it to conceal it, and finally detonated an explosive to bury it. Today, with no cipher left to unlock the protocols, the vault has been cut open with an iron sword. What was revealed was a black sphere that seemed to condense endless darkness. Black smoke billows from it, contaminating life with its overflowing residue. This is not a nuclear reactor or radioactivity. This is the thing that threatens the city, the thing that has poisoned the human world. The wisdom orb. This is the gate's closing condition and the reason for Yacht Spinner millennial mission. Chirp, chirp. Yacht Spinner dragged its half-destroyed body, inching closer to Leon, forcing its severed joints to move. It wrapped its broken wire cutters around Leon's ankle with its remaining secondary arm. There was no power left to pull it. Even if it had any energy left to fight, it had a 0.00% chance of taking down a level 5 threat. Knowing this, the machine lurched forward, intent on taking Leon down. Still trying to fight, Leon turns to face Yacht Spinner, holding the black sphere. The camera eyes, now down to 1, stared at the sphere from start to finish. Leon closed his eyes as he watched the machine struggle to get the sphere out from underneath him and retrieve it. How long have you guarded this? How many years have you fought? As if empathizing with the years, the knight watched the machine before him wordlessly. The time it had spent repairing itself, tearing itself apart, repairing itself again, replacing itself. Its indomitable will deservedly rewarded. You have fulfilled your mission to the end. He sincerely lamented his inability to communicate with the machine before him. How could this honorable one not be called a knight of loyalty and a knight of faithfulness? Your service is beyond measure, and all living things are indebted to you. Leon raised his holy sword as he knew that the sphere of evil could only be cut by it. The neatly sliced evil screamed in agony and vanished as the Holy Grail, the purifier of evil, absorbed it and finished it off. Yacht Spinner was silent. What must the machine be thinking, witnessing the destruction of what it had kept sealed for so long? Without a word, Leon conjured holy water from the Holy Grail. Pouring the holy water, Leon humbly steps forward and drops to one knee in full reverence. Sir Yacht Spinner, I solemnly declare that your quest is complete. The seal was broken. Never let out one of the things that destroyed the world. It was what powered Yacht Spinner for 1,000 years. Now it's gone, and there's no need to keep the seal. The last order has been brought to an end after 1,000 years. Chirp, chirp. The last remaining camera eye blinked, as if it knew it was finally over, freed from its fate. Yappy, you are a hero to the city. Yappy, thank you for protecting the city. Yappy, may you rest in peace. The voices that remained in the old, worn memory module came to an end. Quest cleared. The hunters scratched their heads at the sudden message. Cleared. What does that mean? They've defeated Yacht Spinner? The hunters, still reeling from Yacht Spinner guerrilla warfare, couldn't believe it. The vicious killing machine had fallen, but at the same time, they remembered the anachronistic knight who had stared down at them with a misguided, arrogant gaze. Who else but him could have defeated the machine and completed the quest? He was a good man until the end. Golden Jewel acknowledged him honestly. Although Yacht Spinner was an unfamiliar enemy, it was a formidable foe that even he, an S-class hunter, couldn't do much about. If he could clear it alone against such a monster, the future of Korea would inevitably be centered around him. Let's prepare to withdraw, everyone. He was encouraging his tired men when a man appeared in the distance. What is that? The man was carrying the wreckage of a massive piece of machinery. the remains of yacht spinner that must have weighed tens of tons. Oh, your majesty. Gil Sung, who had meanwhile acquired the proper manner of addressing Leon from Hari, turned to him exaggeratedly. I was worried that the explosion might have damaged your jade body. You're full of flattery, spellcaster. What's the matter with you? Ha ha. Tae-sung glanced at Leon, searching for something he should be holding. But he wasn't holding any of those things, so Tae-sung wondered. Your majesty. Do you happen to know where the Jewel of Wisdom is? Destroyed? What? At those words, Gil Tae-sung and the hunters stopped dead in their tracks. Destroyed it? The thing that the tower had spent tens of billions to get? Why that? Do you know what kind of object it is? The Wisdom Jewel. It's a high-grade treasure. What are you talking about, you lowly thing? Leon shouted at Gil Tae-sung to shut him up, but Gil Tae-sung and many other hunters didn't understand his behavior. The condition for clearing the gate was the destruction or capture of the Wisdom Jewel. According to Gil Tae-sung, if it was a high-rank treasure, it was something that the nation would do everything in its power to obtain. It is a vile thing that corrupts people. No good can come of it in human hands. And for that reason alone, you have given up on it. Only that reason? Leon's eyes narrowed, and Gil Tae-sung felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the look alone. Foolish things, don't you realize that your paltry values will ultimately destroy the world? With that disdainful glance, Leon left and Hari hurried after him. Your Majesty, do you want me to lift it? I don't think I can lift it all, but, don't touch it, it is not for commoners to touch. That was the end of the raid on the Gyeonggu Gate. Chapter 24, Hunting the Spider, 7. Chapter 24, Hunting the Spider, 7. The top floor of the United States Tower is the home of the Lord of the Tower. The Archmage Reynold Shillman, who is considered an S-class mage. The Archmage, as he is known to the world, is a force to be reckoned with. Even by the President of the United States is huddled in his chambers, begging for forgiveness. I apologize, Great One. I have not done what you commanded. The object of his prostrations was a gem that looked like a black mass. Wisdom Orb, a unique grade of treasure obtained from the Red Gate of America. It looked at the mortal prostrate before it and spoke in a dreary voice. Foolish, stupid thing, I taught you the truth and wisdom of Samura, and you let me down. I apologize. Reynold begged for forgiveness, beating his head until it bled. It was not the manner of one called the Archmage of the world, but addicted to the knowledge bestowed by their wisdom orb. Reynold worshipped it like a god. It was unavoidable. A survivor named Leon was an unexpected variable, even for us. You defile my ears with your flimsy excuses. Just a survivor named Leon. What the fuck? What? Reynold looked up with a puzzled expression at the sudden soreness in Wisdom Orb's voice. Who did you just say? I said Leon. He must be the same person, right? Turn on the news. The news. The voice grew lighter and lighter. Was it an illusion that he was trembling as if he were frightened? When Reynold turned on the news and saw the news of the capture of the Gyeonggu Gate, there was a blonde youth in the spotlight. This is Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Ki-hee-ee. Why is that bastard here? Why, Lord? The great voice that had always dazzled the Archmage with its sternness and seriousness was nowhere to be heard, and sounded terrified. I give up. I won't. In the next moment, the black aura in the orb scattered and it turned white as if something within it had completely disappeared. Master? Reynold repeatedly called out to the unresponsive orb, but it never spoke again. You have destroyed the Wisdom Orb. Kang Hyuk, the president of the Hunters Association, looked unhappy when Leon told him that he had destroyed the Wisdom Orb. Is that a complaint? No, because the condition for closing the dungeon was to destroy or obtain the Wisdom Orb. If your Majesty has defeated the mechanical spider, then the handling of the orb is also within your Majesty's power. Still, Leon recognized the hidden disappointment in the association president's expression. Yes, so be it. The ignorant are quick to see the gain in front of them. Don't be sorry, it's poison. Poison? You mean, it is the stuff of the demons? The demons? At the mention of the demons, Mr. Kang Hyuk, the head of the association, is stunned. Demons. The immortal beings that emerged from the Demon Gate had always been responsible for causing nightmarish damage to humanity. The orb was created by the evil of wisdom and exploration to tempt humans. At first it grants the wielder what he desires, then it demands a price. The wizards of the Empire have fallen prey to this orb. It didn't take long for what was initially a curiosity to turn into an offer of eternal life, immortality, and demonization. The emperor of the empire fell for it and sacrificed millions of his citizens to it. You say it has been found elsewhere, you'd better hurry and destroy it. I can't believe a drop item at the gate hiding such a destructive purpose. The president of the association was skeptical of Leon's words, but was convinced that something terrible would happen if they were true. I will bring this to the attention of the US government. That would be a good idea, but they may have already fallen under the demon's spell. Leon did not overestimate the will of men in this age, weak men easily defeated by greed and easily seduced. Their ignorance of the divine is nothing compared to the subjects of his world. They are sick, poor, weak, and greedy. That is why they need true faith and enlightenment all the more. They must be taught that God's love is a grace extended to all. President, lead me to the place where he is laid to rest. Yes, sir, he is in the basement of the association. Leon followed the association's lead to one of the warehouses. In the warehouse, where the byproducts of the gate were usually stored, were the remains of the mechanical spider. Your Majesty, President, the association's employees bow, starting with the waiting Hari, as they were instructed to be as polite as they could to Leon. Do your work. Accepting their salute, Leon stood before the remains of the mechanical spider. The wreckage of the mechanical spider was, to put it mildly, a mangled mess. Its body, pierced, crushed, and shattered by Leon's holy spear, had lost its power over the hunters. Now it is a pale shadow of its former glory, less than half its former size. No, it is literally nothing but trouble. What shall we do with it? As an honorable knight, you should bury it in the ground and pray that it will find its way to the feast of the gods. Suitable ground would be found in the Naju plains, blessed by the goddess Dimara. Rest in peace, faithful knight. The moment he blessed the mechanical spider moved. What? Hari's voice rang out, drawing the attention of the president and his staff. What? The mechanical spider? Ooh, it's moving. The nightmare of the Kyongu Gate, the boss monster, which had defeated the raiders 3 times, moved with a weak creak, and the staff was stunned. The only one who remained silent was Leon. Stop flailing. Leon's one word was a rallying cry, and suddenly, they realized who was in front of them. Yes, Leon, the man who defeated the yacht spinner, is in front of them. They swallowed hard and stared at the yacht spinner, relieved to see Leon's presence. Leon was equally puzzled by the situation. Chew. Chew. The yacht spinner grunted, as if it couldn't handle its weight, and then began to dismantle its body with its overgrown robotic arms. Undoing bolts, removing gloves, disassembling. Reassembling itself. Throughout the process, Leon sensed a familiar aura emanating from the yacht spinner. Holy power. The holy water he'd used as a blessing on the yacht spinner had somehow worked on the yacht spinner. The yacht spinner's power source was shattered and unable to function properly, but with the blessing of the holy power, it performed a miracle. Yacht spinner finally disassembles and reassembles his body. Shrunk to 1/20th of its original size, the yacht spinner stared at Leon, and Leon smiled, bowing his head in glee. I see. I wonder if you'll be able to win the goddess' favor. Leon summoned the Holy Grail and generated holy water within it, which he poured into his holy sword. The old, dirty sword gathered light as if it were its duty to make the lights of this world adorn it. Leon's old iron sword dazzles with divine radiance. Wow, what there? Everyone marvels at the holy glow. A blessing in disguise. He cuts through space with this holy sword of glory, bestowed upon him by the goddess. The Holy Grail, the holy water, and the energy of the holy sword all converge as the sword cuts through space, and a brilliant light dematerializes the space. There. The pure white face of a man, or goddess, was revealed, her snow-white hair dripping with cold energy. The goddess slowly opens her eyes to reveal precious gold. Ah, Leon didn't need to say it, every human in the room knew that the woman of light was no human. She is something divine, something that no one in this world can match. Everyone fell to their knees before her, as they had no choice but to kneel as Leon kneeled on one knee. Ariana, Lionheart. My first night. Leon wanted to say more, but he realized the gravity of the situation and held up the yacht spinner as if to introduce it. This Sir Yacht Spinner is an honorable knight, a model for all knights. He is a knight worthy of Ariana's consideration. The goddess looked at the strange knight Leon had introduced, and her golden eyes pierced the machine's red ones. This one has not fulfilled his quest. He has not proven his honor and given me glory. As the first knight of the goddess, I vouch for him. If not for my presence, he would be a great knight, capable of rivaling the glory of the lion-hearted king. If my knight says so. There is nothing more to see. The goddess placed her absolute trust in Leon since as her knight, he gave her glory, honor, and finally victory on an impossible battlefield. The gods of the pantheon hold him in high esteem, and how could they find fault with his words? But let's get one thing straight. The goddess looked down at Yacht Spinner, and even this inorganic piece of machinery had to humble itself before the goddess. Will you, knight of otherworldly steel, enter into the ranks of my knight, the lion-hearted king, and praise light and sing of justice, Kyuk? The Yacht Spinner glanced around, not quite understanding the goddess's words. He spoke in his own words. You are full of honor and knowledge, but your wisdom is still that of a child, so understand simply. Help my knight destroy evil, and you are my knight. The Yacht Spinner's camera stares at Leon, and he calmly synthesizes the situation, remembering Leon's offer, the power he showed, and most of all, the theoretical impossibility of his reactivation. Yacht Spinner quickly concluded, crack, crack, crack. He muttered something in machine language, but soon realized that it would not be understood, and once again searched for a language that would be understood in this world. Hacking into the radio tower of a nearby satellite station is a simple matter for him. Check the plan. Demonize. Attack. Good plan. The answer was cut short, but neither Leon nor Ariana considered it rude, nor did they ask him to repeat it. They were simply genuinely glad to have this honorable holy knight at their gates. Good. As long as you remain loyal to my first knight and support him, you will share his glory. The new holy knight Yacht Spinner 10,253 is hereby sworn to light and justice. Chapter 25. Marketing 1. Chapter 25. Marketing 1. Since Yacht Spinner's resurrection, Leon has informed Hari that he would like to make him a guild member of his guild. Then I'll have to go through the formalities and register separately. It's a bit complicated and will take some time. Alright, go to your business. After dismissing Hari, Leon walked down the empty hallway with Yacht Spinner, and then, cool uke kick, Leon choked back the blood that was spitting out of his mouth. Are you okay, my knight? The feedback came immediately, but Leon was relieved to see that the only people looking at him now were the goddess and the holy knight. It's okay. Ariana gritted her teeth at Leon's words. After all, appointing a holy knight in a land that lacks faith is a bit much. It had to be done, don't you think? In the dying world, it was fine because the overwhelming power of the land protected Leon, but now the faith had spread to only a tiny minority. Holy knights are living saints, agents of the gods, and it took a tremendous amount of power to elevate such beings. A drain that even Leon, with his lion's heart, could not endure. Leon smiled benevolently, reading the thoughts in the Yacht Spinner's mind. It is not your fault, it is my fault for not being strong enough. How is this your fault? Your goddess is lacking, divinity is not to be blamed in any case. Please withhold your words. At those words, Ariana was silenced. Their Knight of Glory was faithful, even in times like these. So much so that it was hard to believe he was an atheist who didn't believe in gods. My knight, your goddess is always grateful for your devotion. However, the immorality of your goddess and the gods for not acting on your lack of faith has hurt you. The goddess felt the need to hasten what was going on in the pantheon within his heart. Rest well, trust in your gods and wait. Ariana. With those words, Ariana returned to the Lionheart King's heart, where their pantheon had been evacuated, where she found the gods waiting for her. On the day that Lionheart King Leon turned 121 years old, when the world was destroyed by evil and only one knight remained, Leon kept all the fallen holy knights alive and evacuated the pantheon into his heart. To their shame, the gods took refuge in the saint's body, and for 180 years they watched the lion-hearted king destroy the evil ones. But the gods did not stand idly by. They bestowed upon him all the strength and power they could give. They made their one remaining saint bear all the burdens. Thus all the gods of the pantheon owed Leon a debt they could not repay. What is his condition? Dimara, the god of life and fertility, inquired. Not well, my knight has overdone it. The god of war and flame was furious. What has become of King Lionheart, who once bore the glory of the gods in all their splendor? Keep your head down, war. He fought for more than 200 years for the gods, and he won. I know, and that is why my teeth are chattering. It was not the Lionheart King who was to blame. He was disgracing himself, for he loved the lion-hearted king, Leon Dragonia, more than anyone else. The goddess of light and justice looked around at her brothers and sisters, who must harbor similar feelings, and spoke. The time has come to break our 180-year silence. My brothers and sisters, I can no longer watch my knights suffer. How could they support the Lionheart King and restore the glory of their pantheon? He shouldn't be the only one to bear the burden. The gods themselves had to take an active role in the situation. My brothers and sisters, we must support our only saint, no longer the only one. It was the god of iron and blacksmith who stepped forward. He was a muscular deity, conspicuously small and dwarfed by the others, but as strong as any of them, the one the dwarves worshipped, their lord. Hito had just mentioned the newest saint. That child, Yacht Spinner, has become a new saint. HMPH. A saint who doesn't believe in divinity. Are you complaining, War? Of course not. To become a saint, one must serve the divine and prove oneself worthy, and he's not qualified for that. There were not a few deities who agreed with him, but there was only one reason for their silence. The Lionheart King has vouched for him. What could be greater? Greater. At that, War looked dumbfounded and there were murmurs of impatience around him. Justice, in your opinion, is Yacht Spinner good enough to be a holy knight? Ariana spoke up. As a pure being that has thwarted the plots of evil for millennia, he may lack faith, but he is full of honor and loyalty. Iron, Leon and Justice place too much emphasis on chivalry. Honor is not enough to win a war. War rumbled on, and he still seemed dissatisfied. Ariana turned to Iron, knowing he would eventually honor the new saint. Iron, there must be a reason you mentioned the Yacht Spinner. What are you thinking? Iron chuckled at Ariana's question. 180 years ago, we lost all the holy knights except one, the Grail Guardian, who burned himself to the ground as a vessel for the descent of the divine until the very end. I know this for a fact. I learned of this world through the life of the only one of us to gain a believer. Is that so? I have seen the world through the eyes of my faithful, and I have discovered an interesting child. Dimara, goddess of life and fertility, shared what she saw with the other gods. Brothers, this time we're in the Hotniju Plains. It was a broadcaster, Mr. Park, a farmer who also streams on the internet. After experiencing the miracle of blessed rice, he traveled to the Naju Plain, which was said to be just as purified as the Hunan Plain. What is that? As some of the gods scratched their heads in confusion, Iron explained. On this world, the homeworld of the lion-hearted king, they've recently developed the medium of internet broadcasting, which is quite an effective way to spread news. You mean to preach to them? That's right. Show them miracles and demonstrate our divinity in action. But that's not all. The entire world is tied together by a space called the internet. At that, War questioned, but why didn't King Lionheart think of this? He was an inhabitant of this world. Iron shook his head and spoke the unfortunate truth. It seems that when the Lionheart King died in this world, the internet was still just beginning to develop dramatically. Iron then began to describe a concrete plan. We will promote faith in all corners of society with blessings that can be used immediately, including life, Dimara, and the means of promotion will be the internet and news. But what about trial and error? Even Leon's ambitious newspaper would have taken 20 years to get off the ground. That's where our new holy knight comes in. The gods stared in wonder. Kyuk, the resurrected Yacht Spinner, calculatedly assessed his situation and what he needed to do next. Lack of maintenance. Need a centralized information processing unit. First of all, his computing power is significantly lower now that he has no backup from the city, and his main program is not running with any certainty. But even he, a machine, has his doubts as to why he is able to move when he should be perfectly still. Why is his computing power, which should be zero, at the level of a subcomputer? The AI has analyzed thousands and tens of thousands of cases, but it realizes that this is not a logical explanation. Above all, I am Hito, god of iron and blacksmithing, and from now on you are my spokesperson and I am your guardian. A being spoke to him without any communication devices, and in any language he could understand, since the beings called hunters had invaded the city. Phenomena that don't exist in the program, that are physically impossible, are entered into the data, and Yacht Spinner could only come up with words to organize them. Divine system at work. Anomaly A into the divine system. Set aside. The second problem arises when the machine is faced with a phenomenon it can only conclude, "I'll just have to let this one slide." Output 13%. Needs immediate repair. Since the body has been reduced to 1/100th of its size, the power output has dropped significantly. Even at this size, the original 13% power output is ridiculous for their machine. The destroyed body could not be repaired and he hacked into the domestic computer system to find a replacement, but most of the substances on the planet could not replace the original armor, and even if they could, the quantity was insufficient. It was then that I spoke. "See this, feel this, this is the metal of the gods from which your body can be made." Bam. It was invisible but palpable and he could calculate even though he had no data, the anomaly he felt when I fought Leon. Divine power. With this, he could manufacture his own body. "What do you want me to do?" With iron laugh, a revelation descended and the strong artificial intelligence quickly began to learn the necessary knowledge. "Ha, Chief. Look at this. What is it?" "It's a video." "Is this authorized?" Hunter Association Chief Kim Jin-soo's eyes widened when he saw the video shown by his subordinate, Naju Plain. YouTubers. The video began by showing the vast rice fields of the Naju Plain. "I'll show you the benefits of our man Xinjiang rice, a special crop that only grows in our Naju Plain." The narration begins with a voice that sounds too perfect to be a machine, a soothing voice that you can't help but like. You ask, what makes man Xinjiang rice so special? This video will answer that question. Flawless, ultra-high definition video in 16K, with music that was never heard before. Man Xinjiang farmers' mornings start at 5 a.m. every day. The flowing video is the work of a pro. The Man Xinjiang farmers begin with a reverent prayer session with the temporary priest, Mr. Choi, and the farmers. Look at that. He's still praying to Dimara, the goddess of life and fertility. The camera approaches the farmers as they pray toward the altar. Their faces are peaceful and unblemished, more like practicing monks than farmers. What makes the crops of the pantheon of the 10,000 gods so special? The crops blessed by Dimara make you healthy and cure diseases just by eating them. My wife had dementia, but now she's fine. I was cured of a long-standing heart condition and can now run 100 meters in 6 seconds. It's all nonsense. But as the screen transitions, the video shows a sick dog running around after eating rice. A dying cancer patient is cured, etc. All of this is possible for one reason. The pantheon of 10,000 gods served by His Majesty Leon Dragonia, Lionheart King of the Pantheon Guild. Dimara, hail, Lionheart, long live the other gods of the pantheon. Eventually, the video was viewed by the association staff in the Hunter division, but they didn't speak until a few seconds after the video ended. Who made this? Isn't it His Majesty Leon? You think he's a YouTuber? Did one of the deputies make this? It was weird. Why would he make a video like this in the first place, let alone an overly high-quality video? Isn't it a bad commercial? The comments were similar. What is this? A commercial? What a waste of talent. Isn't he the survivor that's hot these days? He captured Gyeonggu Gate. You're a joke. Even though I'm a foreigner ignorant of the internet, can I steal this? What's more, it's been translated into 104 languages. Did some crazy pain make it? It was a blatant, and the gods are being invoked. Even the cheesy commercials they pay for on current affairs programs these days aren't this blatant and illogical. Eating rice cures cancer? A goddess blessed the land? These are the kind of things that would be ridiculed as nonsense. The problem is that everything was absolutely true. Eating rice really does cure cancer, and there were association employees who saw the goddess. And at the center of it all is the Lionheart King from the other world. In other words, this is Leon's video. Leon, I need to see him right now. What was he thinking? As Kim Jin-soo prepared to go out, he called Han Hari. What are you thinking? In Leon's penthouse, Yacht Spinner pulled his USB-C converted prosthetic arm away from the laptop. Lord Yappy, are you done with my laptop? Yacht Spinner nodded as he returned Han Hari's laptop. Operation Marketing Phase 1 successful. Moving to Phase 2. Network Hacking in Progress, Chapter 26. Marketing 2, Chapter 26. Marketing 2. The Man Xinjiang YouTuber channel has garnered quite a bit of attention on the internet. It had ultra-high definition and impeccable professional workmanship, but the only problem is that it contained the name of Leon, the survivor of the Gyeonggu Gate raid. There's a lot of bullshit in this video. Eating rice will cure cancer? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, A mix of commercials and interviews didn't make people believe in God. And there was still no official certification from the association, so naturally people had to pass it off as funny. Your Majesty, we have to take the video down. Chief Kim Jin-soo saw the video and immediately came looking for Leon, who had confirmed with Hari that he wasn't in the penthouse, so he came all the way to the Naju Plains where the simple guild building had been erected. Chief, please have some barley tea. Thank you. He sipped the barley tea that Hari offered and calmed his nerves. No. Who posted that video in the first place? Lord Spinner. Lord Spinner? Kim Jin-soo's gaze flicked to Yacht Spinner. Yappy. Who was using a laptop in the corner? That killing machine made that video? How the hell? Leon's thoughts were the same. I can't believe the gods would give Lord Spinner such instructions. He was told it was a quick way to gather faith, but this was something Leon didn't have the knowledge to discuss since when he was on Earth. As a child, he had only played the War of the Stars, which was all the rage. The current culture of YouTube and internet broadcasts is unknown to him, as he only remembers the heavy screen of a CRT monitor. He knew that Yacht Spinner's powerful artificial intelligence would take care of everything, but he didn't expect it to be this good. What does it mean to take the video down? Of course, people aren't going to believe the video right away since faith is not something that can be spread by a few commercials. But was it really necessary to take the video down? As your Majesty knows, the rice that grows in the Naju Plain is far different from the crops of our world. Such a miracle crop should have been classified as elixir, not just food. Actually, Korea Food and Drug Administration. An organization that verifies the safety of food or drugs. And they do a lot of experiments. It pains me to doubt the blessings of the goddess, but I suppose you have your own laws and systems. Thank you for your understanding. The blessed rice is of such a quality that there is no problem with its immediate distribution. In fact, I would like you to distribute it. Chief Kim distributed rice to the KFDA and other departments, and the results were amazing. It's a revolution in the medical world. With this rice, most doctors won't even be needed. How is it possible to cure an incurable disease that hasn't even been identified? From the moment you eat the rice, something is working in your body to remove tumors. How is this? How is this possible? From lab rats to people with incurable diseases whose days were already numbered, the blessed rice was a crop that would change the medical world forever. Thousands of tons of this elixir were being produced every year, and humanity was on the verge of overcoming diseases. Even if the only people who could grow it were the Dima faithful who believed in the goddess of life and fertility, it would be enough for the religion to expand. There was another problem. This rice. The moment it is announced, it will be sought after by the entire world. Yes, this was the problem. There would be many people like Park Jong-chan who would want to secure their own seeds. They might not be able to monopolize it, but they could grow it themselves. With the recent advances in palm farming, the crops can be grown quickly, so it won't take long for it to be mass-produced. But what if they realize that only Dimara believers can grow the blessed rice? The Naju Plains will be overrun by thieves, and they won't be ordinary humans. It's even more potent than an enhancement potion, so all the guilds and even the people from the underworld would want it. We'll cooperate fully once the Food and Drug Administration approves it and we start sowing the rice in earnest. Until then, please be patient. Indeed, I understand. At Leon's nod, Director Kim Jin-soo cheered inwardly. I can finally convince this guy. However, there's a problem. What? You've been worrying uselessly, Kim. No one will be able to steal the product of a goddess. Leon was smug. The rise of the superhumans after the cataclysm was the hope of humanity, but not all of them became icons of hope. Awakenings occurred among young and old alike. And of course there were many who chose a life of crime. The Fiend Association. This global shadowy conglomerate has become a thoroughly organized crime syndicate, operating on the deep web. They are involved in all sorts of crimes and are willing to commit murder if the money is right. And now a request has come in for the Vipers, the third tier hit squad of the Korean branch of the Fiend Association. We want you to secure rice seeds in the Naju Plain and burn down the granaries. The payment was in Bitcoin, half down payment and half after the mission was successful. Ying immediately researched the Naju Plain. It's real. The Hunters Association has stopped the rumors from spreading. But there are cases of people taking it everywhere. You mean it wasn't just a stupid commercial? Anyway, now that they've been commissioned and paid, it was time for action. The Vipers headed straight for the Naju Plains with over 50 minions. They're only C or D hunters, but they're way overpowered for something as simple as stealing rice. If it weren't for the client's insistence that they take as many members as possible, they could have gotten by with regular men. What the hell? I thought you were going to bring as much manpower as possible because there were a bunch of guards. Are we really just supposed to secure seeds and burn the granaries? Entering the fields with the oil barrels, the vipers slowly made their way through the fields before stopping. Brother, it's a person. The youngest member spotted something in the darkness and gasped. At his words, the members drew their weapons, but their faces fell because it wasn't a person, but a puppet. It's a scarecrow, stupid. Oops. Sorry. They were barely human shapes, stuffed with wadding and woven with straw, hanging from the pole. Dressed in clothes and a hat that didn't fit, but in the darkness, they took on a human form. This is weird. I thought it just moved. The youngest examines the scarecrow. Under Leon's stern orders, the scarecrows have been painted with dye on their faces to give them eyes and mouths. In this darkness, the spooky is almost creepy. Oh, asshole. Put it away, brother. Look at those. The leader of the vipers was horrified as the scarecrows were everywhere. Pieces of cotton, straw, stone, wood. Like very old totems moved around the field like puppets. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, 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 oh. Is the dull sounds of things moving and rumbling an illusion? The sound was so subtle that they mistook it for an illusion, so they didn't pay attention to it, but it seemed like a mistake to enter the field. Tap, tap. Oh, oh, oh. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, and one of the tense members drew his sword. You idiot. Why are you afraid of a scarecrow? I'm sorry, but something S. Off here. You idiot. Don't go around saying you're a member of the Vipers. The leader reprimanded his subordinate and ordered the others to pour oil. Calculate the wind direction and burn it as wide as possible. But where will we get the seed, idiot? We've checked the granaries. We can rob them. Aha. The men were convinced and poured out the oil from the barrel. If this is so good, let's get some from the warehouse. Mansu and Jintai. You two. Huh? Where did you two go? What? They were following me earlier. Where did Dusni go again? This can't be happening. How can a person disappear in an instant in this open field? Tap, tap. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. The disturbing sound from earlier gradually became clearer, and as the pressure seemed to be coming from all directions, the Viper Lord looked around. Hey. Was that puppet always this close? A scarecrow with a smiling face painted with crimson dye stood in front of them. What? I don't know. No. It's weird. It was so far away just a moment ago. And what's with this clanking sound, and the rumbling? As he turned his head to address his subordinates, he caught a movement in the corner of his vision. He was so startled that he didn't even take the time to assess the situation before blindly swinging his sword. Big brother? Fuck. It wasn't until he smashed one of the scarecrows that he understood that they were moving. Check your surroundings, you idiots. These things are moving. The unity was the result of the Viper's survival instincts kicking in. They turned to face each other, their backs to each other, and witnessed the unthinkable. The deformities become creatures and the scarecrows transform into monsters. Why hadn't they seen it before? Why did they see it now? There were scarecrows, stone figurines, and even roots strewn across the wheat fields like totems. All sorts of unidentifiable creatures moving about in the night. The scarecrows, made by the shoddy workmanship of the people, were a twisted fantasy, recreating the invasion of the old ones. Holy shit, they're monsters. This wasn't even the area where the dungeon break occurred. So what kind of monsters were they? It was a nonsensical statement, but what was happening now actually defied common sense. In a panic, the Vipers tore and crushed the dolls, but the puppets were able to weave their shattered bodies back together, regenerating like living things, or rather, like something beyond living things. Tap, tap. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Unbelievers were not tolerated in the goddess's wheat field, where her holy power resides, code of life and abundance. Make an image of the goddess from the first of the harvest and offer it to the altar. Do not urinate on the fields. Manure is fine. Build a scarecrow and make sure it has a hat and clothes. When you harvest, sing a song. It's better if it's a song of thanks to the goddess. Don't go hungry, even if you're in a hurry. The most important rule number 0 was 0. Those who break the rules will die. The Viper Lord Hyo Sang-man fled, leaving more than half his men in the field. Big brother, What the hell is that? I didn't even see them at the gate. I don't know, asshole. The request was strange to begin with since they were paying that much for stealing rice seeds and setting a fire, but even so, it was hard to predict this situation. The Vipers were mostly D-class, but they were still fiends. And how could they not steal a single rice seed? They recognized that this mission was wrong from the start, and they had every intention of screwing over their client. They may have come anonymously, but they could use the help of the Fiend Association's intelligence arm, the Dark Moon, and they've been generous with their payments, so they won't be ignored. Big brother, wait. What? Hyo-sang Man, irritated by his subordinate's insistence, spotted the building in front of them. This is the granary that is the target, a place where residents stack their harvested rice. Seeing this, he had a realization which naturally led to greed. If this rice is real, it's worth a lot of money. He'd lost half his men, and he couldn't afford to come back here empty-handed. Those monsters are only in the fields. There's nothing in the granaries. Common sense tells him that with monsters like that in the fields, there can't be any in the granary, but his confidence is boosted when a subordinate who actually has good eyesight tells him there's nothing around. Transfer as much rice as possible to the vehicles. Let's go. There would be piles of threshed rice, and it would be easier to steal it than to harvest it. But the moment he stepped into the warehouse, bam! Something ominous. A sound that was often heard in war movies. Mines? Keng. Hyo-sang Man's body flew into the air. Big brother, what? Landmines? Why are there landmines here? He was gasping for breath and shivering as a mine exploded under his feet. Even though the landmine was meant to blow his legs off rather than kill him, it only tore his left foot off because he was a superhuman. Brother, I'm trying to save you. Stop, you idiots. You don't know how many mines there are. At that, the minions came to their senses. Save me. Seeing only an illusion of a breathless figure, the subordinates were unable to step forward easily. Even if there were fiends in the first place, they were third-rate scoundrels who accidentally awakened and fell into a life of crime. Compared to the evil fiends, they were just a gang of thugs with a little power. If they were willing to throw themselves into a minefield to help the boss, why would they join the Fiend Association? Run. A member of the group winced at the tingling sensation at the back of his neck as on his back. The blood-red wire glowed in the moonlight. A wire? The members of the Vipers looked around in alarm and they saw a giant spider's web of steel wire, and a steel spider slithering down from it. Despite its diminished size, there's no fool who can't recognize the infamous killing machine from Gyeonggu. They realized it was a trap as the Holy Knight himself descended to capture his prey. Chapter 27, Marketing, 3. Chapter 27, Marketing, 3. In the midst of the night's tumult, Leon did not wake, but slept. How could a man of royalty be concerned with such trivial matters? Your Majesty, there are thieves outside. King Lionheart chastised the commoner who rushed into his room. Your Majesty, we're in big trouble. How dare you invade this king's bedchamber? What? Did you know about that? Leon had noticed the raiders invading the fields long before. There are thieves, and we must deal with them. It's the guard's job to deal with bandits. Leon's dismissal made Hari's heart race. From what she could see on the camera, it was obvious that they were from the Fiend Association. 50 awakened will wreak havoc in your Majesty's fields, and there is not a single guard on the fields in the first place. How do you know there aren't? What? Hari would soon find out that the land is blessed by Demira, and there are more than a few scarecrows on it. Bang, bang. A loud explosion along with screams was heard in the night. The Holy Knight's eyes glow red in the midst of the pandemonium, giving the illusion of being in the middle of a battlefield. Wow! Hari was dumbfounded as he watched the fiends being subdued in real time. The next morning Leon looked at the 50 captured fiends in front of the village hall. 50 people were bound and immobilized by wires with holy power and strange aura of the scarecrows, so the police and the association staff were there to dispose of them. Slit their wrists. Leon said as he looked at the men. What a bunch of lowly creatures, trying to steal a little grain, but thieves show their true colors by having their wrists slit, so slit their wrists one by one. Wait a minute, Your Majesty, this is the modern age. She was stunned by Leon's order to slit the wrists of the captured minions. When it comes to criminals, domestic laws must be followed. TSK. What a lenient law for criminals. They must be tried. Hari wondered how to explain the modern legal system to this medieval-minded king, but then the unexpected arrived. Is this where you got the tip? Yes. They said the fiends were caught stealing. It was reporters getting out of their cars, and not just reporters, but also professional YouTubers, rushing over to see where they had heard the news. Who are you guys? Hari waved them off, but they immediately recognized her and wanted to interview her. Hunter Han Hari, is it true that you were robbed during the night? I heard it was the Vipers, a notorious fiend gang. A whopping 50 fiends attacked. How did you manage to defend yourself? How did you know all that? Hari was embarrassed. She didn't know, and neither did the reporters. How would they know about the existence of an anonymous informant who could never be traced with modern technology? Why on earth did the fiends attack? I think it's because of the rice harvested by the 10,000 Gods Guild. Rice from the 10,000 Gods Guild? What is that? Why, you know that video that's been trending lately? The elixir rice. Was that real? Isn't it because it's real that the fiends are flocking to it? One headline after another began to form in the journalists' minds. What if the cancer-curing rice was real? Is it true that rice grown by the 10,000 Gods Guild can cure cancer? What's the deal with the 10,000 gods? Is everything King Leon says true? Well, if you call his name in front of his majesty, you'll get a slap on the wrist. Please be careful what you say. Anyway, the reporters wanted to know why the fiends were trying to burn the rice fields in the Niger Plain. They asked why they were doing this, and naturally, their interviews made the evening's news. One reporter asked a sharp question. More than that, Hunter Han Hari, is it true that you planted mines near the granary? Mines? That, the reporter, who had interviewed the residents of the village beforehand, pressed on. Even if you're a hunter's guild, aren't weapons of mass destruction like mines a violation of the Firearms Act? It's a grave offense. Where the hell did you get them from? Well, it's handmade by a guild member, so it's just. It was then that a mouse had stepped on a landmine while scurrying around the granary and exploded into a million pieces. Rats, it's a mousetrap. See? There are so many rats in the countryside. No one believed her a bit. This is what the gods had planned. Leon stepped in front of Yappy and watched the whole thing unfold. Leon, Hito, the god of iron and blacksmithing, laid out the prerequisites for gaining faith. Phase 1 was to make as many people as possible hear the name of the pantheon. The most basic condition for fame is that many people see, hear, and become familiar with it. No matter how ridiculous it may seem to the common sense of the modern world. They spread the word through marketing. Phase 2. Getting attention. The more threatening and controversial the bandits who come after the rice, the better it was for them. Reliance. Self-inflicted. It was Yappy who hired the bandits, which means the raid was self-inflicted. Where did he get the money to hire those thugs? Yappy holographically displayed the Bitcoin wallet he'd hacked into hundreds of coin exchanges and stolen inconspicuously. Humans. Financial systems. Strange. Extremely inefficient. Lack of security, infinitely replicable. I've heard of Bitcoin from Hari. Modern Earth has become a strange world. The Miners Association, which is based on the deep web, a networked system, was not beyond Yappy's reach. High-level members with access to the depths of the Miners Association were strictly analog and referral-based, so the only people he was able to hire were grunts. Unlimited copies of cryptocurrency, access to guild funds. As long as he had Yappy, Leon didn't have to worry about funding, since any modern cryptocurrency or financial system could be hacked by Yappy if he wanted to. No, such goods are not legitimate goods. It's not a good idea to fund the guild with them. I don't understand. Leon smiled gently at Yappy, who didn't understand the knight's way of thinking. It's okay if you don't understand now, but honor requires that you always be true to yourself. Lord Spinner, this king hopes you have a strong sense of justice. Cryptocurrency cloning plan temporarily suspended. Yappy had fulfilled Leon's wish without understanding, and he resumed his explanation. Minor crimes. Issue Mall. The fiends raided the field and wanted to steal seeds and burn down the fields. The reporters were called, and they made a big deal out of the fact that this was something the Fiend Association was involved in. You said you had a final plan. What is it? Final phase of plan marketing. Upon hearing the plan, Leon smirked. Apparently, the gods have adapted to modern times better than I, a native earthling. Final phase. Implement the gay principle. Yacht Spinner is an AI that can't even be compared to the supercomputers of modern humans. The networking systems of modern humans are mere toys to him, and hacking a simple content hosting website is an easy task. Yappy hacked into YouTube and began posting dozens of videos of the 10,000 Gods Guild and its related organizations. Shock. Hundreds of minions kneeling before the majesty of K-Rice. Why did they target K-Rice? K-Rice is a panacea for all diseases. Why does the world have its eyes on K-Rice? Japan on its knees begging, please sell us some rice. Prime Minister and Emperor begging for forgiveness. The 10,000 Gods Guild. I love Korea so much. Korea is a great country. His Majesty the King loves Korea. Yappy is a strong artificial intelligence and can learn anything through algorithms, then thoroughly applies the results that appear as numbers. Yappy's videos got hundreds of thousands of views and thousands of comments. The thumbnails that catch the eye and content that seems plausible created a wave and they just rode it. Yeah, is this a true story? I want a bowl of Korean noodle soup. This is the power of Korean rice. Lol. The human world is so strange. Yappy was puzzled by this reaction, but he proceeded to delete, report, and even delete accounts with the administrator privileges he gained by hacking into the YouTube headquarters. At the same time, he didn't forget to increase the number of views and comments on the 130,000 accounts he created. From this moment on there will be no end to the exposure of videos related to the 10,000 Gods Guild unless humanity abandons the network system. An Dong-gil, the 23rd president of South Korea, was recently going through a political crisis. Suspicion of political collusion with the Daewon Group. The dark side of the incumbent president. The silence of the president of Korea. What will happen to the country? President An Dong-gil frowned at the headlines in the newspaper. In front of him, Kim Dae-jung, chairman of Daewon Group, one of Korea's leading conglomerates, smirked. Why do you only look at the bad stories when there's so much good food? Mr. President, they were in a high-end restaurant in Gyeongdam-dong where no one knows what goes on in the secretive, VIP-only chambers there but the people involved. It was here that President An Dong-gil met with Chairman Kim Dae-jung and promised to veto any regulatory bills unfavorable to Daewon Group. This is the problem with these bastards, he said. They have no fear of the President of Korea. That's right. In our younger days, we could never have imagined that. Kim Dae-jung raised his glass to the president. Although he may only have 2 years left in office, his political influence doesn't fade with his departure from power. In his youth, he was a democracy fighter, and his grandfather and great-grandfather were independence fighters. Although the scandal may have weighed on him a bit, Kim Dae-jung didn't think it would last long and the corners of his mouth twisted wickedly. How far will the barking of pigs go? This was the kind of rant that, if it had been published in the media, would have sparked a boycott and a movement to remove him from office, but Kim Dae-jung was unflappable. They can bark in moderation, but it will soon die down. Isn't that the nature of the pot calling the kettle black, that it boils over when it's boiling, but quickly subsides when it's off the heat? You're a bit harsh to call the country's people dogs and pigs, don't you think? I apologize for that. Of course. Isn't this president a servant of the people? Although I'm a servant who holds the leash and shakes the pigs. Ha 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 ha. Yeah? The people are ignorant and stupid. How can they be so upset that they lost so much just because he passed a bill? The stupid ones fall for the opposition's propaganda and play the role of justice warriors. Mr. President, this is my small token of respect. Kim Dae-jung held out a small box and it was no secret that it contained hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gifts. What a surprise. President An tapped Kim on the shoulder as he took the gift box. By the way, Mr. President, have you heard anything interesting in the news this time? News? Oh, him? At Kim's mention, An immediately thought of a hot topic. In fact, it was partly because of the survivor of the Gyeonggu Gate that his negative news was not so hot. Leon, the one who said he was a king and an agent of the gods. Hey, we talked on the phone once and he said something about how he needed me to recognize him for something. Though he had only heard the voice for a moment, Leon had made quite an impression on President An. From what he heard, Leon was a hierarchical brute, but in his experience, he was far from it. I hear he's been pissing off Mr. Park of the Daejeong Foods Group. It's all over the place in business circles. Daejeong Group? Why him? Daejeong Foods was a major Korean conglomerate that even the president couldn't mess with. That barbarian friend is making life difficult on Earth. Survivors break the rules of Earth's civilization based on their experiences in their worlds. The impersonal behavior of survivors is not a rare sight, as some of them end up becoming fiends because they can't adapt to life on Earth. I'm going to meet him this time anyway, shake his hand, take a few pictures and have a little dinner. That'll make for a good story. Leon had become quite the topic of conversation compared to the average survivor. First, he had cleansed the miasma in the Hunan and Niju plains and cleared the gate that had been the headache of Kyonggu. A survivor who had been on Earth for less than a month had become an instant star, and high-profile hunters were often used as political poster children. Mr. President, if you ever get a chance to meet him, could you do something about that blessed rice? Blessed rice? I heard it's all the rage on the internet these days. But is it really that good? It's not just good. My niece was in the middle of breast cancer, and somehow she got hold of that rice and ate it. Hee. Breast cancer. That must have been very distressing. I wasn't too worried because she's a domesticated bitch. But anyway, did you know that her condition improved greatly after eating that rice? Is it true that it cures cancer? He had received a report from Okang Hyuk, the president of the association, but I was skeptical because it was still in the experimental stage. That barbarian has very strange powers. The president waited for Leon's visit, looking forward to their meeting. If he could get the savage to cooperate, he could cover up the scandal, and it would be a great help to his cause. Chapter 28, Inner Justice, 1. Chapter 28, Inner Justice, 1. After capturing Kyonggu Gate, Leon's meeting with President Dan was a quick one. Hello, I'm President Dan Dong-gil. Pleased to meet you, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Outside the presidential office, President Dan shook Leon's hand and realized that he was more impressive than he thought. He's handsome. On the surface, he looks like a handsome young man in his 20s. Had he just become king? Let's take a picture. Here, the president smiled and waved at the reporters' flashes. The next day, the headlines in the newspapers were glowing. Hoo, this will be a good picture. President An took a picture with Leon, a high-profile survivor. He is strengthening bonds with survivors. Well, it would be appropriate to run a headline like this. 30 years after the cataclysm? The public's main concern is the progress of gate raids and the hunters. The gate caused a catastrophe so horrific that it almost wiped out human history. But it also spawned a superstar in the form of the hunter. It's the hunters who have taken over the image of the monster-slaying, humanity-saving hero, so it's not a bad idea to keep them around as politicians. Leon. May I address you as Your Majesty? You may, President An. President An and his staff even held a meeting to discuss how to treat Leon. He claimed to be the king of the kingdom beyond the gate and even said he was an agent of the gods. Should they take him at his word, or treat him like an ordinary survivor or citizen? In the end, however, they decided to treat Leon as if he were the Queen of England. A superhuman with the strength of an S-class hunter could have a title. If you'd like to eat first, I've prepared a feast for His Majesty Leon. Okay, the mood is not bad. If I can keep things cordial through the meal, my political objective will be accomplished. With that, they headed to the banquet hall, with reporters following, but Leon stopped. That's rude. The president, his secretary, and the reporters stop in their tracks. When they all gave him a puzzled look, he turned to the president. Mr. President, who are they? Leon's finger pointed at the reporters, and President An cautiously replied, they're reporters. You mean they're not the servants serving the meal? Servants? When President Dan was wondering if he should say that the word sounded rude. Rude? How can a commoner come to a king's banquet? Kings do not mingle with commoners. Not only the reporters, but the secretary and even President Dan gulped. What did I just hear? What the hell is that in the 21st century? Your Majesty, wait. Shut up and behave like a commoner. Oh, no? What's wrong with this guy? Is he trying to kill someone's political life? President Dan thought of the news headlines that would appear the next day. Authoritarian survivor's shocking rant. Enjoying dinner with the president. The damage to his image and his approval ratings were obvious, so President Dan rushed to defend himself. His Majesty Leon is still not used to reporters. Isn't this an unavoidable cultural difference? Multiculturalism, which I've been actively advocating lately, requires understanding of these cultural differences. President Dan broke out in a cold sweat and passed off the rant as a joke, but only a handful of people were allowed to remain at the dinner. At least one reporter was able to stay behind. Well, that's a good thing, because it's a ruling party supporting media outlet. Before Anne could finish his sigh of relief, Leon dropped a bombshell. It's a good thing we don't have any noisy rats. Please, is he working for the opposition and trying to bring me down by labeling me a racist? President Anne tried to change the subject. Your Majesty Leon, how is your life in Korea? I'm making myself at home, Mr. President. By the way. What? Please feel free to speak to me. Oh, no. I'm comfortable with this. You're not a king. That's true. President Anne wondered if this man really understood the position of president as a king. The president was trying to make the dinner as cordial as possible. And Leon understood that. The president wants something from me. It's easy to understand what that might be. In fact, given his track record so far, it's hard to imagine there's much he could ask for. Leon read about the latest scandal, so he thought that the president was trying to look good and build his own image. But there's something that Anne overlooked. Leon was the king of a country. He ruled for 70 years and lived for 300 years before the world was destroyed by demons. To the Lionheart king who relied heavily on force, but was also a master of court politics and dealt with an unwilling empire and disparate peoples. Anne was a young man. By the way, Your Majesty, how was your meal? Not bad. The food culture in this country seems to be of a high standard. Haha, I'm glad you liked the meal. What did you like best? Leon was an earthling once. He was Korean, and he knew what would win their favor. That's why he left a reporter behind. He picked a reporter from a media outlet that was favorable to the president's party, so he'll spin the story as favorably as he can. Leon chuckled and continued. I love the idea of bibimbap. Oh, you mean bibimbap? The reporter's camera shutter clicked as he turned off his flash. This food is called bibimbap. The colors of the vegetables are harmonious and beautiful. It must be because your ancestors were wise and understanding that they came up with such a harmonious dish. Oh, that's it. That's what I wanted to hear. Very good. That's a good reaction. And it's one that's going to be on YouTube for a while. The Lion King of the Other World praises K-bibimbap. Japan was surprised, China was horrified, and the US was envious. What is the identity of K-food that even otherworldly royalty praised? The amazing this that made the world tremble and Japan envious. What was His Majesty's reaction? Wow, that's great. Aside from the national pride, it was a very nice comment. How can you say something so pretty without being asked? It's like the gods of the Temple of 10,000 Gods and the Lionheart Kingdom. My kingdom emphasizes the harmonious coexistence of the divine and the human. Just like this bibimbap, they intertwine and shine off each other. Is that so? Now that this was said, President Anne couldn't help but ask about the divinity and Leon's kingdom. What kind of country was the Lionheart Kingdom? It was a kingdom that valued honor, cared for its subjects, and revered its divinity. That's why it's a pity. For what? The people of this country. In my short time here, I've seen their lives, and I've seen so many sick, weak, and dying. It's all because I wasn't good enough, serving the people and, no, that's not the problem, it's the falling ill part. The reporter's camera turns to Leon, naturally waiting for his next words. If you eat the crops blessed by the goddess Dimara, you'll never get sick in your life. Cancer, I believe it was called, and I'm shocked that people die because it can't be cured. What? President Anne's mind raced. Is this guy advertising? He's royalty from a medieval civilization. Does he know about modern advertising techniques? After that, Leon continued to praise Korean culture, but secretly talked about the miracles of the Temple of 10,000 Gods. However, all of this was backed up by real-life examples of blessed rice and purified Niju plains, and the recent capture of the fiends also played a role. As a result, the president and Leon's conversation naturally turned to the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Thank you for the meal, President Anne. Why don't we take a walk and talk? Sure. The two stood up and walked down the path as a reporter followed them. But since it was a private moment, he only took pictures from a distance. Now is the time to hear what this man has to say. President Anne, by the way, what is it? Your Majesty Leon, I've been trying to understand your political system and culture as best I can. That's a good thing. Many survivors do not even attempt to understand Earth's civilization. Those are the ignorant ones, and I am not one of them, but there is something I don't understand. What is it? President Anne swallowed nervously. What this man was about to say was strangely disturbing. Democracy, he said. You were elected by an act of the people, a vote. 49% of the people in this country voted for you. Haha, I have the people to thank for that. That's the problem. What? Leon began to speak in an offhand manner. I, an honorable knight, guardian of the Grail, chosen by the goddess, have one vote. The same as a bunch of lowly mortals. Is that what you mean? No. Of course not. In a democracy, this king is saying that democracy is an inefficient system. The president was puzzled. What was this barbarian talking about? The duty of the common man is to toil, to support the knights and nobles. They are easily tempted by evil because they want more than they need and are unhappy with what they have. He denied democracy and was against capitalism. Leon casually rattled off the conclusions of modern Earth's political system. My advice for my president is that the only truly happy nation is a perfect one, ruled with an iron fist by a king chosen by the gods. How can commoners who don't know politics elect a king? Unable to believe his words, he stammered back. Are you denying democracy? Leon shook his head in disbelief. How can I deny a law, however foolish and stupid, that was formed through the due process of a nation? Whoa! President Dan patted his chest in surprise, but then a shocker hit him. So I'm going to run for president myself. What? I don't like the idea of having to get votes from bums, but I have to follow due process. Of course, once this king is president, I'll have to tear up all these stupid laws. You're saying you're going to abolish democracy? Anne's heart rate rose again. Your Majesty, a country is its people, and this country's democracy was built with the blood of its people. Leon looked dumbfounded, but then he declared, the burden is the state, never the other way around! Exclamation mark. President Dan was shocked by Leon's words. Anne doesn't think of himself as righteous. He's moderately corrupt and moderately disrespectful of the people, but not like Leon. I'm an asshole, but I'm no more of an asshole than this guy. As the independence fighter in his blood has been ignited, his goals for the rest of his term became clear. Father, grandfather, are you watching? I will stop this horrible authoritarian from doing politics. The dormant justice within President Dan Dong-gil was ignited. Chapter 29. Inner Justice 2. Chapter 29. Inner Justice 2. The meal and walk with the president wrapped up neatly. As he listened to Leon's story, his complexion growing paler and more determined, Leon tapped him on the shoulder. President Dan, despite my status as a guest, I have a favor to ask of you. What favor? President Dan was very worried about what kind of favor this madman might ask. This was a scumbag king who saw his people as pigs to be exploited. Awakening his inner sense of justice, Anne had long since forgotten about his meal with Chairman Kim a few days earlier. It's no big deal. I have farmers who farm under me. They told me that the contamination of their land has not yet been procedurally resolved. Ah, he knew immediately what Leon meant. Land contaminated with miasma is classified as a contaminated area and all activities are suspended. The Hunan plain has been cleaned up, but it still needs to be verified and processed, so technically it's still an administrative contaminated area. The local officials are a bit slow. I'll get it done soon, thank you. I apologize for asking you to do this as a guest. No, Your Majesty. What you have done for Korea is more than enough. President Dan was wary of Leon, but he didn't deny Leon's usefulness. He also had questions about the blessed rice. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, how do you intend to distribute the rice in the future? I've decided to sell it through the association. I see. But it seems like a lot for the association to handle alone, especially since it's such a big commodity that even foreign countries would be interested. We can't even feed the people of this land. So how can we look to other countries? But if all the peasants have the faith they should, it won't be too far away. President Dan understood Leon's intentions, but he hadn't forgotten what Chairman Kim Dae-jung had asked him to do a few days earlier. Leon's blessed crop was a big hit. It was an innovation and the seeds had to be secured by South Korea. What if Korea was the first to distribute the blessed rice to the entire country and create a national health miracle? President Dan could only imagine the future. HMPH. Leon smiled wickedly. Since it was obvious what President Dan was thinking, however, he shouldn't be this surprised. The miracles of being in the company of the divine don't end there. President Dan. By the way, the association has been a bit noisy with me lately. What? Even though I've ordered them to cooperate with you in every way? Ha ha ha, indeed, you are the representative of the nation. You're too good to be true, aren't you? President An was willing to grant Leon's request no matter what. Since he hadn't made any overt moves yet, he'd take what he could get. What do you want from the association? Just benefits like the other guilds. Something about this king having to pay taxes? As President An knows, counting coins is unbecoming of a king. Political figures had fun counting the juice boxes, bribes, they received. How can a king be expected to pay taxes? President An was criticized for tax evasion of 10 billion won and even his father-in-law was involved. That can't be right. I can't pay a penny of my own, and the commoners of the association don't understand. President An should do something about it. You are worse than me, you bastard. Once again, his inner justice was ignited. Kim Dae-young, chairman of DeLong Group, received the introduction to Leon that he had requested from President An, and the group was busy preparing all kinds of dinner and welcoming arrangements. Kim Shin-young, can't you get over here quickly? Uncle, I'm still not fully recovered. Kim Shin-young was the niece of DeLong Group chairman Kim Dae-young, a young woman who had recently undergone chemotherapy for breast cancer. She was the epitome of a charitable spoiled brat, with an unruly personality. But not today. If you don't behave yourself today, I don't care if it's your mum or dad. I'm going to break your legs. C''man. I've been meaning to go clubbing for a while. Even as she said that, Kim Shin-young was looking forward to Leon's visit. She had been suffering from chemotherapy and miraculously began to heal after eating the rice. Of course, she's not cured yet, but it's not too far off, as the large tumor mass has shrunk to a size scientists can't explain. The blessed rice didn't even need rehabilitation. In fact, even though the cancer was not yet cured, she felt much healthier than before and her body was full of energy. And most importantly, she felt a strange energy whenever she ate rice. The mysteriousness of it all bothered her. But uncle, have you tried that rice yet? Don't eat it without knowing what it is. I'll think about it after the safety tests are done. Well, I don't have enough to eat. The food Shin-young had gotten was what her mom had stolen from the Hunan Plains for her during her treatment. It's not so easy to find now that it's strictly monitored by the association. What kind of man is he? Shin-young was curious about Leon, the man who produced such rice. The information that he was a survivor of the attack on the Gyeonggu Gate was widely spread. It had become quite an issue for him to spread his faith, but Kim Shin-young was the one who had directly benefited from it. Even now, she could feel the warmth in her body. It was an indescribable sensation for a woman who was used to clubbing, pleasure, and drugs. Time passed, and soon a government motorcade pulled into the ballroom. Your Majesty, welcome. President Kim Dae-young greeted Leon with an attitude that made him feel like he was about to throw his hands up in the air, but despite his hospitality, Leon narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. TSK, if it weren't for President An's request, I wouldn't have come to this banquet. Ha ha, it's our family honor, Your Majesty. Mr. Kim did not make the same mistake as Park Jong-chan of DeLong Group. His opponent was a thoroughly authoritarian royal. He's arrogant and treats entrepreneurs as vassals, but his power is real. Whether it's faith or the lion-hearted king, it's a kind of power he doesn't understand, but in short, it's enough to make money. The reason I invited you this time is because I have a child who has been cured of a great illness thanks to your grace. Ho ho, you say you have a child who has been graced by the goddess? Yes, Shin-young, what are you doing not coming out? Mr. Kim's strategy was to return the favor for Kim Shin-young, whose cancer was cured thanks to the blessed rice. It may seem like Chairman Kim is giving one-sidedly, but the human heart wants to give back when it receives something. In this way, they build goodwill and maintain their relationship, and naturally talk about business. As Shin-young stood before Leon and something inside her responded. It was a radiant brilliance, a holy halo and glory, and a spiritual power that transcends humanity. Shin-young shuddered at the intense aura that pulsed through her. Niece, what the hell is wrong with her? Was she sick? I told her to not come here if she was sick. The niece of the chairman of DeLong Group, Kim Shin-young, was very famous within the group. It's no secret that she's a bit of a troublemaker, and she pops pills in broad daylight. If it weren't for the influence of the DeLong Group, Kim Shin-young would have been in jail as a drug dealer. But even Mr. Kim, the chairman of DeLong Group, hasn't been able to fix Kim Shin-young's messed up behavior. But are you a god or are you death? Niece, you're scary. What's wrong with you? I am an agent of the Temple of 10,000 Gods. I am the guardian of light and justice, the keeper of the temple's flame. Ah! As Leon stood before her, Xinyang dropped to her knees in fear, desperately avoiding his gaze as if trying to prevent something as filthy as herself from touching him. No one in the house, including Mr. Kim, could even imagine that something like that could happen. Please withdraw your hand. Don't be afraid. HMPH. Xinyang wondered if this was what the sick woman who touched the hem of Jesus' garment 2,000 years ago would have felt. Something inside her was burning hot in response to the intensity of the man's radiance. She felt a sense of fidelity and sacredness in her mind that the drug-induced hallucinations couldn't even compare to. Hold on to the divinity you feel now. Your purity is pleasing to the divine, so you will be rewarded. HMPH. Thank you, thank you, thank you, angel. Call me King Lionheart. Leon gently stroked Xinyang's head as she wept with emotion. It was a sight that would have stunned anyone who knew him on Earth. But aside from that, what the fuck? I'm scared. Why is he? He's crazy. To ordinary people who don't consume the blessed rice and don't feel the presence of the divine, it would have looked like a terrifying seizure of a drug addict, with the difference being that she was so much more subdued than usual. Take this child to the bedroom. She is a child of great spiritual ability, so treat her with respect. Yes, yes, he apostrophe S. Excellent as a religious person. They shot him a questioning glance, but Leon's gaze was firm. Come on. Ah, yes. Mom, this way. Faced with Leon, the staff struggled to carry the sobbing girl with weak legs while Mr. Kim was dumbfounded, but Leon's voice woke him up. Are these the guests you invited? What? No, I didn't invite anyone other than your majesty. There's Chairman Kim. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of people rushed in from the other side and the president's bodyguard team immediately stepped forward, but their voices sounded raspy. President Kim Dae-jung, guarantee a 5-day work week, raise frozen wages, reinstate the unfairly fired employees. Protesters holding signs stormed in and Leon asked, what are they? Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about them. Those commie bastards. What? When Leon gave him a look of displeasure, Chairman Kim blurted out, they're protesters. Protesters. They've been making a lot of noise lately. Protesters, what are they? Chairman Kim hesitated to answer because if he told the truth here, he'd be the bad guy. It's not a big deal. I hired them, and now they're asking me to raise their wages without any gratitude. How many other people could replace them? And they don't even know what they're doing. That is not a good thing to say. Labor is sacred and laborers should be treated accordingly. Oops. He was leaning toward social justice, but he misjudged the royalty. Chairman Kim admitted his mistake and tried to play it off as smoothly as possible. No, of course, our group maintains industry standards for employee accommodations. In fact, we do a pretty good job of it. Industry standards. I don't need to hear that. Ha, ha, ha. Mr. Kim broke out in a cold sweat and quickly thought of something to make Leon feel better. Yeah, righteous in appearance, he thought. His Majesty is giving me a big lesson, so I'll raise their wages. Raise their wages? How? What? Leon stared at Chairman Kim with questioning eyes. He was genuinely puzzled. There's no need to raise wages since you already have a set rate. What? Ah, I heard that His Majesty also favors farmers. What is your Majesty's opinion? 90%! Exclamation mark. For a moment, Kim wondered if he'd misheard. In the Lionheart Kingdom, where we are taught by the goddess, people give 90% of their output. It's benevolent and it guarantees them a whopping 10% return. Ha, crazy, unbelievable. The exclamations came from all directions. 10%? 90%? It was a horrific tax that even an old British colonial scoundrel couldn't have imagined. Is it really okay to join hands with such a devilish person? This gave Chairman Kim Dae-jung a great sense of skepticism. Although he is a vicious businessman in the eyes of the world, he prides himself on having lived a life of minimal goodness. At least he didn't let his employees starve to death, although like many businessmen, he's worked his employees to death, subcontracting to third, fourth, and fifth parties to cut costs and creating harsh working conditions. But Leon wasn't like that. To take away 90% of the people's earnings as taxes? How could anyone be this evil? Chairman Kim realized he was a real medieval king. He was terrified of what would happen if someone like this had influence over domestic companies. What an evil man. I am one, but not as evil as him. The next day, There were reports of a dramatic settlement with the protesters. Even with the president's introduction, Leon doesn't bother to meet with the lowly merchant in order to distribute 10% of the rice produced in the Nidu plain. The government takes 10% and leaves the rest to the farmers to dispose of freely, but today's farmers don't have the power to distribute the rice. As the name of the Temple of 10,000 Gods spreads through YouTube's and news of the temple and the blessed crops appear on the news, interest in the issue is amplified. This means that individual farmers are powerless to protect it unless they sell their goods immediately. Hanhari reported that while distributing the rice, they were attacked by cancer patients. It was a disturbance caused by a few desperate, terminally ill patients, but there's no telling when it will lead to hired guns and mercenaries. 230 million won a kilogram. Hari cheered from the sidelines because it was a lot more than what the association was paying. That's a steal, Your Majesty. It should be cheaper. What? It's the market that sets the price of goods. But the crops are so expensive. Isn't expensive a good thing? Hari thought so inwardly. But Leon disagreed. If it's so expensive, how can the poor people buy it and eat it? God's favor should be given equally to all the people. So I told the president that he should educate the peasants and preach divine favor, but he said that the president must remain religiously neutral. Well, he has a point. Where Leon lived, religion was a powerful force. But here on Earth, it was different. The theocracy had died out hundreds of years ago, and the only place left where the political establishment could proselytize was in the Middle East. The president was supposed to be religiously neutral. Well, this has gathered quite a bit of faith, enough to build up the power of the Lionheart and its legions. At that, Hari realized something and spoke up. Those whom Your Majesty ordered to prepare are currently on standby. Have you found a suitable dungeon? Yes, but Your Majesty. Are you sure you don't mind? What do you mean? Hari dutifully prepared what Leon had requested. Even though she had become a temporary employee of the 10,000 Gods Guild, the association was keeping a close eye on Leon, so it was easy for her to give in to his demands. The yellow ranked gate that appeared this morning. I've already bid on it, as Your Majesty wishes. A yellow grade gate. It's a gate that Leon, who has more than enough power, can handle on his own. But he's not the one clearing this gate. It would be impossible for those chosen by His Majesty to attack that gate. Well, that remains to be seen. Leon smirked at the questioning Hari. If they cannot do it with this king by their side, I won't be able to use them as soldiers. 2 days later, more than 50 hunters were gathered in front of Samjeon station in Songpagu, Seoul, and among them was Kudai-sung, who had been a D-rank hunter for 10 years. Chapter 30, The Good Orc, 1. Chapter 30, The Good Orc, 1. Hey, isn't that Mr. Koo? Did you get the text too? Team Leader Kim? Nice to see you here again. Seeing the familiar face, Koo scratched his head and said hello. What's going on, anyway? The president of the association has called all of us low-rank hunters together. At that, Kudai-sung realized that the hunters gathered here were all D-rank, or at most C-rank hunters. He wondered if they were trying to recruit new employees. But the association's salaries are not high, to say the least. If you're trying to make ends meet, it's not a very attractive prospect. Of course, if you're a member of the association, they tend to give you decent weapons and supplies. He wondered how long they had to wait until they saw a group of association employees in the distance, approaching them. Oh, it's Ms. Hanhari. Hanhari, the flame swordsman. I heard she broke the record for the highest price in last year's draft. The young woman's braided red hair was impressive, and her admiring gaze made Kudai-sung inwardly envy Hari. How could he not be jealous that someone 12 years younger than him was being honored with such a brilliant talent? Soon, however, another celebrity that Hari couldn't compare to appeared. His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Leon is politely escorted to the podium by the association's staff. Hey, when Daisung saw Leon on the news about the closing of the Gyeonggu Gate, he was stunned. Leon Dragonia Lionheart was a survivor and the king of a kingdom destroyed by demons. He knew the blonde man he met at the test was out of the ordinary, but he had no idea Leon was a survivor. That's why he was so strong. Survivors are special people. They were great men and women who had survived the destruction of their world. Heroes with special powers. Unlike ordinary people like him, now that he's cleared the Gyeonggu Gate, he'll continue to rise. It's already being said that Leon should be promoted to S-class hunter even though he's been a D grade for 10 years. Kudai-san was honestly envious of him, envious of his strength, envious of the fame he was going to get. Anyone would be like that, and he wanted to be like that too, but the reality is harsh. He couldn't be like him, so there's no reason to think about it. Gather round. You have been summoned for a reason. The hunters stared at Leon's words. It was Leon, not the president, who summoned them. And if so, what is the relationship between the president and Leon? Did the survivor named Leon decide to join the Hunters Association? With speculation flying and the local broadcast showing no signs of slowing down, Hari shouted into the microphone. Silence. His Majesty speaks. Awkwardly, the hunters stopped talking at her words, and only when they all looked at him did Leon speak. End of Block 1.